Start in just a moment. Thank you all for your continued patience. Good morning and welcome to the October 16th City Council meeting. I call this meeting to order at 9:16 a.m. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Perea.
Present.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
And Council President Carbasi.
Thank you so much, City Clerk. Next is the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Richardson. The invocation is by Pastor Los Monatua from Lao Evangelical Church of Fresno. Will everyone please stand?
Good morning, Council. My name is Pastor Los Monatua. I'm the senior pastor of Lao Evangelical Church of Fresno, and I want to thank Councilmember Brandon Vang for inviting me to give the invocation for today's meeting. Shall we pray? Our good and gracious God, we come before you this morning because you alone are the eternal living God, the one who was and is to come. And in your eternal presence, we believe that you are here with us at this moment. We thank you for the rich heritage of our city of Fresno. We thank you for the blessings we enjoy because of the sacrifices of those who came before us. We thank you for the ideals of liberty and democracy that are the pillars of our city. And we thank you for our family, friends, and neighbors who all bear your image and together make this place our home. Loving God, for our city's sake, we pray for our neighborhoods, our schools, our places of work and play, and our places of worship. Protect us, not only from the evil outside, but from the evil within. Do not lead us away from your purpose, but guide us to your will of peace and prosperity for all people. We pray for our leaders who shoulder the great responsibility of all the people in our city. We pray for Mayor Jerry Dyer, Councilmember Annalisa Perea, Councilmember Mike Carbasi, Councilmember Miguel Arias, Councilmember Tyler Maxwell, Councilmember Brandon Vang, Councilmember Nick Richardson, and Councilmember Nelson Esparza. Help us to always choose the better way. May we choose love over hate, peace over violence, forgiveness over condemnation, kindness over cruelty, and unity over division. Almighty God, according to the riches of thy grace, minister to the needs of our city, and may it be in Fresno as it is in heaven. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Monatua and Councilmember Richardson. Next, we move on to the approval of today's agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
Yes, there are, but first a few quick announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom, as well as ASL. And we also have in-house Spanish translation, and the translators will let us know their services.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jael. My colleague Jasmine and I are from Focus Interpreting. We are your in-house Spanish interpreters. If you're in need of interpretation services, please feel free to look for us towards the back of the auditorium. We have headsets available. We are more than happy to help. Hola, muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Jael. Mi colega Jasmine y yo somos parte de la Focus Interpreting. Somos sus intérpretes de español y tenemos unos dispositivos para ustedes. Si ustedes gustan una interpretación en español para el día de hoy, nos puede buscar hacia el fondo del auditorio, donde estaríamos felices en poder ayudarles el día de hoy. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And as for changes to the agenda, at the request of the Council President, the meeting will be adjourned in memory of retired Marine Corps Sergeant and Vietnam War veteran Charles Patrick Seeley today. Also, ceremonial item 25-1277, proclamation of Domestic Violence Awareness Month, Councilmember Perea has been added as a co-sponsor, along with Council President Carbasi. Ceremonial item ID 25-1353, that is the proclamation of Keena McFadden, will be presented during the afternoon ceremonial presentations today. Consent calendar item 2E, that is file ID 25-1381, regarding actions pertaining to the Fresno Convention Center. That item, number 1, resolution authorize the city manager to accept a donation in excess of $25,000, is subject to mayoral veto. And we do have several items, or an item removed from the agenda today. 9:15 a.m. number 2, that is 25-1333, the hearing to consider adoption of the vehicle miles traveled. Parts 1, 2, and 4 are being continued to the 30th. Part 3, the introduction of the bill, will remain on the agenda today. Items moved to contested consent for further discussion. We have 2B, that is file ID 25-1376, the bill for introduction to add Chapter 9, Article 37 to the Fresno Municipal Code entitled Tobacco Retailer Ordinance. That has been moved to contested consent by Council President Carbasi. Consent calendar item 2O, that is file ID 25-1332, actions pertaining to the American Rescue Plan funding to Southwest Fresno Development Corporation. That has been moved to the contested consent calendar by Vice President Arias. And finally, consent calendar item 2P, that is file ID 25-1356, approval of items related to renewal of a tourism business improvement district upon verification. That item has been moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. I have no additional changes.
Thank you so much. Would you please add Councilmember Richardson as a co-sponsor of the proclamation for Fresno Police and Fire Chaplaincy? Thank you. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from the agenda? We'll start with District 1. Okay, District 4? Okay, 5?
None.
Okay, 6?
None.
7? No. Council Vice President? No. Okay, and I have none. So is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Second.
Moved by the Council Vice President, second by Councilmember Richardson. Any opposition? All right, it passes 7-0. Thank you very much. So moving on to our ceremonial presentations, we will have a morning ceremonial presentation session and one in the afternoon. This morning, our first will be Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So please have the folks in the Marjorie Mason Center and everyone else here for that come on forward.
All right, good morning, everyone. Councilmember Perea here. I don't know if it brings me pleasure or if I'm just saddened again that we still are having to raise awareness of domestic violence, but unfortunately, this is an issue that plagues just about every corner of our city, and so it's really important that we continue to partner with organizations like the Marjorie Mason Center to make sure that we are doing everything possible for these victims. Nicole, please don't go anywhere. I'm saddened but so happy for you that you're moving on to bigger and better things, and it's through your friendship and partnership and your ability to build relationships that collectively we have, I'm sure it's been, I don't even know the number, hundreds of thousands of dollars that the city has contributed to the Marjorie Mason Center, and that wouldn't have happened without your friendship and partnership. And so I know you're doing bigger and better things, but you're going to be missed. You're going to have big shoes that we're going to all have to work together to fill, but my commitment to the organization remains steadfast and firm. And so I'm going to pass the mic on to Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Perea. We are so glad to have all of you here in purple, but Councilmember Perea is correct. It's alarming how domestic violence happens, and it happens in forms and people don't realize they're actually victims of domestic violence. Having so many groups like the Marjorie Mason Center working with our police department, and thank you, Deputy Chief Salazar, for always being a steadfast person to offer their support, because hand in hand with law enforcement, it's amazing what you guys do together. But it's great for these organizations to show people, victims, that look for the early signs of what domestic violence really is. We're so lucky to be in this great nation, in this community. No one should be a victim of domestic violence. There are resources out there. This city invests a lot in ensuring that there are resources. And you can also do your part. You have an annual fundraiser that we can always support. But we are very, very grateful to have the MMC out there. I can tell you, I've been on calls, on ride-alongs with law enforcement, and when they do face a call like that, being able to call and being able to have the resource of the folks with the Marjorie Mason Center, you are an unofficial part of our city government. I'll put it that way. We just got to give you a city government budget. Thank you so much for all the work you do, and we're going to pass it on to hear some comments. Deputy Chief, do you want to make some comments?
Just real quickly, I have Sergeant Suki and Adrian Alvarez. They're in charge of the domestic violence unit. They didn't bring their detectives here because those detectives are investigating DV crimes. They're gathering evidence for DV crimes, and they're arresting those that commit DV crimes. So our partnership with Marjorie Mason Center could not happen. Their advocates play a key role on why people stay in jail, go to jail, and get convicted of domestic violence crime, from our patrol officers to our detectives and to our partnership with Marjorie Mason Center. So we love the partnership. Nicole and her team are the best. And we're glad to be here.
I just want to say on behalf of the entire Marjorie Mason Center staff and board of directors, thank you for recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and bringing the much needed awareness to the topic of domestic violence in our community. Currently, the Marjorie Mason Center 24/7 confidential helpline is averaging 700 to 800 calls per month. In January of 2023, we launched a domestic violence data dashboard in partnership with all Fresno County law enforcement, and I'd just like to highlight a few of those numbers that we're seeing today. So since January of 2023, within the city of Fresno, there have been over 16,000 unique reports from Fresno PD with over 41,000 victims. Those victims reported physical violence, but offenses also included violation of restraining order and acts such as kidnapping or false imprisonment. 76% of victims were female, while 22% were male. 32% of victims are ages 25 to 34, making up the highest population of those experiencing abuse. And a scary statistic, nearly 13% of all victims are under the age of 18 years old. This is over 14,000 youth here in the city of Fresno who have reported violence in a relationship to law enforcement, and we know that that number is highly underreported. Victims ages 13 to 19 in a dating relationship are 1.7 times more likely to experience physical violence and 6.5 times more likely to experience sexual assault or rape, more than any other age group. And in the city of Fresno, since 2017, there have been 22 domestic violence homicides, 22 lives lost at the hands of a partner or a former partner. We're proud to share that our teen dating violence prevention program is currently in 41 Fresno County high schools and middle schools, and in every single Fresno Unified middle school and high school providing teen dating violence prevention programming. This October, please encourage others in our community to get involved with the Marjorie Mason Center and talk about the issue of domestic violence and what a healthy relationship means.
Okay, my turn. I'm Leticia Campos. I'm the Chief Programs Officer with the Marjorie Mason Center. I have the honor of overseeing all of our client service programs from the continuum of emergency, crisis response, shelter, child advocacy services, the list goes on, counseling. We don't do that alone. Obviously, we have an incredible team, but I do want to recognize we have a community partner, Centro La Familia, here alongside us. They truly come alongside us when there are options that we don't have in our center. So they partner with us very diligently on pretty severe cases, I would say, even more recently. So thank you to your steadfast partnership as well. So with that, Again, I want to sincerely, Ashley already said it all, the stats and the thank yous, but sincerely thank you to you all here, to the community for your partnership, and definitely to our partners at the Fresno Police Department. Yesterday, I always think about what am I going to say when I'm up here, and I always try to just speak from the heart on this critical and impactful subject. And yesterday when I sat at our top 10 Professional Women Awards, I heard amazing stories from honorees that had impactful stories. And so as always, I left feeling deeply moved and inspired by the story shared. Our keynote speaker, Deputy District Attorney right here in our backyard, Rachel Baskin, courageously shared her personal journey as a survivor of domestic violence, a story marked by unimaginable brutality, including being shot and stabbed at the hand of the person that she once loved. Her survival story was nothing short of miraculous. As she spoke about the cycle of abuse, the trauma she endured, and the lasting impact it has had on her life, there were very few dry eyes in the room. Her story reminded us of the painful reality that no one should ever have to endure such violence. It also reaffirmed the words we stand by at the Marjorie Mason Center, and they were repeated a couple times yesterday, in that domestic violence will only rise to the level that we as a community are willing to accept. At the core of our work is the commitment to support and empower those who walk through our doors, often feeling defeated, afraid, and unsure if they'll survive their relationship. Every conversation we have may be the first that someone opens up about their abuse, but tragically, as my team knows, and I always make sure to remind, it may be the last, and we don't take those moments for granted. Ashley just shared the alarming statistics of teen dating violence. And so when I say that we don't take these conversations lightly or for granted, I'm also speaking about the teens we work with, those experiencing similar trauma at age 13, 14, 15, 16 years old in their dating relationships, who may not yet recognize that they're actually in an abusive relationship, or that may not recognize their life could be lost potentially to this person. Our work is about meeting people where they are, helping them piece together their reality, and walking alongside them towards safety and healing. So today, my ask of everybody here, our community, our partners, is to ask yourselves and challenge yourselves. Reflect on the role you play in combating domestic violence alongside us as an agency. Ask yourself, what level are you willing to rise to ensure that we do not accept domestic violence in our homes, in our schools, our workplaces, and our neighborhoods? Ask yourself if it was somebody that you loved, your son, your daughter, cousin, friend, mom, what would you want for them? How would you want them to get the help and support that they need? It's only through collective action, awareness, and unwavering support that will truly make a difference.
I'm speechless. Hi, my name is Kendi Villa. I'm a victim advocate for Centro La Familia, and there's nothing I can add to what Leticia just shared. It is definitely a community issue. It is definitely something that as a community we need to rise together. And, you know, every single day that I get to sit across our community members, and as I look at the council member, there is the people that are in your districts, I can see them in my face, in my memory right now. And they sit across me, and one of the things they share is, I can't go to my family, I can't go to my friends, but I've come here today. And when we partner with Marjorie Mason Center, when we partner with law enforcement, we are showing that, yes, your family may not be there, your friends may not be there, but your community and your city will be there. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you so much to both of you and to each council member and the mayor. It's been almost a decade, and we've all had long conversations, and I am so grateful for your partnership and your support of the organization. The stats that Ashley read, those aren't Marjorie Mason Center stats, right? Those are our city stats that get provided to the state or to us directly from Fresno PD, and we're truly humbled and blessed to have such a unique partnership that doesn't exist in other communities. In many organizations, the victim advocacy nonprofit and the law enforcement agencies are completely divided, but we are partnered together to ensure that victims have the access and the support they need. So on behalf of all of us, thank you.
Thank you. So I want to thank Centro La Familia and the Marjorie Mason Center. I especially love the last part of your comments where you said, you know, when you're a victim of domestic violence, they may be family that you can't turn to, but the community will support you. And we're investing the resources in that. Thank you for saying that. That was beautiful. And the cat's out the bag now, so I'm just going to say it. Nicole, we love you. But we also love the Marjorie Mason Center for the amazing decades of work, and not just before Nicole, but during Nicole's tenure and in the future. It's going to continue. You've all built a legacy in the wake of the example of Marjorie Mason and her family and their support to make sure that nobody is a victim like she was. Thank you all for what you do. We're going to always be here every year, and we'll see you in June during the budget process too, because the money's important. But thank you. And this is a proclamation signed by the entire council and the mayor to show you have unanimous support. This is for both of you. And just want to say I'm grateful to my colleagues, especially Councilmember Perea, for always reminding us of the importance of doing what's right and supporting great organizations like Centro de la Familia and the Marjorie Mason Center. Thank you, guys. City Clerk, if you read it into the record.
Whereas domestic violence impacts countless individuals without regard to age, race, religion, or economic status. As victims suffer at the hands of a spouse or partner, it affects their children, families, and entire communities. And whereas domestic violence is widespread and affects over 12 million men and women in the United States each year, and at its most tragic level, kills an average of 3 women every day. And whereas the Fresno Police Department filed more than 7,200 domestic violence reports last year, and as Fresno's only dedicated provider of domestic violence safe housing and comprehensive support services, Marjorie Mason Center served over 8,482 adults and children impacted by domestic violence last year, including over 81,000 nights of safe shelter, and also provides services to those who cause harm. And whereas there have been more than 35 domestic violence-related homicides and/or deaths in the city of Fresno since 2017, and whereas Marjorie Mason Center actively partners with the City of Fresno, the Fresno Police Department, as well as Planning and Community Development Department to ensure survivors have access to safe housing, support, and restraining orders and other services. And whereas each October, the formal recognition of Domestic Violence Awareness Month allows the community to acknowledge and show their support for survivors and advocates to the ends of cycle abuse through education. And whereas the Marjorie Mason Center hosts a teen dating violence prevention program, the No More program, as well as countless training and outreach activities to educate our community on the dangers of power and control in intimate relationships and how individuals can seek safety. And whereas Marjorie Mason Center recently opened a new community resource center, its Isnardi Foundation building within the city of Fresno, more than doubling the organization's physical service capacity and enhancing all community-based non-residential services for survivors of domestic violence and their children, including 24/7 crisis response, individual and group therapy, children's services, legal advocacy, case management, and more. And whereas each year the Marjorie Mason Center hosts the Top 10 Professional Women Awards in October to highlight the contributions of professional women, while also raising awareness of domestic violence. This signature community event will be on Wednesday, October 15th at the Fresno Convention Center with keynote speaker, local Deputy District Attorney Rachel Baskin, and moderated David Carr, who will come together to discuss the power of second chances, justice, and healing, offering hope to those still living in fear and courage to those ready to speak out. Whereas Purple Thursday, October 16th, is a national day dedicated to remembering the victims of domestic violence, to supporting survivors, and to raising awareness on local resources available to put an end to domestic violence. And whereas a partnership of organizations has emerged to directly confront this crisis and are achieving success, the Marjorie Mason Center, along with law enforcement, healthcare providers, community-based organizations, and concerned citizens, are helping in the effort to end domestic violence. We must recognize the compassion and dedication of these volunteers and professionals and increase public understanding of this important problem. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the city of Fresno.
Thank you so much. The next proclamation will be sponsored by myself and Councilmember Richardson for Fresno Police and Fire Chaplain Appreciation Day. We have, of course, many of our chaplains here. If they please join us up here. And of course, we have police and fire here today. I thought maybe there was a baseball game happening, but I guess not. I'm not going to say who won that game, but come on closer. Yeah, we're fine. Come on in.
Don't be shy.
Yeah. So I'm going to be very brief with my comments before I turn it over to Councilmember Richardson, but I just want to state how important this organization is. There's over 50 voluntary chaplains. These are people that could be doing all sorts of things, and they volunteer their time. Because I hope this doesn't happen to any of us, but at some point, maybe you'll call 911. Maybe it's a family member had a cardiac arrest, or God forbid, it's a traumatic situation. That is going to be the worst moment of your life. And you may find yourself very vulnerable, whether it's spiritually vulnerable or emotionally vulnerable. Having someone there who's a neutral party with a kind heart and a shoulder to cry on is essential. And I can tell you, I mentioned ride-alongs earlier, having been able to go on a few very tense ride-alongs where someone has passed, having a chaplain that can be called to come to the scene to help that family is an essential resource for this community. I'm very grateful to the work of the chaplaincy and the chaplains for what you do. On another note, they also do the Support Blue Run, which we absolutely love, and all of you should sign up. I think you did pretty darn well on that run last year, correct, council member? Well, you actually ran, so that was good. Some of us walked. So anyways, I'm going to pass it over to Councilmember Richardson, but again, I just want to express to all of you that volunteer your time, thank you so much, especially for not just the public, but the first responders who face those traumatic calls all the time. It can get hard, especially when children are involved or someone elderly and there's abuse. For them to be able to have someone to talk to, it's huge for all of us. So thank you for that, Councilmember.
Sure. I'm a sucker for a good run, absolutely. I'll be brief as well. Listen, it's very easy in a high-stress job to focus on your body and your mind, and that is it. It's hard to be reminded sometimes that there is more to the human, to the person in those stressful situations than just the body and the mind. And it's folks like this, standing to my left and right, and all the ones who aren't here today, who can remind us of that, who after one of those stressful situations can talk to the first responder and talk them down and get them, take care of the soul, right? Well, I used to see the Chicken Soup for the Soul books when we were kids. That's important. That shouldn't go away when you're a grown-up, right? In the military, we used to have what's called a CACO, a Casualty Assistance Care Officer, and their job was to bring bad news. And I know we focus on that part a lot, but these folks do so much more than that. It's so wraparound. Yeah, on the worst day of their lives, they're there if they have to help with bad news. But they're also here to bring you good news. They're going to bring you news like the community has your back as you are putting yourself at risk. They're here to bring news like, listen, we know that you are not a first responder, but you are their family, and we were looking out for your husband or your wife or your dad or your son. They're out there even pushing the limits. After they merged the police and fire chaplaincy together into one big, strong organization, they're even pushing the limits for what they can do to provide resources, whether it's financial, educational, support resources, training, you name it. So I'm not only excited and proud to be here with you today, but I'm very, very excited and optimistic for what this chaplaincy is going to be able to do for our first responders in the city in the future. So thank you. This is very, very deserving.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to pass it now to Deputy Chief Burke Farah.
Y'all know how much I love you, and I know how much you've been there for our people. As a field commander, as a lieutenant one night, I went out to a call, and there were some young officers there. And we were working a medical assistance call with the help of paramedics and fire. And unfortunately, the gentleman did not survive that. And our officers turned to us and said, "We got a problem, Lieutenant." I said, "What's the problem?" "The chaplains have an ETA of over 30 minutes. They're not going to be here for a while. What do we do?" And I said, "Well, we're going to have to make the notification to the family because they can't watch that gurney wheel out without their loved one, without a comforting word from us." And my cops go, "We don't know how to do that. The chaplains have been doing such a good job. We've never had to do that before in our career." You feel an incredible role, not just in terms of death notifications, but in standing beside the family when we have to go on to the next call and being there to comfort them and guide them through the process, to help them all the way up through the funeral and even afterwards with your follow-up care. The work you're doing with at-risk youth, runaways, and I just could go on and on about these folks. It's amazing what they do. So it is a privilege as an agency and as a community to support this good, hard work. So thank you all for what you do. Thank you to Matt and Vanessa for what you do. And I think that's where it goes next.
Oh, well, I'm going to get in trouble, Deputy Chief, if I don't let fire say something. Devin's looking at me like, Mike, what are you doing? So let's have Devin come on forward.
Thank you so much. In this new partnership that we've had the opportunity to join, not only have you guys been impactful for our members, but the community at whole. It's been amazing to see. I got a call from one of our captains that had a family, excuse me, and Red Cross wasn't able to provide assistance that night. He didn't know what else to do. He reached out to the chaplaincy. They came out, took care of the family, got him a place to stay for the night, and met both their physical and emotional needs that night. So huge impact. I thank you so much. Thank you, Matt and Vanessa. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate the chaplaincy as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Thank you, both Deputy Chief McGuire and Deputy Chief Farah. Just amazing work. And now we're going to go on to the person of the hour.
No, that's not true. Truly, I'm humbled to serve, and thank you to the council and Councilmember Richardson and Carbasi for allowing us to be honored today. We serve silently. We serve kind of behind the scenes. Over 1,500 times last year, there was a family in need or an officer in need, and one of these amazing people here responded. They volunteer all of their time to go into people's homes and sit there after they've probably experienced the worst day of their life. They've lost a loved one or some trauma has occurred, and the amazing work that these people do stepping into their homes and oftentimes just sitting silently, sometimes praying, sometimes crying, but always serving. Truly is one of the honors of my life to serve alongside each and every one of these people and to serve in a city that supports an organization like the Police and Fire Chaplaincy and Project Stealth, and that where we value the mental and spiritual well-being of our city and our officers, and to be able to have an officer come in and they just come in for a snack or a soda, but to be able to sit down occasionally and talk to them and talk about their marriage, talk about their family, talk about their issues that they may be having. It's just a little extra that we can give to the department and the firefighters in our city to make sure that they're healthy, which in turn makes our city healthy. So I'm truly humbled to serve alongside these amazing people and serve the city that I grew up in, the city that I love, and the city that someday I will probably die in. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We really messed up this morning. The better half is not here out front. Vanessa, come on over. I want to echo what the deputy chiefs both said. This is really a family affair. Matt and Vanessa, thank you so much for all the work you do to keep our spirits up, to keep this program alive, to keep your volunteers who volunteer their time motivated and know that they're appreciated and loved, because you also, I know you're prepared for it, but you face those challenging calls too. Sincerely, from the City Council, from my colleague Councilmember Richardson, from all of us here, you are essential, and we thank you very much. City Clerk, would you read the proclamation into the record?
Whereas the Fresno Police and Fire Chaplaincy is committed to being among the first to serve, offering spiritual and emotional support to both first responders and the community. Whereas for over 40 years, the Fresno Police and Fire Chaplaincy has demonstrated unwavering dedication and compassionate care, support, and spiritual guidance for first responders and victims of trauma. Whereas volunteer chaplains work side by side with first responders, providing spiritual and emotional assistance during times of crisis and helping to strengthen and uplift the community. Whereas through group sessions, mentoring, and family support, the Fresno Police and Fire Chaplaincy Project Stealth offers a vital support program for at-risk teens ages 13 to 17 in Fresno County, guiding them through life's challenges and encouraging positive growth. Whereas, under the steady leadership of Chaplain Matt Markarian, the Fresno Police and Fire Chaplaincy and their team of nearly 50 volunteer chaplains continue to grow and flourish, providing the community with comfort and strength and grace. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby recognize and commend the Fresno Police and Fire Chaplaincy for over 40 years of compassionate service, spiritual guidance, and unwavering support to our first responders and community, and pronounce Fresno Police and Fire Chaplain Appreciation Day in the city of Fresno.
Our last proclamation for the morning session will be by Councilmember Esparza, proclamation for Manufacturing Month.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ask our friends at the Fresno EDC to come on up and join me. They'll be the recipients of this year's Manufacturing Month proclamation. Come on down. Welcome to City Hall. It's great to take a moment today to recognize a cornerstone of our local economy. This is the second year in a row we've celebrated Manufacturing Month here in the city of Fresno. And this year's recipients is the Fresno Economic Development Corporation. I appreciate all of you being here, especially after what I believe was a late night last night in the annual investors meeting that we had. Great event. Tom Arnold really put on a show. Along with other local characters. Very, very good show. So great, congratulations on a great event, and congratulations on this proclamation. You know, manufacturing is an industry that not only just builds products, but builds futures for our working families, for Fresno and as a whole. And, you know, this month, we're able to recognize and celebrate these individuals and the businesses across our city and region who keep this essential industry strong and evolving. It's had to evolve. Manufacturing in Fresno has deep roots, represents generations of hard work, innovation, and resilience. But more than that, it continues to be a pathway to good-paying jobs here in the city of Fresno, and again, across the region. I've always believed in the power of economic opportunity to transform our communities. There really has been another way. And that's exactly what this industry does, from food processing and packaging to advanced manufacturing and clean tech. You know, Fresno's manufacturers are not only driving the local economy, they're opening doors for people really in every part of the city. And the Fresno EDC, the Economic Development Corporation, is a leader in ensuring that Fresno is at the forefront of this industry. I mean, I can't tell you how much their focus really is in this direction. They play a critical role in helping manufacturing businesses to grow, to innovate, and to stay rooted right here in our community where those jobs belong. Their efforts to connect employers with workforce development resources and expand opportunity in underserved neighborhoods has truly made the difference. So again, this month is about a call to keep investing in the people and the industries that move Fresno forward. And that means continued support for workforce training, strategic investment in infrastructure, and of course, partnerships that ensure that Fresno stays competitive in the years ahead. And so, again, very much wanted to recognize this organization as as a leader, very much a leader in the broader efforts to grow manufacturing within the city of Fresno. And wanted to give you all an opportunity to say a few words. Welcome to the CEO of the EDC, Will Oliver.
Great. Thank you so much, Nelson. Thank you so much, Council Member. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be here representing the EDC and our fantastic staff, and more importantly, the client businesses that we are privileged to serve here in the city of Fresno. We also have Mario Prisconi with P&M and Farrell Garcia with Fast Track Fabrication joined with us. We really value the partnership with the City of Fresno, the Economic Development team, to obviously compete for new manufacturing here, and the city has really done a lot to make sure that we have the land and buildings to make available to new manufacturers. We do feel that Fresno can compete globally, not just because of that land and location, but people in our collaborative spirit. Recruitment is half the battle, though. The other half is making sure that our existing manufacturing base, which contributes over $4.5 billion a year in the county of Fresno alone, has the tools and resources to succeed. Just a few glimpses of things we're able to do in partnership with the city's economic development team, address rising energy costs, such as getting employers enrolled in PG&E's economic development rate program. Last year alone, our partnership has helped save millions of dollars for local manufacturers in the face of rising utility costs. It's making sure that they also have, sales tax exemptions and other incentives and tools to remain competitive. And then obviously you cannot talk about manufacturing without talking about talent. And that is something that we're very, very proud of, what we've been able to do collaboratively with industry and with educational partners. So at this time, I'd like to hand it over to Chris Zeitz, our VP of Workforce Development, to touch on a little bit in terms of our work around manufacturing workforce development.
Thank you, Will. I'd like to echo what Councilmember Esparza said about manufacturing being a special industry, special sector, in terms of both its opportunity for high-quality careers and also economic development. Really happy and honored that PNM and Fast Track came to join us today. And also we want to give a shout out to the San Joaquin Valley Manufacturing Alliance, our manufacturing sector backbone partner in the Good Jobs Challenge, who received this last year. The proof that Fresno, the city of Fresno is focused on manufacturing. At Fresno County EDC and at a lot of our partners, we do a lot of vocational training. I see a lot of young folks out here right now, so I'm looking at you. Vocational training is the term for a lot of different training programs, but manufacturing truly is a vocation. It requires lifelong dedication and learning, and as you get better at it and you get your skills continue to level up, with that comes more earning power and responsibility. And it's a very special occupation, and we're honored to support it in the small way that we do. And I'll pass it to Mario now to close us out.
Thank you, Chris. I'd like to thank you, Councilmember Esparza, for your continued support in October and Manufacturing Month. I also want to say thank you to Chris and Will for the work that you guys do at the EDC. We've just developed a world-class training center, the first one west of the Rockies, and it was solely because of the Fresno EDC. And the continued support that us manufacturers are getting to develop the workforce is allowing us to stay in business and support the world's economy. So once again, thank you both for the work you do. The level of workforce is rising. We're able to grow our businesses, and we couldn't do it without all your support. So thank you.
Fantastic. Well, again, congratulations and it's my pleasure to present this year's proclamation for Manufacturing Month to the Fresno Economic Development Corporation. Let's give them a round of applause. And clerk, if you would please read the proclamation in its entirety for the record. Thank you.
Whereas October has been officially designated as National Manufacturing Month to shine a spotlight on American industry, offering invaluable educational opportunities that inspire students, parents, and educators to engage with and support the manufacturing field. And whereas manufacturing continues to see a wide labor shortage, with the Manufacturing Institute estimating that the United States manufacturing will have 2.1 million unfilled jobs by 2030, despite an 11% increase in manufacturing establishments between the first quarter of 2019 and the second quarter of 2023. And whereas manufacturing plays a crucial role in the economy of the Central Valley, contributing a remarkable $19.3 billion to the regional GDP each year, This vibrant sector employs 115,000 residents across the valley, with over 30,000 dedicated individuals working here in Fresno. And whereas Manufacturing Month provides an exceptional opportunity to elevate awareness of the importance of manufacturing, not only for our nation as a whole, but particularly for our community in Fresno. It promotes job growth, fosters skills development, and enhances upward mobility as we strive for a more robust local economy. And whereas the Fresno Economic Development Corporation has committed to attracting, expanding, and retaining businesses throughout Fresno in alliance with the collaborative partners and resources, founded in 1981, the Fresno County EDC has contributed to creating over 9,000 jobs and $1.8 billion in impact. And whereas during Manufacturing Month, the City of Fresno extends its heartfelt gratitude to leaders such as the Fresno EDC and workers of our manufacturing industry. Their unwavering dedication and hard work contribute immensely to the strength and resilience of our local economy, crafting quality made in America products that we proudly stand behind. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, Councilmember Nelson Esparza, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the 16th of October, 2025 as Manufacturing Month in the City of Fresno.
Well done, Councilmember Esparza. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to move on to Councilmember reports and comments, starting with Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. Just a few updates. My office hosted our very first ever senior dance under the stars night at Trolley Park. So I just want to thank all the community members who came out to support that event and stay connected because we do plan on hosting that again in the future. Also want to thank the Parks Department for their support in coordinating our first annual soccer camp and health fair, held west of Highway 99 at Inspiration Park. This was a partnership with Binacional, California. Families enjoyed free health screenings, and youth had the opportunity to receive tips directly from professional footballer Paulo Cesar Chavez. Also want to thank Beautify Fresno for their partnership and support on our recent cleanup at Shields and Weber. Thank you to the volunteers. We were able to collect over 2,000 pounds of trash. That was 2,000 pounds of trash in the Shields and Weber neighborhood that is no longer on our streets. And so thank you to your partnership with my office, Beautify Fresno. And lastly, I just want to thank Christine Rose with Phil Fiesta 559 for the invitation to celebrate Fresno's vibrant Filipino community. It was an incredible event that showcased what the Filipino community, the best they have to offer: food, arts, crafts, music, and dance. So thank you for the invitation to participate in that event. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Next, we have Councilmember Vang.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Council President Carbasi. A few notes to report, starting with community cleanups. Again, thank you to Beautify Fresno and the collaboration. First, my office and I, and along with other partners in the community, had a community cleanup around Roosevelt High, and it is obvious that the majority of the 98 volunteers who attended that Saturday morning were from Roosevelt High students. And we collected over 1,700 pounds of trash. The following weekend, we, again, along with Beautify Fresno, collaborated with the community to clean up Winchell Elementary School, again, Southeast Fresno. And one of the partners there that day was Familias en Acción, and we have over 125 volunteers. We picked up over roughly 3,300 pounds of trash. And I want to thank the Fresno State students for coming out that Saturday morning to help clean up around Winchell's Elementary. Going to the next area, I'm proud to partner with Dr. Joaquin Arambula to host an adult wellness and resource fair 2 Saturdays ago. We provided health screenings, flu shots, as well as food distribution for community members, and that was held at the Korea Technical Education Center. Thank you to Fresno County Office of Education for providing that venue. And on that day, I did receive my flu shot for the year, and so personally, it was very convenient for me. And I and my team joined and celebrated Fiestas Patrias at Winchell Elementary and helped provide local resources to nearly 150 residents. Again, they visited Winchell Elementary, and along with other partners in the community, we provided local resources to the community. And this is one of the exciting part of this council member comments. Starting with grand opening, I want to thank Council Member Esparza for inviting us to the grand opening or ribbon cutting ceremony of Burlington, located in Southeast Fresno. So thank you very much, Councilmember Esparza, for including us in that ribbon cutting ceremony. And notwithstanding, there was a ribbon cutting ceremony for the grand opening of Target in the Fancher Creek Town Center in Southeast Fresno, located on Clovis and Tulare Avenue. After about 20 years of waiting, Southeast Fresno finally have a Target, and in the near future there will be other stores with ribbon cutting ceremony coming into Southeast Fresno. To put that into perspective, that Target has created over 200 new jobs, and it is, as I can say here, the largest Target in the Fresno County area. And so to my other colleagues that have Targets in your area, right now, Southeast Fresno and District 5 has the largest Target in Fresno. And so I want to thank Target, the city staff, for their hard work and dedication in making that this project becomes a reality, and for the ribbon cutting ceremony. And another is the opening of the Big Fresno Fair. I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Perea, along with my office, and we were proud to sponsor extended trolley services to the Big Fresno Fair, running from October 1st through October the 12th. And there was a total of 1,186 passenger trips, with over 1,000 of those either going to or originating from the Big Fresno Fair. And finally, there is an upcoming event that I want to note to the public, and I believe Captain Alvarez, captain of the Southeast Fresno precinct, was here. I'd like to invite everybody to the Southeast Fresno Police, located at 224 South Argyle Avenue, next Saturday, which is October the 25th, from 2 to 5 p.m. for the Southeast Fresno Police Department's Trunk and Treat. Again, that's from 2 to 5 p.m. Saturday, October 25th, located at 224 South Argyle Avenue. That's 93727. And that is hosted by the Southeast Police Precinct. And that's all I have, Council President. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. And I did visit the Target yesterday. It is amazing. Like you said, best Target in Fresno is in District 5.
Thank you. Thank you for making time to visit that Target.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Councilmember Richardson.
All right, we've got a lot this morning, so I'll be quick. Thank you to the East Fresno Rotary, who had me go join you and speak a few weeks ago. Great experience. Congratulations to the Clovis Community College for the groundbreaking of their new Ice Life Diamond Sports Complex. Fantastic resource coming into Northeast Fresno. Brought a bunch of athletic opportunities for the students there, as well as those who are at the Life Institute or the Life Academy. Congratulations to Sequoia Brewing for their grand reopening, and I want to thank them for naming one of their beers in honor of me. It was good. Congratulations to Big Brothers Big Sisters for the launch of their 10,000 on 1010 male mentorship program. It's very important for young men to have positive role models to look up to in this world, and they are on a mission to make sure to get that done. So I was happy to be there, and congratulations to them for the great turnout. Thank you to my neighbors over in the Copper and Maple neighborhood for meeting with me to discuss proposed car wash. Thank you to my staff for the hard work they put in acquiring coffee and donuts to go serve to all of those veterans outside the Veteran Service Office yesterday morning. Wednesdays are walk-in day, so if you don't have anything to do really early in the morning, starting at about 5 a.m., a line starts outside the VSO. These are generally older veterans who show up, they bring their chairs, their walkers, or everything else. They sit outside and they wait for their turn at the office, so the least we could do is provide them with a little refreshment, some warmth, and some good conversation. And then thank you to the Copper River neighbors who met with me last night to discuss the addition of a bathroom in their park that is very needed, as I personally experienced last night, not having a bathroom in that park. Welcome to the students that we have here from Clovis West High School, Mr. Ivanov's AP Government class. It's great to have you. Hope you enjoyed the tour. We're excited that you are excited about local government. Congratulations to the United States Navy Hoo-Yah, who celebrated their 250th birthday last week, not to be overshadowed by the best branch of the United States military, who will be celebrating our 250th birthday next month. Thank you to the Amritsar Club of Fresno, who had their Kabaddi Cup last weekend. If you haven't seen it, it's a fascinating sport, originated in India. Thank you for naming me a guest of honor there, and Tuhadi Merabani. Thank you to Justin McCullough. If you don't know Justin McCullough and Wendy Cornelius, it's because they are unsung heroes who work with water conservation, and their extraordinary customer service to our constituents led to a handwritten letter coming to my office just shouting out how great they were in saving people money on their water bills. So thank you to both of you two. Big bravo Zulu there. And then thank you to the Public Works team, their landscaping specifically, who just finished their beautification of Nice Avenue between Fresno and First. It looks great. It was quick. It was under budget. You are studs. Council President, that's all I had.
Thank you so much. And as a reminder, I know a lot of you folks are here to speak on some council business. Please do submit a yellow card. That way you will be called up when the item comes forward. And we're moving next to Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. That was far from brief, Councilmember Richardson. Far from brief. It was fast, but not brief. Listen, it's October. That means the weather is great, and there's a million things to do in Fresno that are outdoors and beyond. My favorite events, one of my favorite events of the year is back. I invite folks, and particularly District 7 residents, to join us for a spooky time over at Manchester Center's Trunk or Treat this Saturday, October 18th, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. My office and I will be there with a cauldron filled with candy and candy apples, of course, as we always do. So be sure to dress in your costumes. I look forward to seeing folks there. More good news for District 7. McKinley Avenue between Peach and Clovis Avenues has just been repaved. This improvement really enhances the safety and comfort of our streets. So a big thank you to our crews for their work. This past Saturday, the District 7 team joined Beautify Fresno and a really fantastic group of community volunteers for a neighborhood blitz in the Mayfair neighborhood. So a huge thank you to our street maintenance crews for their hard work and helping to revitalize the neighborhood and tackling everything from graffiti removal to the sidewalk repairs, pothole patching, curb painting, and more. It gave that neighborhood quite the boost. With respect to this week, on Monday, we proudly hosted the 5th annual Indigenous Peoples Celebration here at City Hall out in front. It was an honor to recognize the Fresno American Indian Health Project for its contributions to the indigenous communities within our region. And so we thank their team for their continued partnership and leadership in advancing wellness in our communities and for being a partner at that event since its very inception. Additionally, I want to thank the UCSF Fresno Mobile Heal Team and Dr. Kenny Bond for providing flu vaccines to my staff and myself at one of their recent clinics this week. Their continued outreach is making a real difference in public health across the city. For those of you who still need your flu shot, I encourage you to get your flu shot. There will be 2 more clinics next week that are happening in District 7. One on Wednesday the 22nd from 8 to 12 over at the Fresno Center in Southeast Fresno. And another that is Thursday the 23rd between 3 and 6 p.m. at the American Legion 509, which is in central Fresno. Again, big proponent of getting your flu shot. We did mine on camera, so we'll be putting out a little promo here pretty soon of me getting the jab to encourage folks to stay healthy. Last night, as I had mentioned during the proclamation, the EDC held their annual investors meeting. Great event. Had Tom Arnold here in Fresno. Very funny show. City manager, I think, joined us for part of it, as did the mayor. So congratulations to the EDC on their successful events. Also yesterday, there was a lot going on yesterday. Trying to remember what else happened. The zoo. We went to the zoo to celebrate the 10th anniversary of African Adventure. For those of you who haven't been to the zoo in a long time, I know once the kids grow up, it can be tougher to get out there. As someone with a young child that spends a great deal of time there at our zoo. But it's been 10 years since we opened the African Adventure. We have one of the best zoos really in California, possibly in the nation. But again, I had the pleasure of joining the Fresno Chaffee Zoo to celebrate that anniversary of that exhibit. Over this past decade, that exhibit has brought world-class education and wildlife conservation to our community, and congratulate them on that milestone. And lastly, I was reminded we had the firefighters here. I want to thank the team at Fire Station number 5 for hosting a great open house last week. It was great to see so many community members come from the neighborhood and across the city and come and connect with our firefighters and to learn more about their local station, get tours of the station. So we appreciate the department's continued commitment to safety and community engagement, and we look forward to more of those open houses all across the city from the department. And Council President, I think that's going to conclude my remarks for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. As a reminder, thank you, folks. I know you're filling out these cards. If people come in and they're here to speak about an item, let them know as well. But it's one name per card. Please don't put 2 names on a card. Thank you so much. We want to make sure we get to everybody and don't miss anybody. Okay. Next, we have Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. I'll skip the weather report for today, but I do want to say thank you to the folks that turned out for the park event this last week at San Pablo Park. It was a great event with the author Edward Dennis and Fresno Unified's partnership, and we will be hosting a movie night on October 29th at the same park starting at 6 p.m. I do want to take a moment, and just a brief moment. Unlike the Board of Supervisors and Clovis City Council, I don't think we ought to be spending hours of debating state propositions, but since they made it a point to suggest that folks should vote against Prop 50, I wanted to provide some clarity on the proposition from my perspective. There's been some arguments made by the Board of Supervisors and the Clovis City Council that opposition to Prop 50 should be based on the fact that it would split Clovis, the city of Clovis, into 3 congressional representatives. It should be noted that the city of Clovis and the Board of Supervisors, which made the same argument, adopted county boundary maps that split the city of Fresno into 5 supervisors. And at no time did they, oppose that idea that the largest urban center in the Central Valley would be split by 5 supervisors, diluting the influence that the city residents have on the Board of Supervisors and county matters. It should also be noted that the supervisors in the city of Clovis also supported the state of Texas disfranchising minorities by redistricting their state without voter approval, and intentionally are violating and ensuring that minorities don't get to elect minorities to represent them at the state and congressional level. So I find it ironic that these 2 bodies who both exercise their own ability to redistrict their own boundaries to fit their own self-interest, who sit silently when Fresno is diluted into 5 supervisor districts, and who support Texas engaging in this behavior without voter approval, would somehow try to make a, argument that this is bad policy for the state of California. The fact is, at least in our state, the leaders are smart enough to seek voter approval and let us as voters determine what's in our best interest. And I commend those for taking that approach, And I would ask our colleagues that if they're going to stand and argue that no community should be represented by multiple federal congressional representatives, then they should, take the same position when it comes to county supervisors. Because although our city is split by 5 supervisors, I can tell you, we struggled to get a tax share agreement for 6 years because supervisors didn't have to listen to city residents, even though city residents pay taxes to the county. So with that, I'm not going to insult residents and voters by telling them who to vote for. I would simply ask them to exercise their abilities, their self-interest, and their right to vote whatever way they choose to vote, and ask my colleagues in the city of Clovis and the county to focus on fixing streets and parks instead of engaging in false arguments and disingenuous positions. I do want to thank Supervisor Pacheco and Councilwoman Linashbeck for not wasting public's time and their personal time in engaging in these false narratives in what turns out to be simply a Republican fake news. Lastly, I want to thank our city attorney for making sure that our airport, owned and paid for by the taxpayers of Fresno, is not a vehicle for the Republican propaganda of fake news, as our Homeland Security Secretary would prefer it. So thank you for ensuring that we follow the federal law and state and city procedures, and that our airport is not hijacked for propaganda purposes. Thank you all.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Okay. I'm going to run through these as fast as I can. I just want to thank the residents. There were 2 block parties in District 2 over the last 2 weeks. Thank you so much for the invite. It was great to connect with the folks, especially the West Browning folks. You guys do a great job organizing your neighborhood around Logan Park. We have a picture regarding a flag-raising ceremony we had out at Eaton Plaza, but we did honor for the Persian community. Our queen is very important to us, and it was her birthday, October 14th. So we had a small ceremony, and I want to thank the members of the Persian American community that attended the ceremony, and we wish Her Majesty a very happy birthday. Next, we do have, I did attend an event at the Sierra Sky Park, also their annual fly-in, very well attended, lots of fun. Thank you so much to all the folks who were out there as vendors and the pilots and all the kids that were able to come out and see the planes. It was pretty exciting for them. But always a fun event at Sierra Sky Park. People always forget there's actually an airport and a landing zone in Northwest Fresno. I know we have some people that are speaking today on an issue about a crosswalk request in front of the Mexican consulate on Ingram. And there's been a little bit of misinformation out there. This is something that actually has come up in the past and something I want to talk about today, because we do take pedestrian safety very, very seriously. And if we can put the first map up that shows the aerial map, actually that's great. So what you'll see here is you'll see at the top end of the map, well, there should be another picture that actually shows the distance, but the top end of the map, it shows a T intersection. It's actually a full 4-way stop intersection. That actually has a signalized traffic signal with a signalized crosswalk, which is the safest way to cross if you are crossing the street. I think folks want to be able to park on the street in the neighborhood and then just walk across the street. The problem is there are safety standards that are set up where you can't have an unprotected crosswalk within a certain number of feet from a intersection, and it's about 250 feet away. So we do suggest folks walk around, but those on the bus, actually a bus does stop directly in front of the consulate. And that's the second map we have here. So if I can get some clarification from anyone in Public Works City Manager just about the issue at hand. And I apologize, the map was actually supposed to have the distance on here.
Scott, are you listening?
So you can see.
Okay,
Yeah.
come on up, Scott.
So the issue is, Director, in front of the consulate, we do have that intersection. I apologize, it's a little bit cut off. I don't know why my staff did that. But you'll see at Ingram and Alluvial, there is actually a 4-way stop, signalized intersection, and there are crosswalks at all 4 ends. But the request from some folks was to have a crosswalk about 200 feet away south of the intersection, or 250 feet away. Can you let us know about how we choose where crosswalks can go?
Absolutely. Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Director. When you have a signalized intersection, it's necessary to have any mid-block crosswalk be a greater distance away from the intersection. Having it only 200 feet away from a signalized intersection doesn't meet any type of federal or state standards. Again, it's a few more steps, but we'd absolutely recommend that people who want to cross the street do that safely and would go to the corner and use the signalized crossing to cross the street safely.
Thank you, Director. Yeah, so just to be clear, it was not an issue of money, it's an issue of safety. And we have actually worked with the consulate for years on this issue when it came up before, and they understood. I've spoken to the head consul again, and they do agree with the city. They're focused on the safety issue, and while they appreciate the folks that are requesting this, they understand why it is an unsafe option, because the problem is drivers, unfortunately, will not potentially stop, and they'll hit someone and kill someone, and that's what we want to avoid. Is Director Barfield here right now? Okay. It's okay. The second map just shows you the bus route. So you can see there are several stops along Ingram. There is one actually south of the consulate, which means you can stop and not even have to cross the street and go right into the consulate for those riding the bus to of course, go and get the essential services they need through the consulate. So there are safe options available. Our biggest recommendation is, I know you have to park. If you can't park in the consulate parking lot, please do not jaywalk. It's very dangerous. It's 250 feet to the signalized intersection. Just please cross the street. That's all I have on that. There was a memorial service for former Sheriff Steve McGarrian, and it was a great service, able to learn a lot more about his history. The first Armenian-American sheriff Fresno County has ever had, and he presided over an era where he really did try to modernize the department and actually handled some high-profile cases in his time. I got to meet him a couple times myself many, many years after. He was very polite, and I just, all my condolences for his daughter and his wife and his family. And then lastly, I had a request. So I'm a Clovis West grad. I went to Bullard for 3 years and finished up at Clovis West. So I'm a little bit biased here, but we do have someone in the audience, one of the students that's come here today. So if Jaredon Kim can come on up, and if I pronounced your first name wrong, it's a very cool first name, I apologize. You can correct me when you come up here. And you get 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council. You said my name right, though.
Perfect.
So my name is Jaredon Kim, and I am a student at Clovis West High School. And my question is particularly about public transportation. Are there any upcoming plans to improve public transportation to make it safer, cleaner, and more accessible for students and low-income residents?
So the way this works is when you provide public comment, the council does not comment back as your chance to speak, but we hear your questions. So that's very good.
I want to know so my friends take the bus, or we've had to take buses before, and like 9 times out of 10, they're either dirty or they feel uncomfortable to be in. So I want to know if there's something coming up within the next 5 or 7 years to potentially make it more safer or cleaner.
Can you specify what bus route?
So the city buses in Tower District, Blackstone, I've taken the one on Blackstone, and there's one close to Fresno State.
Okay.
And they don't usually feel the cleanest or the safest.
Thanks for the feedback. We'll get our bus transportation director on it.
So if we can make sure that we have the contact number, we can make sure that the staff reaches out.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. Yeah, and you've inspired us to actually comment. So I'll say this. We take a lot of pride in our bus service from our drivers and their safety, the passenger safety. We do have a fax unit, so it's a police department unit just for the fax service to make sure you do feel safe. Thank you for sharing with us. I'm sure someone's going to call you and be able to answer your questions, and it won't take 5 or 7 years. We'll do it faster.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wouldn't he make a great council member? There is hope for us yet. Thank you. It's not easy coming up here to talk. Thank you for doing that. Okay, next we're going to move on to council. I'm sorry. This is the one last thing I promise you. You've been very, very patient, folks. Unfortunately, someone who is very dear to us on our council staff had a father who unfortunately passed away, who is a retired Marine, and his name was Charles Patrick Seeley, and his son Michael Seeley, who we really do treasure, is going to come and say a few words about his dear father. So Michael, you will have the floor.
Go here. Mm-hmm. Well, good morning, council members and the community. So my name is Michael Seeley. I am Charles Patrick Seeley's son. His friends call him Chuck, so I invite you all to say the same. I know comments have been long, so I'll make this quick. I think that he was a Marine veteran, and he ended up settling here in Fresno. And during his time in Fresno, he worked with the developmentally disabled and really helped to try to get them services that they need to live productive lives in our community. But I think he was most proud of his work as a teacher right down the street at the Fresno Adult School. He worked with non-traditional students to help them, with career advice and career prep to get great jobs. And whether or not that's pursuing their GED or getting the training they need to pursue a job in the trades or, elsewhere in our community. Our community is a better place because of the work he led here. And I'm here as, my day job being a public servant because of the influence he's had on my life. And I want to thank you all for not only adjourning today's meeting in his honor, but for giving me a moment to share that with you all. But thank you very much, and I'll be back to work soon.
Thank you, Michael. Next is the city manager's report.
Michael, I hope when it's my time to go that my kids speak about me as you have just spoken about your father. Right now, I feel like that's highly unlikely, but well done, well done. To shift gears a little bit, I know we've all talked about the Target opening, momentous occasion of the Target opening in Southeast Fresno. I wanted to give a shout out to a handful of critical city employees, Terry Cox, Eric Frampton, Eric Young in the Planning and Development Department, who moved mountains to get that store open. So thank you to them. A whole host of other staff people, but they really cleared the path. Also want to mention, I believe Councilmember Esparza and others talked about the fire open houses. We have 3 more remaining coming up October 18th, Station 14, which is at 6239 North Polk, which is between Herndon and Bullard. Station 13 on October 22nd, which is 815 East Nees, which is in Councilmember Richardson's district, Nees and Bond. And then on October 25th, Station 6, which is 4343 East Gettysburg, between Cedar and Maple. I'm not sure, is that D4? Okay, and Councilmember Maxwell's district. So they have been very well received by the council, by the public, hundreds of people to some of them. So great job to the fire department for opening up their houses. While they're definitely the people's houses, they are actually houses that our firefighters live in as well. So kudos to them for opening them up as well. With that, the mayor is on a panel this morning out at Fresno State. Otherwise, I know he'd be sharing the probably 32 events he's attended this week so far. With that, I'll...
City Manager,
yes.
Council Vice Presidents volunteered to give the mayor's report.
Okay,
I'm
there
kidding.
we
I'm
go.
kidding.
There we go. You have a list of his 32 events of the week, Councilmember? Thank you, Councilmember, Council President.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to move on to what you've all been waiting for. Thank you for your patience. Is the scheduled hearings and matters. The first is a 9:10 a.m. hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding the City of Fresno Community Facilities District Number 9, annexation number 66. We're going to start with a staff presentation, if that's requested by the Council Vice President. Okay. So any questions by the council on this item? On the CFD, number 9? I don't see anyone punched up. We're going to move to public comment. Again, this is for the 9:10 a.m. hearing regarding the CFD number 9, annexation number 66. Anyone from the public, please do step forward and you'll have 3 minutes to comment. Okay, we're not seeing anyone come forward, so we're going to close that portion and close the hearing and come back to the council for discussion and action. Motion by the Council Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Next is the 9:15 a.m. hearing number 1 hearing to consider adoption of a resolution designating property to the local register of historic resources. And for this, Council Vice President, would you like a staff presentation?
No, Council President. We had a presentation at the last meeting.
Okay.
Is this the historic destination?
It is, Council Member, but I would like to give Ashley an opportunity to just reset because we didn't do a presentation last time. I think it's important to understand the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council President and Council members. Ashley Atkinson, Assistant Director for Planning and Development, overseeing historic preservation. As Jennifer noted, this is a continued item from September 11th, but just wanted to quickly go over the process and how we arrived at your consideration of the designation of this property to the local register. The property owner is proposing a major renovation to the property, interior and exterior. They have been approved to go ahead with the interior changes, but the exterior changes constitute something that we wanted to have the Historic Preservation Commission review. The property is also has been previously considered for historic designation in 1978 after the first survey of historic resources was done in the city of Fresno. The building dates to the building dates to 1918. And at the time it was constructed, and in the early years, it was one of the largest raisin packing facilities in the state of California, possibly the largest. So it does play an important role in the history of the city of Fresno and the raisin industry here. It has been evaluated twice and deemed on both occasions in 1978 and again this year to be eligible for designation to the local register of historic resources because of its both its value to the history of the city and that industry, and also due to its architectural characteristics. In 1978, when it was considered for designation for the first time, it was declined by council because of the opposition of the property owner at that time. Again, it has been recommended for designation by the Historic Preservation Commission, which is how it arrived for your consideration. But we do also have at this time opposition to the designation from the property owner, and we have Wells Stanwyck representing the owner available via Zoom to answer any questions if needed. And I'm also happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the council members? I have Councilmember Richardson punched up.
Yes, ma'am. So it was mentioned the interior renovations were approved. The exterior renovations are what brought on the desire to have the historical resource register advise them? Or make
yes.
recommendations, I think was what you said?
Yeah, typically when we have a major renovation to a building that is a potential historic resource, we do have that. We have the Historic Preservation Commission advise on those renovations, and then in this case, because it is clearly a potential historic resource because it was already deemed to be eligible back in 1978, We also had them consider a designation as a historic resource.
Okay, so advise. They could advise a potential historic resource without necessarily that resource having to become on the Register of Historic Sites. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any interest from the current owner, who is opposed now just like they were in the 70s? Is there any interest from them to seek out the advice and maybe find a middle ground with the Historic Register on how to renovate the exterior without having to sign it over?
They have received that advice that has been incorporated already into the permit that they will receive, but they are opposed, again, to actually designating it as a historic resource.
Okay, sure. So the advice, they took it on board. As far as actually having it be registered, they're not in favor, just like in the 70s. Has there been any update on the stance of the property owner since last time we spoke at the September 11th meeting?
They are formally opposed to the designation, but again, they're available via Zoom if you'd like to speak to them directly.
Okay, thank you very much. Council President, that's all I had.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other council members punched up on this? Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. I do want to thank our city staff for the significant, thorough report on this. Just want to confirm a couple of the dates that I have based on my reading of this matter. The building was built in 1918, and it was the largest, packing facility probably in the country for raisins, right? Which is the direct tie to our historical preservation value.
That's correct.
And in 1978, the building was identified as a historical asset, both locally and in state historical preservation, correct?
It was identified as eligible at that time, yes.
And the new owner acquired the building in May of 2024. Is that my understanding?
I believe that's correct. It was recently.
Got it. And the body was recommended, the preservation was recommended based on the staff report in 2015. The Historic Preservation Commission recommended?
No, the Historic Preservation Commission considered it this summer. I believe it was in June.
The report states on page 3 of 4, the survey was presented to the Historic Preservation Commission and was approved by the commission in 2015. Was that the survey of the building to indicate its historic preservation value?
That is yes, that's, it's a different survey. The South Van Ness Historic District,
Correct.
which is a potential historic district that is not in place.
Got it.
They did review, if you look at Exhibit A, that is the, what we call the DPR form. That's the state's form of record for evaluating a historic property. This form was prepared in June of 2025, and the Historic Preservation Commission considered it, I believe, also in June.
Great. And the facility is basically a massive warehouse that's been used for the last couple of decades as storage, correct?
It has been used as storage since at least the 1970s, if not the 1960s.
And the significant project that's being proposed is basically to make upgrades to now include climate control, air conditioning systems for the purpose of storage again?
That is correct. It is still in use as a storage facility. I understand that portions of it are actively used and portions of it are not being actively used because of the conditions inside the building and outside.
In my recollection around the need, some of the historic preservation features is the historic windows and the cuttings of the windows. And their concern was that they would not be able to seal the windows to then accommodate the air conditioning system. But staff and Historic Preservation Commission has given them advice that those could be completely sealed off and essentially have artificial exterior windows.
The windows have been covered by a covering of some type, again, since the 60s or 70s. Right now, the covering is not, it does not fully seal the building. It's just a cover. It's not permanent. Right. And the windows are in various conditions underneath those covers. Some missing glass, some missing portions of the framing, some more intact than others. It's a large building with a lot of large window openings. So there was some discussion of that at Historic Preservation Commission, but the commission did not direct them to restore the windows.
Correct.
They are willing to consider, generally speaking, improvements that are not permanent, that could allow for reverting the building back to its former state at some time in the future.
So at this point, the designation of historic, would that in any way impede their ability to complete the renovation project and continue using it as storage?
There is no concern about the continued use of storage. That is, that is already approved to continue. So the use of it as a storage building is allowed. I think that I'll defer to Jennifer. She would like to step in, but certainly there's room for flexibility in the way that the renovation is done, regardless of whether the building is designated as historic.
Yeah, this reminds me of the, for those of you who are not familiar with downtown, the grocery outlet on Tulare and R Street. If you drive by on Tulare, it looks like there's some exterior windows on the Tulare side of the street. They're not. There's a cement wall right behind the windows, and that's the location for all the refrigerators for the grocery store. But the elements of a window was put in place to honor the historic architectural design of downtown Fresno. It's how we balance out preserving our historical assets with modern uses of these buildings. As a councilman for downtown, I can't tell you how often, it's got to be weekly, that a resident approaches me and complains to me on why we tore down the historic courthouse on Courthouse Park in that county facility and replaced it with a cement block honeycomb design. And I'm constantly finding myself in this apology tour on why we tear down historical assets instead of renovating them, repurposing them for modern use, as we have for the tower, the water tower, or for a potential coffee shop, as we have for the Santa Fe train depot that's now there for Amtrak and for Greyhound. So in my tenure, I want to be part of the folks who preserve our historical assets while making sure that owners have notice of this expectation and are able to be accommodated for the repurposing of these facilities for modern and ongoing usage so that they don't lose the value of the asset. In my position and in my reading of this record, I feel compelled to recommend a designation of this asset as historical and feel that there is sufficient evidence on the record that the owner will still be able to complete their renovations and allow that facility to continue being used as storage as it has been since the 1970s, while still preserving our historical asset that is our agriculture background in the Central Valley. So with that, Council President, I'll make a motion to approve the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation of designating this building a historical asset.
Thank you so much. Is there a second for the motion?
Did we take this out to public comment first?
We will. Oh, that's right.
Hearing.
Thank you. I have another council member actually punched up, but we'll come back to you, Council Vice President. Thank you, City Clerk. Councilmember Richardson, you're punched up again.
Yeah, we have the council or representative of the property owner on Zoom. Is he there?
Yes, I am.
Good morning. In 2024, the current property owner purchased the property, is that correct?
That is correct.
If the property owner, maybe speculation here, if the property owner knew that a year later the property would be entered into the National Register of Historic Resources, would he have still purchased it?
Just
local
Can't
registry?
answer it exactly, but from speculation, most likely not.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, it is the local register that it would be designated to.
Right, and to clarify, we're not tearing down a building, we are repurposing it as storage. As of now, it was unusable from issues that happened over time from the previous owner of access standpoints of people getting in and breaking sprinkler pipes to shower in them. Our plan is to bring it back to a Class A storage facility, keeping it how it looks today, but in a brand new standpoint of making it look fresh. And I will say again that well, first I want to thank everyone from the planning department for all their help through this process since June. They've been invaluable and helpful with providing us information. And after carefully going through all of this information with our legal counsel, our tax consultants, it had come to the decision carefully that we are opposed to the designation. So I just want to leave you all with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And if I may, I would just like to add that there are some new windows proposed for the office portion of the building, which is on the front street-facing corner. And the Historic Preservation Commission did direct that those windows be historic in appearance so that they would match the kind of type of window you would expect to see on a historic building like this, as opposed to being contemporary style of windows.
Quick question. How long has this been on the radar of the local Historic Preservation Commission?
Well, the current proposal since June.
Okay, of this year?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
But it has come up multiple times before, correct, where the owner has opposed the designation?
That wasn't correct.
Not since
that wasn't. It's okay.
1980.
You don't have to answer his
Yeah.
question. That wasn't. I appreciate. That wasn't my question, but I appreciate that. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Okay. So, any other council members wishing to comment on this item? Okay. So we're going to go to public comment. Now, this is public comment on the 9:15 a.m. number 1 item regarding the property that's being added to the local register of historic resources. If anyone wishes to comment on this item specifically, please do come up and you'll have 3 minutes. Going once, going twice. Okay. So we're going to close the hearing and bring it back to the council. Any other council members wishing to comment? I know we had a motion from the council vice president. Is there a second to that motion?
Council President, I'll second so we can take a vote.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. All those in favor? Any opposition? Okay, so the motion passes 6-1. Okay, thank you. Okay, next we're going to move on to the 9:15 a.m. number 2 item. This is a hearing to consider the adoption of the Vehicle Miles Traveled Reduction Program and Nexus Study and the Vehicle Miles Traveled Mitigation Fee and related environmental impact report. But the motion actually has changed the item, so we're just considering the resolution. Is that correct, City Attorney?
That's correct.
The resolution for introduction. Okay.
And just to make clear, the other items were moved to 10:30 per request of council.
Okay, great.
City Attorney, will we need to continue this item to the 30th too, once the hearing, continue the hearing for this item as well?
Yes.
Okay.
What will happen is if we take no action, we can always just come back to it. Okay, so we're going to start with a staff presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes, good morning, Council President, members of the Council. Sophia Pagalatis with the Planning and Development Department, and I am pleased to present to you this morning the Vehicle Miles Traveled Reduction Program. Here with me this morning are Ambarish Mukherjee and Kyle Simpson with LSA, our consultants for the project. Let's see. Sorry about that. The presentation today will be fairly technical due to its relation to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. We will make every effort to use clear language, but please bear with us and ask questions if needed. The Vehicle Miles Traveled Reduction Program was prepared in response to state law. Senate Bill 743 changed the transportation metric in CEQA from level of service or delay to vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. This new metric measures the number and length of car trips a new project is expected to generate. Starting in 2020, California cities were required to use VMT to measure environmental impacts under CEQA. Mitigating vehicle miles traveled requires reducing the total number of miles driven as a result of new development projects. Since this is still a fairly new metric, mitigation methods are not well established, and successful mitigation is often a challenge. While various types of projects are subject to SB 743, the focus of the proposed VMT reduction program is new development projects, which currently are required to do environmental impact reports if they have significant VMT impacts under CEQA, because legally defensible, feasible VMT mitigation measures have not been readily available. After the City Council adopted its VMT thresholds in 2020, staff was then directed to create a VMT reduction program in 2021 to provide feasible options for mitigation. The objectives of the VMT reduction program are to streamline the VMT mitigation process for new development by providing feasible mitigation options while simultaneously generating funding for the city's transit and active transportation facilities. Together, these actions would contribute to reducing VMT, increasing Fresno's transportation options, and making Fresno a healthier and more livable place. The VMT reduction program provides two mitigation options that can be used separately or in combination: an urban design calculator and a VMT mitigation fee. The urban design calculator includes project-level design elements that can be incorporated into a new development project to reduce VMT. If a project still has significant VMT impacts, even after applying the urban design calculator, or if the applicant chooses not to use it, then the VMT mitigation fee would be paid to offset the remaining VMT. The mitigation fee would pay for improved transit, pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and transportation demand projects and services. The urban design calculator incentivizes improved multimodal urban design by including a menu of design elements that can be incorporated into new development projects to reduce VMT. Examples of recommendations include increasing density, adding jobs, increasing connectivity, or adding electric vehicle charging infrastructure. The VMT reduction measures included in the urban design calculator and funded by the mitigation fee are all based on the California Air Pollution Control Officer's Handbook for Analyzing Greenhouse Gas Emissions, which is a standard planning resource for quantifying VMT reduction measures. Because one of the VMT reduction options is a mitigation fee, it is subject to the California Mitigation Act, which requires essential nexus and rough proportionality. The nexus is the fundamental connection between new development and its impact on public facilities. Rough proportionality refers to a relationship between the amount of fee and the degree of impact. The nexus study documents that both nexus and proportionality are achieved because the VMT would be used to pay for projects that reduce VMT, and the fee would be in proportion to the degree of impact, or in this case, the quantity of excess VMT generated by a project. The nexus study also includes a capital improvement plan, which I will explain shortly. And I see I've skipped ahead. We'll talk about the VMT mitigation process, which begins with screening. State law provides that certain development projects will screen out a VMT analysis because they are presumed to have a less than significant impact. Projects screening out are those generally within a half mile of high-quality transit, local serving retail of less than 50,000 square feet, projects with a high level of affordable housing, projects generating less than 500 average daily trips, public facilities, and residential and office projects in low VMT areas. If the project does not screen out, it undergoes a VMT analysis. If the project VMT is below the CEQA threshold, no further analysis is required. If it is above the threshold, mitigation is required using either the urban design calculator, the mitigation fee, or both. Because of our program, projects that are required to mitigate VMT would be able to prepare a mitigated negative declaration rather than an EIR to address VMT impacts. The only other circumstance which may cause a project to be exempt from the VMT reduction program would be if the project has valid vesting, i.e. an approved vesting tentative map, or a development agreement. Otherwise, CEQA requires that all feasible mitigation be applied to a significant impact. Okay. The VMT reduction program would create a fee that would help pay for improved transit, bicycle and pedestrian facilities, and transportation demand management programs and services. The specific items funded were selected from projects already identified in adopted plans, including the Fresno Area Express long and short-range transit plans, the Regional Transit Plan, the Safe Routes to School Action Plan, and the Active Transportation Plan. The Capital Improvement Plan, which is also included, details the expected revenues and expenditures over the initial 5-year period of the program. This program would be updated every 5 years to revise the project list and adjust the fee accordingly. From those plans that I just mentioned, our process for selecting the proposed projects that you see here was to first pull approximately 250 projects, which were identified and ranked according to specific criteria, including VMT reduction potential, connectivity, access, equity, safety, cost effectiveness, and feasibility. The list was narrowed to approximately 100 high-scoring projects, and then those were re-ranked according to VMT reduction potential and feasibility and shovel readiness. The final projects are those represented on this map and in the program in your packet, which include transit enhancements such as new and expanded routes and increased frequency along routes, and bicycle and pedestrian improvement projects. And I just want to emphasize that all of these projects are already within city plans that have been adopted, such as the long-range transit plan, the short-range transit plan, and the active transit plan. The fee of $295 per vehicle mile traveled was calculated by dividing the total unfunded cost of the 24 projects that you just saw by the daily amount of vehicle miles traveled in excess of the city's VMT threshold. Up on the screen, the 67,429 number represents the number of miles Fresno residents drive daily that are beyond the city's VMT threshold. Note that for the transit and active transportation projects, which are numbers 6 through 24 on the map, only the local match is included in the fee. The VMT mitigation fee is expected to generate $20 million over 5 years, or approximately $3.9 million per year. Sorry. I'm trigger happy here. Give me a minute. Oh, there we go. All right. Now I'll get it right. Ha, that's it. Outreach was conducted in the early stages of program development. Both the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, now called the Active Transportation Advisory Committee, and the Transportation Subcommittee of the Disability Advisory Committee were consulted. Requests from these groups included addressing sidewalk gaps identified in the Active Transportation Plan, additional marketing, and increasing transit service, all of which have been incorporated into the program. Additional public input occurred as part of the Long Range Transit Plan and ATP. The VMT reduction program helps to implement several policies of the general plan in the urban form, mobility and transportation, and resource conservation elements. These policies support pedestrian, bicycle, and transit infrastructure, generating funding to increase their utilization, implementation of transportation demand management, and trip reduction strategies to reduce VMT, and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Okay. There we go. An environmental impact report was prepared to analyze the VMT reduction program at the programmatic level. The only significant and unavoidable impact was transportation for 2 reasons. Because exact data on the effectiveness of VMT mitigation is still evolving, and 2, the timing of implementation of the mitigation may lag behind the construction of a new development project that created the need for the mitigation. When there are significant and unavoidable impacts in an EIR, findings of overriding consideration must be made in order to certify the EIR. The findings of overriding consideration are based on the environmental benefits of VMT reduction, legal benefits of implementing general plan policy and reducing risk for project tiering, as well as economic benefits of streamlining development. The findings made to certify this EIR enable future development projects with significant VMT impacts to avoid preparation of a project-specific EIR. And this brings us to our staff recommendation, which is to certify the EIR, to adopt the Vehicle Miles Traveled Nexus Study Reduction Program and Capital Improvement Plan, and to adopt the 593rd Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule. The program would become effective 60 days after adoption. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Before we go to the council, we're going to go to public comment.
Okay.
So we have some cards, and I'll do my best to go in order of receiving them. First, we'll call up Darren Rose from the BIA.
Council President, I have a question that I'm hoping one of the public commenters
Oh,
could
sure.
answer.
Councilmember, yep.
It's important to note, this is a state mandate, but I think it's important to note the impact, the economic impact of what this may mean to new homes in the area. I know this is something we legally have to approve, but I think it's also worthy to note the economic cost of what this new mandate will have on local home building. So if anyone can address that during public comment, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Council member, I just want to correct one thing you said. We don't have to do this. We could require every project to do a project level EIR. So I just want to make sure and clarify. We don't have to, but it was the request of the building industry that we go down this path of creating a program. So I just want to specify that, but I'll let the gentleman here.
Let's hold off the public comment. I think the point is we have to make a decision. If we do nothing, there's an impact.
You could either, it is possible to reject this outright and just vote it down. And then the impact won't be you creating the impact.
Right, but because of state law, there will be an impact on the homes built. Okay.
100%.
Okay, so thank you. We're going to, thank you, Council Member. We're going to start with Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Council President. Council members, it's good to be here this morning. I am here to let you know that the BIA supports the VMT EIR and its reduction program. And in fact, our members did ask for this program. It provides a level of certainty and clarity in moving forward. Yes, it adds costs, and that is passed on directly to the consumers, the home buyers. That is just a reality of business. And we also want to thank the staff for the level of engagement, the information sessions that have gone on over the last couple of years, predating my tenure here. But wanted to offer that support. We also have some builders in the audience that will speak to this as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Next, we have Corinne Demetrios.
Good morning, Council President and Council members. It's very intimidating speaking up here. I'm going to try to get my 5 points out in 3 minutes. I work for D.R. Horton, a national home builder. We are America's #1 builder for 23 years in a row. Unfortunately, that's not really reflected in the city of Fresno because there are quite a lot of hurdles and obstacles here. So I am speaking in support of the VMT reduction program. The city's been working on the plan for many years and has come up with a creative way to address the traffic impacts of development. The program provides opportunity for builders to pay a lower impact fee if we implement traffic reduction measures described in the staff presentation. The plan gives strong incentives for creating more walkable communities and promoting transportation alternatives, which, to be honest, isn't always on the top of mind for home builders. So this creates an incentive to do that. Current planning projects are somewhat in limbo, pending how the city wants builders to address VMT impacts. D.R. Horton currently has 8 projects in the pipeline in the city of Fresno, consisting of 1,666 single-family homes that are on pause right now, pending the outcome of the VMT program. This program provides clarity and a way forward to produce much-needed housing throughout the city of Fresno. I support the VMT program as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Corinne. Next, we're going to have Walter Diamond. And if anyone wants to speak on this item, you can fill out a card. There is still plenty of time.
Thank you, council members, council president, and city staff also for all your hard work on this bill. And as Corinne mentioned earlier, my name is Walter Diamond. I live here in Fresno, southeast Fresno, and I work for Lennar Homes, also a national builder as well, with several properties in the Fresno-Clovis area and in Fresno County as well, and probably close to the same number of home sites that Corinne mentioned as well. We support this. I'm on the BIA board of directors, but Lennar Homes supports it because it gives us clarity to be able to move forward in a quicker fashion. Although sometimes, depending on the project model that we've looked at already, a couple of projects, one project might not really save a lot of money, but in every instance, one might, but one might not. The cost might be the same, but what's critical to us is the time factor that's saved in being able to pay the fee and move forward in that. And we have a few projects that are held in the pipeline as well because of this, and we've been working, you know, in conjunction with the city staff for about almost 4 or 5 years now to help get this to this point, you know. And what's really neat, I think, is the ability for the fees to be able to fund other projects that benefit the community as well. So Lennar Homes and myself as a member of the BIA, we support this wholeheartedly and hope that it'll be approved completely approved on October 30th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Zach Gomes.
Thank you, President Kambasi and City Fresno Council. My name is Zach Gomes, Chairman of the Board of the BIA. I'm also the Vice President of Bonadelli Homes, a local developer that's been here since 1948, 1949. On behalf of the Building Industry Association and Bonadelli Neighborhoods, we want to express our support of the Vehicle Miles Traveled Program, or VMT. We look forward to a quick implementation of the VMT program, as this is something that the building industry needs to move the community forward with certainty. We want to thank the city staff for creating the VMT program that will help us navigate the challenges that we face in developing communities that exceed the VMT threshold. This program will bring, as mentioned, certainty to the industry so that we could move forward and provide the most affordable homes that we can for the residents of the city of Fresno. And on behalf of the BIA and Bonadelli Homes, we support this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Next, we have the last card I have for public comment is Darius Assemi.
Good morning, Council President, members of the City Council, City Manager. Darius Assemi with Granville Homes. Many projects will benefit from the VMT program in front of you. The cost to the home buyer could be zero or up to $12,000 a home. But my ask is, can we allow flexibility for those of us that want to actually do our own focused EIR and come up with mitigation measures, develop mixed-use planning, maybe do some land use changes, bring more commercial. Obviously, the project has to be large enough to be able to accommodate that. So that's one of my points today. So allow flexibility for those projects that want to actually entertain mixed-use options to have that. The Urban Design Calculator, which is a great tool, if I understand correctly from LSA, at most reduces VMTs by about 5%. And then there's other things that other tools available to some of us, again, such as more walkable communities, more mixed use, more retail next to residential, that we want to have those opportunities. Second point, please check the math. It looks like at least 2 of the projects that are on the mitigation measure or already built. Maybe I don't have all the details or information from LSA or staff, but it looks like two are built. We just want to make sure there's no double taxation on the city's part. And then maybe if you can share the math behind the 67,429 daily VMT reductions to make sure there's no errors, at least for my own benefit. I want to make sure we're making sure, at least from our perspective, the math is correct. A couple other points. There's $5.5 million of this program, of the roughly $20 million, that is, which is 28% of the overall cost, designated for marketing and other measures that do not reduce VMT, according to the data from LSA. Maybe that's a question mark. That's 28% of the fee that's being that is being charged. And then, and finally, this program, if we'd not allowed, some of us that have larger projects that want to do our own mitigation measures, if we're not allowed to do that and not allowed to reduce VMT, we will be impacting, of course, the middle class the most, especially if in some parts of town where the fees are close to or upwards of $10,000 a home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osami. That's the last card I have. Does anyone wish to comment on the VMT item on the agenda today? Please do come forward. And this hearing is going to be continued, so when this item does come back at a future meeting, you will have an opportunity to comment again if you have any questions or concerns or thoughts on this item. I'm bringing it back to the council. I do have Councilmember Maxwell punched up. Councilmember, if you would allow me, I have just one question for some of the folks that spoke today. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Rose, or any of your members to come up, I have a follow-up question for you. I sincerely appreciate your advocacy for housing. We have a lot of folks today that are here to talk about the West Area Plan, which is really important. They want services west of 99, but we know it requires customers, and usually housing precedes grocery stores and things like that. So what you do is very important. But I want to ask just a clarifying question. So your members are the BIA members who spoke today are supportive. It's good to hear. The only concern I have, there was one comment that was made that the time factor is saved, and I can understand that. If we can pass this plan, which was one of my goals as council president by the end of the year is to pass this, if we can do that, all those projects on hold can move forward. The problem I have is I kind of feel like they're hostages to the state. That's my concern. Because if there is you're all out here championing, you're supportive, but it feels like you're getting extorted. There is a fee that's going to be paid into a fund, and the developers aren't going to pay for it. It's going to be passed on to the consumer. So how do your members feel about that? Because I know you'll get what you need. I get it. You'll get these projects through. But are these fees going to be absorbed by the companies, which I would be crazy to do that, or will it just raise the price of starter homes and single-family homes in our community?
I can't speak to each individual company or builder. I have 80-something members and 12 or 14 builders, both local and national builders. But they operate on thin margins. This isn't the 2000s. The housing boom is not raging. So these thin margins, yes, I would assume, and any of my builder members that are present can correct me, but those fees are passed along to the consumer. It's just not feasible being able to absorb that amount of money. So in terms of your question or your statement about hostages, I think it's a fundamental reality. We live in California.
Yeah.
They pass very large-scale fees, and that we're subject to pay. We need certainty to be able to build in your community. Mm-hmm. And as you referenced, that was one of your goals as council president in our relationship to move those forward. So the MOU, SADA, VMT, these are all fundamentally very important for us to continue building in your community. Yep. So I hope I answered your question. If any of my colleagues want to add to it.
And I'm happy to hear, Mr. Diamond. You did, and I can understand. When I made that comment about being victim to state laws, you're supportive of this. What I don't want to have happen is if this doesn't work out, this is the time where we can have a say in how this policy is shaped. I don't want individual members to come back and say, you passed that policy, and man, you really hurt us, and now we can't build west of the 99 or build in SADA. There's other issues with those things too. That's what I want to make sure, because you're here really supporting it. But I don't want to hear later that, hey, you guys messed up. So if there's any problems, we got to talk about it now, because we can shape this policy to be the best, to be conducive to create more homes for working families that they can afford in Fresno, not have to go to Madera or other places. Mr. Diamond.
I appreciate that again, Council President. I can probably address a little bit more your question about cost, because I'm the one that actually, well, the time save was my comment, but I signed a purchase order for a study done for an overall project EIR. It was a $300,000 cost. The cost of an EIR, a full-blown EIR, or even a partial EIR is comparable to the fee. All that gets passed on to the buyer of the home. So if the fee is comparable and then I have the ability to provide housing sooner, then it's a win-win for everybody. Plus, bringing, projects on board that, correct projects on board with the city to help, transportation, those types of things. All that, of course, gets figured into the cost of the price of the home, and the buyer. Those studies for an EIR, the time frame for an EIR, all those things.
Last follow-up, and then I'm going to bring it back to Councilmember Maxwell. So you're saying the policy as is right now is the best we can do. There's nothing we can add that could potentially reduce costs, a better version of this, so you don't have to do an EIR, but we can maybe have developers mitigate so they don't have to pay the fee and pass it on to the consumers. I just want to be clear about that.
I don't want to sidestep you,
Yep.
but I will say this much. What we asked the city staff to do several years ago, they have done, and the fee metrics works for us in relationship to what we have to pay already for EIRs, and not only that, factoring in the time saved.
Okay. Corinne, do you want to add something?
Yes, the only thing I would like to add is to directly address your question as to the requirements of the state. And we have had conversations as an association, the BIA, recognizing that there is an opportunity to address the VMT issue writ large at the state level. But in order to move projects forward at the local level, we appreciate that the city has gone to great lengths to develop a very creative plan, which is going to help us design better communities with amenities that create walkability, et cetera. And the fees are going to directly benefit city projects that have already been identified as crucial needs in our community. So yes, we will address it with the state, but we're grateful that locally we're going to have a way forward.
And if you design the communities with that in mind, there's still a fee, though.
Well,
That's where it feels like double taxation almost.
There is an opportunity to reduce it to very low, as Walter said. So the cost of an EIR is a dollar amount high, but the timing is what kills us. Getting an EIR drafted, reviewed by the city, it's a timing issue as well as a financial.
Thank you. Really quick, because no, please go ahead. I feel bad I took the council member's time. And it's his,
larger projects, and I don't know what the threshold is for the city. Is it 200 units or 300 units? Have to do an EIR. And if you have a regardless, if you have a 1,000-unit project and you cost of an EIR is $300,000, that becomes $300 a home. And if you can create mitigation measures that actually reduces your VMT down to VMT fee down to zero, which we're going through those exercises, we just want to have that option. Some of us, not everybody's, that have time, we want to have the opportunity to actually go through that exercise and create walkable mixed-use master plan communities.
As a master developer.
As a master developer, correct.
That's one of the questions I'll ask staff when we get to that item. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
That helps. Thank you. Okay, I apologize, council member. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Sophia, if you wouldn't mind coming back up. I got a question in here somewhere for you. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I do understand and appreciate the need to create this type of fund, right? We're looking at creative ways that we can reduce vehicle miles traveled, greenhouse gases in a community that is already very impacted by poor air quality and walkability, especially as our city expands. And I appreciate the comments. Have a lot of respect for Darren Rose and his folks in the audience today with the building industry, and hearing from them about how this will allow more housing to be streamlined. And I've really tried to pride myself on voting in favor of policies and initiatives and programs that are going to help streamline housing for our community. I do have a couple of concerns with the proposal as it is today that I just wanted to highlight. Darren, you mentioned quite candidly, a couple things. Number one, this will streamline housing, but you also highlighted, kind of the negative aspect for homeowners is that this is going to add cost for people wanting to buy a new home in the city of Fresno, and that's just the cost of doing business, right? Realistically, on a business level, this is not going to be absorbed by the builders. The cost is going to be absorbed by the homeowners at the end of the day. And that's the sad reality, and that ties into the issue I think I have with the proposal presented today, is that ultimately it's going to be our constituents or future constituents when they're buying a home that are going to be hit by these costs. The list of projects tied to this are not necessarily ones that council has had an opportunity to weigh in on. For the folks watching at home, the initial set of projects were identified by the active transportation plan, which were identified by COG. I understand that council gave an approval to these projects last year, but they were still not projects identified by the council. They were identified by COG and admin. They were put into the active transportation plan. And then capital projects selected some of those projects and put them onto this VMT list of projects. I wish there had been more collaboration in identifying the projects that the VMT funds would go towards. Because at the end of the day, that's how we're identifying the cost that we're going to put into our homeowners and the developers. There's a direct nexus between the fees that we're being asked to approve and the projects that they're going towards.
Councilmember Maxwell, I think it'd be more appropriate for Scott Mosier, because I think what you said was inaccurate about the projects being adopted by COG. So Scott would be the more appropriate person rather than
I'll call up Director Mosier if I feel fit. Thank you, City Manager.
Okay.
Appreciate it. I got a question in here for Sophia. If we wanted to do another nexus study tied to projects that council has had a hand in identifying along with administration, what would that timeline look like?
It would be approximately 6 weeks to update our program once an agreed upon project list was provided to the consultant.
It would 6 weeks from start to finish?
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Councilmember, just to clarify, so that would just be an initial draft that we would all need to vet and review. It will change the fee.
Correct.
So, new list of projects.
But I think that's the point. I want a fee there's going to be a fee regardless. This council is going to pass a fee. Ideally, I'd like to see a fee that is tied to projects in part identified by this council for the purposes specifically of the VMT mitigation.
So
how
so we're
long,
looking,
Jennifer?
so I would say a minimum of 2 to 3 months before we could publish a document, and then it would be another 30 days or more before it would come back to council. So a minimum of 4 months before we could even come back in front of council for adoption of a program.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sophia. I did have a question for Mr. Asimi, if he's still in the audience.
Councilmember.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Asimi. Thanks for
morning.
being here. I had a question about a statement you made. My understanding was that if passed, this proposal, that developers would have the option of either doing the on-site mitigation or essentially contributing to this fund. You made a comment, said that, developers cannot mitigate the VMT. Educate me a little bit on what you mean by that and what the reality is.
Thank you for that question. Actually, currently, you're not, from what I understand, you're not allowed to mitigate. You have an urban design calculator that you can use, but if you want to do your own EIR and do a large enough project that you want a master plan, walkable, and bring a mixed-use design, that you don't have that opportunity. You have to pay the current fee based on a COG model. So no matter what you do with your project.
Like building a park
building
or
a park, trails, on-site school, daycare,
That's
restaurants.
not accurate. That's his explanation, but we have the consultant who's shaking his head. What he's saying is not accurate.
Let me hear from Mr. Simi, and then I'll have the consultant come up to
How many homes has the consultant built? I'm just curious. How many homes has the consultant actually built?
He's explaining a program
I just want to be
that
clear.
he's not speaking accurately on the design of the program. Do you not want the facts
No,
of the program?
we want the facts, but this is what happens. I want to make sure we pass something that practically will work. That's all
We
I'm
can
saying.
certainly have that conversation, but he
If
is
I may,
stating
Council
something
President.
about the program
Fair
that
enough.
is
Can I
not
finish?
true.
I still have the floor, and I'm going
Council
to
member has the floor.
Maybe you guys can cuddle.
He has the
Let
floor.
us,
Everybody,
let
I
me know.
have the floor at the moment. I'm going to let Mr. Asimi finish his
Thank you.
comments, and then I will call up somebody to provide a rebuttal. Fair enough?
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. We would love, that's the question I asked city staff, and the answer was this fee has to be paid. There's an urban design calculator that you go through that reduces the fee, the VMT number, from what I understand, by about 5%, maximum 5%. That's according to LSA, the city's consultant. And if they're here, please correct me. If there's an opportunity, by the way, for us individually to go through and actually add our own mitigation measures. And remember, if you're building in the core, your VMT numbers are close to zero. The farther out you go, Seda, west of 99, southwest Fresno, southeast Fresno, some of the fees are actually upwards of $12,000 a home, for which for a middle-class home buyer is going to be very, very difficult to absorb. If you're buying a $500,000 home, that's a lot of money. Some people, those folks are barely qualifying to buy a home. If you're buying $1 million home, you have high enough income, it probably doesn't matter as much. You're still probably qualifying. You don't want to pay it, but you still qualify. So if there's an opportunity, and I really would love that clarified today, because I asked the question and the answer was no, the fee has to be paid regardless. If you use it, once you're done with the urban design calculator, you can't take your, call it 100-acre parcel that you want to build 500 homes on, as an example, or more, and modify the design, make it more walkable, have more of a mixed use, do your own land use, do your own EIR, and get your fee down to zero or close to zero. Or once the fee is adopted by this body, everybody, now that's what I was told. I hope that I can be corrected and there's an opportunity. And that was my ask. My ask was, please allow flexibility in the program. For those of us that want to actually develop a more walkable mixed use, some builders you heard from, some great home builders are here today that say, listen, time is of the essence. We need to pay a fee. It's minimal maybe. We got to get our project done because the time, we just can't wait a year and a half to do an EIR. Yeah. And that's their prerogative. Some of us want to actually work on the ones that have larger projects. We want to have the opportunity to do that and work with our own consultants or the city's consultants at our cost to reduce those numbers.
And so when you talk about, I'm going to call up the consultant next, but when you talk about flexibility, you're talking about wanting the ability and opportunity to do those mitigations yourself and
correct.
Not be forced to pay into this fund.
Okay. That's correct. So have a restaurant or a store, a grocery store or coffee shop, all the tools that will, and maybe an office, sure. Daycare, school, teaming up with the local school districts to have a school on site. Again, for a 10-acre or 100-unit project, you can't do that. Okay. And I understand that. And we have some of those ourselves. You just pay the fee and move on.
Yeah.
We just need the flexibility for larger projects to be able to have that option.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Simi.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Apologies, City Manager. Who's the consultant that we have in the audience today?
Ambrish. And just to clarify, what Mr. Simi said about the ability to do your own of what we said is accurate, but I think it's very important for us to explain why that isn't necessary. And if, Ambrish, if you could introduce yourself to the council, please.
Yeah, good morning, council members. Ambrish Mukherjee, principal at LSA and assisting the city with this program.
Good morning. Thank you for being here today and sitting through all the conversation. Can you respond a little bit to some of the comments made? I mean, it was my understanding that there was a level of flexibility allowed, but it sounds like, at least for like some of our master developers, they don't get that sense. So where's this, where is this incongruity coming from? How come it's not lining up with what our developers are saying?
Can I respond to a few questions you had brought up?
Please.
Starting with the list of projects.
Yes.
So just to clarify, the way the list of projects were identified, we looked at the city's active transportation plan. So it was not from COG. It came from the city. City's active transportation plan.
COG doesn't consult when it comes to projects that
COG
go in there.
kind of tears off from the city. It collects from every member agency.
Right. COG has a hand.
Yes.
We apply for funding from COG, but the projects are selected by the city.
And then it also came from FACTS's short range and long range plan. And then we did a prioritization of these projects based on various factors, equity, location, but most importantly, it's VMT effectiveness. How effective are these projects to reduce VMT? And we also looked at cost. That was a big factor, cost and matching funds so that the cost stays low. One of the goals in this program was to keep the cost low so that it's not an exorbitant cost that gets passed on to the builders and homeowners. So,
and to respond to that, I think my indignation comes not so much from whether it came from COG or admin, but the fact that council had an undersized influence in shaping that list. It wasn't necessarily who had a hand, it was just that it wasn't necessarily council at the table identifying those projects that would go onto the VMT list.
That's well noted.
Yeah, I just want to make that
And I appreciate the
clarification, how we
clarification.
reached the list of projects.
Thank you.
Coming back to the question regarding land use. SB 743, when it was first introduced for VMT, the goal was to have projects not have one land use. It was to have a mix of uses so the VMT stays low. You have a lot more internal capture, and so you self-mitigate the project. You don't even have to worry about a fee. And it's easier for larger projects to do this, because for larger projects, you can create a mix of land uses, right? You can have some single family, some multifamily, some retail, some office, all mixed into one, and you don't even worry about any fees there because you have self-mitigated the project through the mix of land uses. The problem is when we don't do that and we are building 500 homes and 1,000 homes in the suburban area with nothing around it, then you have a longer trip length and a longer VMT. So yes, you can self-mitigate a project through a mix of uses. You don't have to worry about the fee program at all in that case, even if you are in an area which currently has a high VMT profile. Now you're creating a VMT mix, not a VMT mix, a land use mix, through which in that high VMT area, you are now reducing VMT through the land use planning approach. So just wanted to make that clarification.
Okay.
So if the land uses are a mix of uses, it's going to automatically reduce the VMT. So then you won't need to be able to pay the fee because your VMT number is low enough where you're not triggered to have to pay minute. So if you're truly doing,
So where's the inconsistency coming from here?
I don't know if it's. I'm not sure if it's a lack of. Jennifer, I'll let you speak.
Yeah. So what we had said, and I will repeat here, is that once the city determines that a VMT fee program is a feasible mitigation measure, you cannot do your own EIR to wipe it out, to say it's not feasible unless you can prove that it's not feasible, right? That you have other mitigation. What we did say is that you can self-mitigate, right? So your VMT number is based upon what is the current VMT in this area, what is the threshold that we need to do. Now, your project is evaluated on its project merits. What is the VMT per capita? It's per capita, right? What is the VMT per capita? If your project, as Amberish said, is self-mitigating, it has all of that mix of uses. You never have to leave your neighborhood because your office is there and your grocery store is there and your doctor is there and everything's right there, right? Your fee would be below the threshold, therefore, or the VMT would be below the threshold, therefore no fee. Or your VMT is maybe 1 over the threshold, so your fee is $295 per capita, right? So that's how that is calculated. Not that it's not that the project cannot be self-mitigating. It is that we would not be able to do a separate EIR to say, meh, don't want to do it.
And it's not feasible. So I think if Mr. Assimi was to do a large-scale project and not do any of those mix of uses and just say it's not feasible to mitigate VMT, he can't do that because we've developed a program that says that it is feasible. So if he wants to do a project that has a mix of uses that is, reducing VMT, great, amazing. Hopefully he will never trigger and have to pay the fee. But if it's just, nope, we're gonna just kind of sort of separate, not walkable, not a lot of bike lanes, no access to transit, but we want to say in our EIR it's not feasible, that's where he can't do that. I know this is all very technical, but there's a very important, we don't want to discourage the mix of uses. Absolutely, that's kind of the whole purpose. And by the way, none of us like VMT.
Well, I'm trying to think, we had our district boundaries change a couple years ago, but before that I did represent some parts over there on Fowler and Shields, and I know that you did you built trails and parks and Starbucks and a sandwich shop. So with things like that, city manager have a hand to play when it comes to reducing the amount owed towards the VMT fund?
Yes, generally speaking. And what happens is, you guys fill me out, the COG is the one that hosts the model. The COG is the one that by the state has the master model. And you go and you punch your development in at COG and you put in all your types of uses and help me out here. It tells you,
right.
It punches out a number of what threshold you've met. And the threshold that's been established is 12? 15, sorry.
15.
So explain the threshold, guys.
Right, so it's 15 vehicle miles traveled per capita per day. That's what the threshold recommends that's what the established threshold is for residential development. And so when a project comes in, it automatically requires a model run at the COG, and the COG calculates lots of things, including the VMT. And if a project came in very mixed use, with a balanced amount of housing and jobs, that model would spit out a lower VMT for that project than if it were a all single use type of project.
And so the goal is 15 or below. Right. And I think what Mr. Assimi was saying with regard to the urban design calculator only adjusts. Well, a lot of projects, and we've heard this from current home builders, they go in and the model spits them out at 16, and they're one short. The urban design calculator can help provide ideas. Well, if you put a trail here, that can drop you down to the threshold, whereas you're in the threshold, no fee, you're good to go. There could be a project that punches you in and you're at 20. You're going to pay a fee. I mean, the urban design calculator is not going to take you likely from 20 to 15.
Right.
So it encourages, we want builders to have that mix of uses as Mr. Assimi describes, but the idea that you can't do an EIR, because the only other reason you would do an EIR, well, not only, I'm not going to speak on their behalf, is to say something is not feasible. And once we adopt a program, it's not feasible. So assuming we get through the list of projects and we ultimately, let's say ultimately you guys say, we don't want to do a program. You know, we'll just, then that just means that for every project, the builder will have to do a program EIR. And as you've heard, that takes them time and money, some of which are okay with that, and a large majority are not okay. So one or the other has to occur. Either they're going to have to do an EIR, or we adopt a program as they have requested to provide them the certainty and the timeline that is much quicker for them.
I feel confident that a program will be passed by this council, but before I yield the rest of my time, thank you, Sophia. I appreciate it. Darius, if you could come up, I mean, does that alleviate any of the concerns that you spoke about earlier? Because I know that you are building, you know, a lot of exciting things around your housing developments, right? Things, and we've always talked about this, things to keep people in the neighborhoods that they live in, right? Food, restaurant, entertainment. Does that alleviate your concerns?
You know, if this body can go on the record and say that we have the option to do our own environmental analysis, whatever it is, focused EIR or whatever the approved method is, this building staff has to actually make that recommendation, that we have those options to change land use, put in higher, let's say you have an RS5 and you want to change them to high density, some office on site and restaurants, maybe small grocery store, that we have that option to do our own analysis.
Well,
and
an
then
EIR doesn't change land use, right? You're not saying, you're not suggesting that an EIR would change land use.
No, but I'm saying that we'll use every tool available to change the land use to reduce the VMT load. That's my question.
Well, that's a whole nother issue then, because that's not the VMT program. You're talking about a general plan amendment, so this program was based on the general plan. So if you're talking about a general plan amendment and a rezone to change land uses, then I think...
To make it more walkable, that's correct. More
to
walkable,
make things more walkable.
more
okay.
walkable, more mixed use. Well, if we have an option to say, this is, you know, you have a general plan with all the land use designations. And there's an associated VMT. By the way, VMT per capita, City of Fresno uses 3.1 folks per home. So whatever the number is, you got to multiply it by 3. That becomes your ultimate VMT cost. So some of the land use that if it's in southeast or southwest Fresno, and we go, okay, there's not enough services, but we want to add services.
Yeah.
We want to build a higher density, because higher density has a huge cost, by the way.
Sounds like a larger underlying issue.
That's correct. If we want to have those, if there's an opportunity to have that option to actually make those modifications, ultimately, SB 743's goal was to reduce greenhouse gases to reducing VMT, which means what? We want more walkable mixed-use communities. Allow us, some developers, give us the tools so we can be more innovative. So we can create neighborhoods that ultimately homeowners will be passionate to live, work, and play.
Appreciate that.
If that's the case, that would be fantastic, if you have those options. If you don't have those options, then regardless of what you do, you still have to pay this high fee, then at least Granville Homes will have an issue with that.
Thank you, Mr. Simi. I appreciate all the feedback today from staff and consultants and our developers. To BIA, I want to get this through, obviously, as quickly as possible to make it easier for your guys. I hope that you can understand my trepidation with just passing fees along to homeowners with projects that this council wasn't necessarily directly involved in picking. I feel like I represent those homeowners and that the dollars they're paying should pay for things that their council member has helped identify. I don't know where I'll be on the 30th, but I'll reach out to you ahead of time so we could talk about this further. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember, could you start thinking about and looking at the list of the projects in your district? Because I'm just wondering before the 30th, because we would want to make sure that, like, let's say you don't like Project X, but it reduced VMT by a larger percentage than Project Y than you do like. It means we might have to have two project-wise to get to the same
Yeah, I
reduction.
hear you.
So, yeah, so.
Is
kind
there a
of just-
list of all the all the ATP identified projects and the VMT scores associated with them?
I'm sorry, say that again?
List of all the projects
Yeah.
that are taken out of the active transportation
Got it.
plan and the corresponding mitigating score each project would have that would help my selection process. And then I will also think of projects
Yeah.
that maybe are not on that list already, City Manager, and ask for how much those projects might mitigate
Yeah.
as well.
Right, we do have that list.
Okay, if you could furnish that to our office.
Just the ATP, or do you want to see the facts, short and
Yes,
long? All of
that as
them,
well,
everything?
please.
Right,
Yes.
It would be, we have it for the top 100 projects. So
Okay.
That would be helpful, Sophia. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
well, we'll get that out to everybody.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Council President. That
Oh, no,
might be
thank
my
you,
time.
sir. So next we have Council Vice President. I have 3 other council members punched up. I know there are folks that are timed to be here. We're gonna work through lunch so we can get to you, so you don't have to wait all day. So next we have Councilmember Vice President.
Council President, just a quick notice. I have a pending noon meeting. I think one of my colleagues that we have to step out for, so I'll keep my comments short. I just want to take a moment to reflect on the irony. For several decades, housing developers have come to this body asking us to waive all fees so that they can keep homes affordable for their customers. Now they're asking us as an association to approve fees so they can pass on the cost of the homeowners. And they're right that the state's making us do this. The state's making us do this because the state recognizes, as we do, that the more we build furthest from the city, the more it costs to provide services. Police and fire have to travel longer. We want our fire department to show up in 90 seconds to your house when you have a medical emergency, and if you live 20 miles away, they're gonna show up in 20 minutes. Same thing for police. So the state has mandated that we find a way to encourage less development furthest away from the city. It is up to us to determine how we do that and how much that should cost. And that's where I want to focus on, because the projects that we put into this vehicle miles traveled dictates the fee. It is fundamentally challenging for me to tell residents in Southwest Fresno who have been begging for single-family homes for 20, 30 years while they got built everywhere else, that their homes will now cost $10,000 more because we're finally figured out that we have to not encourage sprawl to the west. Residents have been asking me for a Walmart and grocery store in Southwest Fresno because they've been traveling North Fresno to the grocery stores. Now I have to tell them that in order for me to bring that business, I got to charge them probably millions of dollars in fees because they're in a part of town that doesn't have any development. It used to, in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, there was a lot of grocery stores. But when the city approved all the growth in the north and the northeast and northwest, it just vacated everything down south. So I understand the intent of VMT, but I also want to be very intentional about the unintended consequences. And in my view, looking at the specifics, this would impose a higher cost for a home in Southwest Fresno than it does in other parts of the city, especially historically. We just opened up a Target in Southeast Fresno. They did not have to pay the VMT fee. We opened up a Sprouts grocery store in Southeast Fresno. They did not have to pay the VMT fee. So now we're going to tell people in Southwest that their grocery stores do have to pay it, that they have to now wait another 2 decades before it justifies the return on investment. And to the projects, I do recognize, City Manager, that it's been 3 years since we initiated this process, essentially. So we're a little all kind of, it's been a long time, and now you're coming back with the specifics. But something like a mobile ticketing and trip planning app, help me understand how that would reduce the vehicle miles traveled by paying for an app that, in my view, FACT should already pay for and produce. Or a transit marketing program. How would a marketing program reduce the amount of vehicles traveled? Isn't that what we're proposing to fund with these fees?
Yes, you're correct, council member, but a couple points of clarification. It was mentioned that marketing comprises something like 28% of the projects in the VMT proposed projects here, and that is not the case. The only marketing funds are $50,000 per year for a total of $250,000 over the life of the program. And that is for things like paying for trip reduction programs that are administered by a transportation management coordinator. It would pay for events, possibly buy down transit tickets, transit fares, and things like that. But to move on to the app is actually a capital project in the FACTS plans. It was highlighted. It is in the short-range and long-range transit plans. Yes.
Sophia, a phone app is now a capital project?
It includes onboard equipment for all of the buses.
And that's not already budgeted in the FACTS budget? We give them a couple $100 million.
We will, if you have
Do you want that answer now? We've got FACTS staff
we do
here.
have FACTS here.
You know, I'm sorry, City Manager. Thanks for the reminder. So here's what I'm looking for.
I'm taking notes of what you're asking
Absolutely.
about.
I want a full description of every single project that's been listed and is resulting in the $20 to $40 million fee that you're proposing. And I want to know why it is that they're not funded from other resources that I'm assuming you guys are providing gap financing for out of this fee. I'd also want to know, in my district specifically, by however you do it, census tract, parcel, exactly what the proposed additional fee would be for every parcel in my district under this proposal. I want to have complete clarity on whether it's $10,000 per single family home or $15,000 per apartment door that we built.
Councilmember, that one is going to be, I believe, an impossible task. Every project has to be entered into the calculator. It's not by parcel, it's by project.
So you guys have a map, don't you, that you can hover and see what the fee is?
No, I do want to clarify that the maps that are available at the COG, which are VMT screening maps, the ones that you also saw, I believe, replicated in the press that have the green, the red, and the orange indications are showing the vehicle miles traveled today in any given area.
So you're asking us to approve a fee formula with no ability to know what the actual fee is going to be for a specific project or parcel?
I believe, and our consultant maybe
one of you guys please get up and answer that?
Yes.
You can get back to me on that.
Right. Well, no, I want an answer now because I think you kind of left that hanging out there.
Right. And
is it
the farther out? I mean, I think it's the closer to the core, the cheaper the fee, the more sprawl, the more expensive the fee.
So let me make it easier for you as a follow-up. A Walmart on Jensen and Church, what would be the VMT fee for them?
So, like Georgian just mentioned, it's project specific, it's not parcel specific.
I know, I gave you a project and a
yeah,
location.
but then we have to see what other mix of uses are around it, and that will determine how much VMT that project will have, right? So that's why I was giving a single-family tract map as an example, because that's easier to understand. If you have a single-family tract map, further out, like in the sphere of influence, where there is nothing right there right now, you tend to will have a longer VMT profile and a higher fee.
What I'm trying to describe to you is my district is full of neighborhoods that are surrounded with vacant parcels, not because there wasn't anything there, it's ag land. It's because there were brownfields. At some point, there were factories and residentials that got torn down,
right,
and they've been vacant parcels for 30 years. So if your calculator is based on you're surrounded by nothing, that's going to trigger the VMT calculator in most of West Fresno, because it makes up 80% of the brownfields in the city.
It may not. That's why I was talking of the mix of uses.
So it would be helpful then if you guys make time with us to walk us through specifically how your formula would apply in our respective areas.
So we did run a few sample examples in the program. I don't know if they are in the report actually. So we ran our multifamily, a single family, and a retail and an office and an industrial. So 5 examples that we have in the report. And most of them, I think all of them are in the outskirts of the city where the impacts are, right? So for the single family, for example, the fee we came up with, running the calculation, came up to be, I think, around $3,000 per home. For the multifamily, it was $600-something per unit.
Okay. If you
So
could follow up with
that's
those
kind of what
And commercial and retail?
So what's the north-south street? You said between Jensen and Church, and what?
I would refer you to...
I'm just looking because to see if it's within the transit, then it's completely screened
I
out.
would refer you to the West Area agreement that has that physical boundary. That's what I'm talking about.
The TCC area?
The Shahadi West Village
okay,
Creek
okay. Got it.
agreement.
That area might be actually screened out, isn't it?
So if you can walk me through that as a follow-up. And then my last question simply is this, City Manager. I think this should have been a workshop from the beginning. There's a lot of questions that we all have. And I would encourage us to take a little bit more time understanding what it is that we're putting into the pot. Because although you guys are right, these are all projects that we somehow approved at some point. None of these projects have ever been prioritized by the council, because if they were, they would be fully funded. We just funded $100 million of street improvements, and these projects were not on there, which tells me they're not a huge priority for the city or for the administration. So I want to be thoughtful about what projects are being included and what will become a fee that the owners have to pay for, because the developers just told us they're not going to pay for it. They're going to pass it on to the owners. And I'm not building $700,000 homes in my district. I'm lucky to be able to build a $350,000 home. So a few $1,000s more of a city-imposed fee is significant for me. So I want to be thoughtful about what we're baking into the fee. With that, City
Councilmember, the
Manager.
Shahadi project is subject to a development agreement, so these fees would not apply to it. As Sophia stated, if they're a vested map or a development agreement, then this would not apply.
They have an expiration date. Each development agreement would have an expiration date.
I
So
think
at
if
some
you
point,
have
the fee would apply there.
I think
Well, we can
We
go
can
back and
follow
look
up.
at that.
Thank you.
And one other thing too, I apologize. When the staff met with you, I didn't hear back that you wanted a workshop. Otherwise, we would have done that. I did ask staff to reach out to all of you to see how you felt. So, next time we'll pay closer attention.
Thank you. Councilmember Vang, you have the floor. Followed by Councilmember Perea.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. I just have I believe to be a very simple question embedded in this complex issue. But first, I want to thank Sofia Pagulatos for the presentation. This is not the first time that I have had this presentation presented to me by the Planning Department. And so, again, thank you for previous and today's presentation. Let me back a little bit, Council President, correct me if I'm wrong. For those who just joined us the last couple of minutes, 20, 30 minutes ago, this is the 9:15 a.m. number 2 agenda. And the sections 1, 2, and 4 has been removed to the October 30th meeting. And if there's any actions to be taken, it would be, if there are any, on section number 3. So for those who are watching us live right now or who came late, this is the status of this number 2, the 9:15 number 2 agenda item. We talked about the vehicle miles travel and how that will impact future developments, new developments in the city of Fresno, and perhaps even in particular areas that are not incorporated into the city but are within the spheres of influence of the city. My question is regarding the interior of the city. But before I pose my question to either Public Works or Planning Department personnel, I believe everyone here in this room and who are listening acknowledges that the city of Fresno and the state is in a housing crisis. We need housing, and it's going to take decades to even make a dent into that demand. And so moving forward, if there is any ingenuity, any thoughts, any thinking outside of the box ideas to speed up that process, I think it is the best interest of everybody for the 550,000 people in the city of Fresno to do that. But we're always cautious, and I'm cautious that development has to be smart and it has to be transparent. And the discussion today is one step in that transparency. And so I hear every one of the speakers who came before the dais and voiced their opinions and their concerns. And I'm hoping that we can find common grounds moving forward to better serve our community, and that is the intent of the 7 members along with the mayor here at City Hall. Going to my question, if I can have Sophia please step up to the podium. The vehicle miles travel fees, there is a pot, in a sense, where the fees are collected. And those fees, can those fees be used to, let's say, to address interior, such as city enhancements, missing sidewalks, pedestrian safety enhancement corridors within the city of Fresno, or the fees collected through the VMT is exclusively limited to new developments moving forward if this VMT is passed? And I understand it will be effective 60 days if it's passed. So the question is, the fees collected through this program, can those fees be used to address some of the infrastructures that are in existence, that are truly needed, especially if you look at the western part of District 5?
Thank you, Council Member, for that question. I think it's most clearly illustrated in the map that shows the VMT projects. The fees collected would be used to pay for unfunded portions of the 24 projects that are identified in the capital improvements programs. And most of those projects, or many of them, are in what I would call the center city. They're along, sort of the Blackstone area, transit enhancements on Fresno First and Cedar Avenue, looping into the downtown and Southwest and South Fresno. So the fees must be spent according to whichever projects are identified as part of the fee program.
That's pursuant to state law, to the Mitigated Fee Act. You can only spend it on the ones that they're collected.
Yes, that is correct. And I want to be on the record. You mentioned several corridors within the city. Is there a corridor in Southeast Fresno in District 5 that the VMT fees can be used to improve infrastructure?
Currently, there is a crosstown transit route enhancement on Church Avenue. That is improvement number 9. And there's also a pedestrian enhancement corridor along Cesar Chavez. So there are a couple of improvements there.
From approximately from Cedar to Clovis Avenue on Cesar Chavez / Kings Canyon.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for answering my question. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we have Council Member Perea, followed by Council Member Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to be brief for the sake of time. But okay, so VMT is a state mandate requirement under CEQA. It used to be LOS, level of service. Now it's VMT, vehicles miles traveled. But while it's a mandate under CEQA, we do have local control, City Manager, in regards to how we implement VMT, correct?
Correct.
Which is why we're here today.
Correct.
And we could deny this program, but each project will continue to have to handle VMT nonetheless on a case-by-case basis.
Correct.
Correct.
Project by project.
Right. Okay. Does VMT take into consideration, let's say, a gas guzzling car versus an electric car? It does not. So if we have thousands and thousands of EVs over the next 5 years that are added, let's say, west of the 99, we still have to mitigate VMTs on those vehicles. Okay. And then if we pass this on the 30th, as is, I know if we want to amend our projects list, that'll take 3+ months. Can we approve the program as is on the 30th and then come back and amend the projects list later?
I wouldn't recommend we do that because the fee, I'll let staff chime in, but the fee is based on the project list. So I would not want to start charging a fee based on a project list that we know we're going to change. If we think we're going to change, I would strongly suggest that we hold off and wait until we have a solid project list.
Okay. Most of my questions have been answered, but the one that hasn't yet is in regards to high-serving transit stops. Is that any bus stop, or what's the definition of a high-serving transit stop? Because if you have a proposed project that's located within a certain radius of a high-serving transit stop, then you're not even subject to VMT's analysis.
Right. Thank you, Councilmember Perea. Yes, they are high-frequency transit routes are those routes that have 15-minute frequency or less. And so those are actually identified on the COG screening tool, and we can make sure those are included and clear for you on any future discussions.
Okay, thank you, Sophia. I want to thank everyone who did take the time to play a role in the development of the VMT model. It does add a level of predictability when it comes to future home building and development in our city. I do appreciate that we have a little bit more time before we are considering a vote on this item, and so between now and October 30th, I would like to understand better what this model means for the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan. We're hopefully going to be approving that today, and so I would like to know subsequently what approving this VMT model, how that will impact future development and costs and timelines for projects within this specific part of my district. Council President, that's all I have today.
Councilmember,
Thank you so much,
if you know of a tract that is in the sort of in the thinking stages, that would be super helpful because we could work with the developer to plug it into the screening tool to get a better idea of what the fee could be for that particular tract.
That's helpful, City Manager. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Next, we have Councilmember Esparza.
Hey, thank you, Council President. I can't believe we're here already. It feels like yesterday we were just debating whether we do this at all. It's been several years, close to 4, maybe 5 years since we made that decision as a council. It was a different council. Some of the overlapping members are still here. Many are not. I have a vague recollection of it. I should have went back and watched it to kind of jog my memory. But we are here. We do have a proposal. I wanted to respond to just some of the things I heard from folks in the audience as well as up on the dais. And the first one, I think, is a big presumption about the increased cost of the homes that will get ultimately built. I think, we know for sure that if there is a fee that's paid, certainly the cost of the homes is going to increase. I think where the misconception is that the entirety of that fee will be passed on. It's really dependent on the market. I mean, I think the builders would intend and would prefer that the full cost gets passed on, but ultimately it's not up to them. I mean, they may pass it on in its entirety at first, but the market is ultimately what's going to determine, who pays which portion of that cost, and the builders may end up absorbing some of that. It just depends on the market, and the market fluctuates ultimately. So I think just jumping to the conclusion that the full cost of the fees getting passed on is not a correct assumption, but there are issues nevertheless because the cost will certainly go up. That pain is shared, if you will. My next kind of concern with respect to a proposal, I know folks in the audience as well as other council members were talking about an alternative kind of method for master planning. I think there's some room for that. The major concern I have with respect to making kind of an exception or loophole or alternative route is that ultimately our lives revolve around work. I mean, it really does. And so even in spite of master planning and being able to do a great community where you have parks and a walkable neighborhood, access to grocery stores, access to maybe retail and restaurants and fast food, I think that in spite of having a great planned community like that, that ultimately the bulk of driving we're going to be addressing is to your job, is to someone's workplace, and ultimately a lot of that still tends to be within sort of the city proper, and that's I think demonstrated by the fact that we're a city of roughly 540,000 people, residents who live here, including the 10 or 12 of us that are sitting up here right now. But our daytime population on any given business day is well over 1 million. I mean, on a daily basis, we have quite literally the entire cities of Clovis, Sanger, Madera, Fowler, Merced, Reedley, Parlier, Selma, Tulare, and more. We could fit even more into that number that come into our city to primarily work, maybe play and shop. And these are cities that have their own amenities, and the cities that have their own restaurants and parks and such that those residents might conduct on the weekend and such. But ultimately, on any given business day, they're here. They're driving into the city of Fresno, vehicle miles traveled to their jobs, which is sort of what our primary purpose and what we all revolves around. And so we have those entire cities coming into our city every day, and I think in spite of really, really effective master planning, that ultimately that will not have as great of an impact as we think. And so I think there's room for some kind of alternative path, but I do want to keep that in mind. Just the migration into our city on a daily basis from all over the valley, all over this county. I don't think that another planned community on the edges of the city ultimately is going to behave any differently. The jobs core really is, we're the economic center of the city, the economic center ultimately of the valley. As a city, we are the metropolis of the entire valley. We really are. And unfortunately, I mean, I would like to think, I wish we lived in a world where the grocery store clerk or the retail worker or the fast food worker that's ultimately working in a well-planned community, working in one of these amenities that's created and built out there. I wish we lived in a world where they would be the ones affording and being able to buy these homes that we're talking about, but not in this economy, if we're being very realistic. That's something to aspire to. But ultimately, in terms of the jobs core, where are the jobs? Where are the jobs that are part of our, our exportable industries and our profitable industries and the high wage paying jobs, where folks are working to be able to afford a home out there on the fringes of the city. They're here. They're in the city proper, if you will. So as we potentially explore this, go down this path of carving out an exception, I think we have to account for that, that ultimately the economic draw of the core of the city is where folks will continue to go no matter what, whether you live on the fringes of the city or whether you live outside of the city, but still within driving distance to where a lot of the work is. Additionally, I'm open to revising the project list. Even though places like my district stand to benefit greatly, as a member who represents a good chunk of the inner city here in Fresno, open to hearing from my colleagues about what they might want to see. I certainly would not want to sacrifice any of the existing projects that are happening within my district, but if they wanted to add on and tack on, definitely open to that. It does look like, though, the bulk of the BIA members that came out today are eager to get this done and sort of expedite their projects. And we have heard that's going to create a delay if we do look ultimately at that, at delaying and trying to expand the project list and change the fee and such and change the calculations that folks have kind of come to. So just wanted to share a few of my thoughts about the potential changes that we're going to be looking at. Yeah. That's it for me, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. And I want to, Councilmember Richardson's punched up.
Two quick questions for Director Clark, if you don't mind. In the third step of the VMT mitigation process, it says that the urban design calculator is used to discriminate between low income, I think was the phrase used, housing and median income housing. Do you know why that is? Can you explain that a little bit, please?
And
Did I call the wrong person?
yeah, we'll get Sophia to walk through that piece.
Okay. Just briefly so I understand, please.
Right. It's just within the urban design calculator, affordable housing, covenanted affordable housing has a lower VMT generation rate. That's how it appears in the urban design calculator.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay.
Second question, just to clarify for me, if there is a certain area that is zoned for housing, right? We saw the map of the city for where is low VMT, where is high VMT. If there's a high VMT area, let's say it's 20, the developer decides to simultaneously go in there while they're building homes and build these other resources for people, doctors, grocery stores, education, you name it. If they simultaneously build that, it's my understanding from the presentation today that that will lower the VMT simultaneously with them in conflict with the general plan, so they could really, if they get that zone change, build their way into a lower VMT, alleviating themselves of fees. Is that correct?
Not exactly.
Okay.
Mixed use would have to be incorporated into the project in order to realize the benefits of the VMT. As different types of uses occur throughout the city, the COG model is updated every 4 years, and then it readjusts and recalculates VMT based on the mix of uses in any given area.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yep, that answers it. Thank you very much, Sophia. Jennifer.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the patience of the public. I know this seems, maybe some of you are falling asleep, or this seems very tedious. It's actually really good that we are having this discussion because the policies we pass have a very big impact on our lives, and you want us talking about it, not just stamping it and pushing it through. So we're considering all the implications. This one right here is super important, especially for those of you here about the West area, because this is about the biggest point of this item is whether we take action or don't take action. There can be a dramatic impact to the cost of housing in Fresno. If you own a home and want to buy another home and want to stay in this city, which I hope you do, or you want to enjoy the American dream of buying your own home, what we do will have an impact on that, and that's why I think we're having this discussion. But I think it's pretty clear, we're just not ready today. Staff and the consultant have done a very good job of giving us the information we need to make a decision. I want to stress that. You guys have been working years. Director Clark, Sophia, thank you all for what you've done. Don't be discouraged by the conversation. It's actually a good thing. Appreciate the BIA folks. Darren, great job for being here and speaking. I know that your members, I feel the urgency because you want to build, we need you to build. I think waiting 2 more weeks so we can look and see the impact this can have, if there's anything that we can do with these master plan communities to be absolutely clear, to reduce VMT, reduce that fee, because no matter what anyone says, those fees will get passed on to people, working families. I'd rather be very careful. I do have some questions for you, sir, real quick. We haven't talked a lot about this before, but I want to talk about very briefly about the master plan community concept. How many other builders, so basically you will build a community and other builders will buy property from you, but you do the main building, the parks, all the facilities, all the VMT mitigation would happen under you, correct?
That's correct. If I
Yeah, and before you go, how many other master plan developers are there in Fresno? Lots of builders, I get it. I know there's you, I believe.
Can you raise your hand, please? Oh, okay. There's a, sounds like Leonardo's master planning in the city of Fresno.
In the city of Fresno. I know there's you. I know that there's, of course,
a few.
Campus Point, the developer, Spencer's, they do. Okay, so there's a couple, a handful.
Right.
Not a whole lot, but a handful. Okay, tell me briefly about the whole concept of the master plan community.
And I'm really confused now. Because your question, Councilmember Richardson, you specifically asked a question that we have, and you brought up earlier, Council President Karbasi, about master planning, and we have the options. I'm really confused whether it can or cannot.
You know what would help?
I'd like to
what would help is this. If staff would meet specifically with the handful of people that do master planning to answer these questions, that would help me a lot.
That would be actually fantastic, because I'm told I think your question was, if somebody wants a master plan, let me make sure I understand your question. A developer goes, this is large enough, we want a master plan. We'd rather make a mixed use, really attractive, really walkable community. You have one in your district, it's called Copper River Development. Create those all over town. All parts of Fresno and other cities. We know we have several, at least 2 of them in Madera County, just north of the river. Somebody wants to do that, can we, and not increase the price of a home, not pass on any of it to the consumer. Because again, dollars matter, by the way. To every consumer, dollars matter, especially if you're under $700,000. We want to have that opportunity, but it sounds like we don't. But talking to some of your consultants, it sounds like there are other cities are allowing that. So I think if there was an opportunity for us to talk to the your consultants, and say, if we want to, those of us that go, you know what, we have 18 months, we have 24 months, we want to spend the $300,000 because we're developing 2,000 lots. And we want to make it more attractive and more walkable for the residents. And can we, instead of spending, 2,000, let's call it as 2,000 units times 10,000 becomes $20 million, times 5,000 becomes $10 million. Can we take some of that money and actually spend it on the project?
I think it would be helpful. These are a lot of good questions. I think what would help is maybe offline, before it comes back to the council, the principals meet and report to the council. You want to add?
No, I think that you're putting the cart before the horse. If you want to go out and do master planning that requires general plan amendments and rezones, go do it. It's not until you do that and you have a project that you then have a project area to run through the COG model. Like, you have to have your zoning and land use set before you start using the COG. You can't, it's not something that you do at the same time.
Hold on 1 second. I think what I'm looking for as a policymaker is I want clarity that if they do all that work, which is a separate process, there is a pathway.
We get that.
Maybe it's a ratio. There's a pathway where they know they meet these criteria, then they can mitigate it. It's really hard to support something where we don't know what's going to happen in the.
I understand. I mean, I think it's a little bit of a red herring, but we can certainly go through the exercise.
We get that. The land use has to be in place before you can actually get a law. We understand that. We want to because your question was, Councilmember Richardson, if somebody wants to put a doctor's office and a grocery store and a few other things, can they do that and reduce the fee? And the answer was no. Was it yes? Maybe.
Okay, so that's my concern. It's the maybe that's bothering me.
Okay.
I think 3 of us have asked a similar question to this. We've got to figure this out. We need some. They talked about predictability with VMT. This is very unpredictable for the master developer. And sorry.
Everybody else gets it in the industry, so maybe we could have the
industry. Yeah, but not everybody else in the industry is a
explain.
master developer. They buy from the master developer and they pass the fee on to the consumer. That's my concern.
I hear you, Council President.
Yeah, we do.
But are you master planning again?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good to know.
Yeah. Matter of fact, it's getting processed through your office. Not your office, but the City of Fresno's office.
Very robust conversation. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
And by the way, thank you to staff for doing a fantastic job. And LSA, they're working hard, but they have solutions for other cities. We just want to see those applied to this beautiful city of Fresno as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Other cities, Darius?
Go
what
ahead.
Other cities? We'll look at them. What other cities?
Okay, so we're going to move on. We have now some folks that have been waiting. We have an 11 a.m. appearance by Olga Valle.
Council President.
Regarding, I'm so sorry. I want to be very clear about something. Thank you. That hearing, like I said several times, is being continued. It is not complete. There will be a further opportunity for public comment. It is coming back on October 30th. So it's continued, October 30th at 9:15 a.m. Thank you, City Attorney and City Clerk, for that. Olga Valle, regarding the need for a crosswalk near the Consulate of Mexico. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Olga Valle. I'm from the Movimiento Nacional Consular. Hashtag Yo También Soy Ángel Noriega. And it's not in there, but hashtag Yo Soy Olga Valle. Yo También Soy Olga Valle. Today, we are here to officially present the need for the crosswalk. Although we presented it to the council president about a year ago or more at a Juneteenth event, he stated that he was going to send an email to the consulate, which I asked to be also, that it be shared with us, that we be part of that email, but he said it was not allowed, that it was not appropriate, so, and it stayed there. So passively, this time has gone by, but we have talked to different council members where we are asking their support. We are asking for the crosswalk because it is a safety issue. It is threatening the lives of the people who go to the Mexican consulate to ask for essential documents. Not just to go have fun. These are essential documents that a lot of times we need so we can have our driver's license, other essential documents that we need here. Especially during this time in the way the immigration issues are, it is really essential that that the people need these services. And so there is a very big threat. I understand you guys spoke about it this morning a little bit, saying that because of city ordinances, it was not able to be done. And I ask you, are we not here for the people, for the safety of our community? And our community is your community. So I ask that you help us, because this is new to us, do what we need to do to get it done. We are looking at that they have a lease on the building for 30 years. They're not going anywhere soon, and the need for the services is very essential. There's only 50 parking spaces inside. 2 are handicapped. So it's really important that we get it. It is overflowing to the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Irma Lopez regarding the same issue. You'll have 3 minutes. And we have a translator for you. So you'll actually get 6 minutes. 3 and 3.
Sí, está bien. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Irma López y estoy aquí juntamente con mis compañeros. Soy residente del Distrito 3, pero como dije anteriormente, estoy aquí juntamente con mis compañeros para apoyar en solicitar la instalación de un cruce peatonal sobre la calle Ingram, donde está ubicado el Consulado Mexicano. Vemos necesario un cambio debido a la falta de un cruce seguro en esta área, la cual está creando un peligro significante para los usuarios dado el volumen de tráfico vehicular. Un cruce en esta ubicación mejoraría drásticamente la seguridad de las personas que diariamente vienen a tramitar sus documentos, tomando en cuenta que son arriba de 1,000 personas que atienden semanalmente. Y también agradeceríamos también el que pudieran evaluar la vialidad de esta petición de parte de mis compañeros y mi persona. Muchas gracias por su tiempo y consideración.
Very well. Irma has had this prepared for us in advance in English as well, so I'll be speaking for her. Good morning to everyone. My name is Irma Lopez. I am here with my colleagues to support the petition request for installation of a pedestrian crossing on North Ingram Street, where the Mexican consulate is located. We see a necessary change due to the lack of a safe crossing in this area, which is creating a significant danger for users, given the volume of vehicular traffic. A crossing in this location would drastically improve the safety of the people who come daily to process their documents, taking into account that there are over 1,000 people who attend weekly. We would also appreciate if you could evaluate the viability of this petition and request. On behalf of my colleagues and I, we thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our third speaker that is timed is going to be either Angel or Angel Noriega regarding the same matter.
Mi nombre es Ángel Noriega, residente del Distrito 7. Mi código postal es el 93703. Soy el coordinador nacional del Movimiento Nacional Consular con el hashtag Yo también soy Ángel Noriega. Estimado Mike Carvasi, presidente de este honorable consejo de nuestra hermosa ciudad de Fresno, distinguidos miembros, agradecemos su valioso tiempo. Hemos venido ante ustedes para solicitarles un cruce peatonal en el Consulado de México en Fresno. El consulado sirve a 8 condados y atiende a un promedio de 1,200 a 1,500 personas por semana. Como usuarios del consulado, nos preocupa nuestra seguridad. El consulado tiene más de 90 años en nuestra ciudad. Por favor, ayúdenos con el cruce peatonal y reducción de velocidad de 40 millas por hora a 25 millas por hora. Muchas gracias. Somos un solo Fresno.
Briefly, she would like to share it in English herself.
Good afternoon. My name is Cristina Gutierrez. I'll be interpreting Ángel Noriega. My name is Ángel Noriega, a resident of District 7, zip code 93703. I am a national coordinator for the National Consulate, National Consular Movement. I am Ángel Noriega. Dear Mike Carbassi, President of the Honorable Council of our beautiful city of Fresno, distinguished members, we greatly appreciate your valuable time. We have come to you to request a crosswalk at the Mexican consulate here in Fresno. The consulate serves 8 counties and serves between 1,200 and 1,500 people per week. As a patrons of consulate, we are concerned about our safety. The consulate has been in our city for over 90 years. Please keep us with the Please help us with the crosswalk and speed reduction from 40 miles per hour to 25 miles per hour. Thank you very much. We are one Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So those are the folks that were timed on the agenda to speak about this item. I do want to say for many of you, and I'll try and speak slow because there may be some translation. I appreciate you being here. This issue has come up in the past. I've met with the previous consul. I know we have a new head consul, and I've discussed this matter with the new head consul as well. I agree 100%. The issue is about safety. The circumstances have not changed. Bernard, would you please put up the map? This issue entirely in our response is based on safety. If you look at the map on the screen, that is the consulate, and that is a signalized intersection with a crosswalk in the intersection. That is the safest way to cross the street. That intersection is 250 feet away from the gate opening where you enter the consulate. That's the distance. The consulate does have public parking. It does have disabled person parking. It's not 2 spots, it's 4 spots. But you make a good point, and I will contact the consulate to see if there's any possibility we can increase more disabled parking for a lot of the folks that can't cross that street. But if folks can't park in the consulate, which is unfortunate, if you have to park in Pinedale, our request is you walk up to the intersection and cross safely, because there are federal and state safety standards. You can't have a crosswalk so close to an intersection. And being within 250 feet, folks, Ingram is a very trafficked road for the folks going to Walmart or going up to Nice or going up to Audubon or going back to Herndon. It is a well-traveled road. We really shouldn't be crossing the street, but if you're going to do that, please do it at the intersection, which is 250 feet away if you decide to park on Pinedale Avenue in the neighborhood. The reason we are not putting in a crosswalk isn't because we don't want to, it's because it would be unsafe. Cars will blow through it. That's the concern. People will get hurt. Do not jaywalk. Please, if you can walk up to the intersection, cross the street and go. But I will be asking the consul if there's any possible way we can increase the number of disabled parking spots. It's a very, very good idea from 4, which it is now, to potentially more. Thank you so much. Okay, so we had another speaker at this for 11:09. The gentleman is not able to be here today. I have one more card, and then we're going to break for lunch, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock, and that person's Jonathan Lusk.
Council President?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Sorry, is there a possibility that just for my 1:30 proclamation, we could come back maybe 1:45 as a compromise?
We will come back as 1:45,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Yeah, but we haven't broken yet. Mr. Lusk, come forward. You'll have 3 minutes, and then we'll break for lunch and return at 1:45. Thank you.
President Karbasi, City Council members, City Manager White, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today from my heart through these prepared remarks on matters that I believe are critical to our shared future. My name is Jonathan Lusk, and I'm humbled and privileged to be one of your Fresno fire captains. Today I come before you, before the council, as the fire elected trustee and chair of the Fire and Police Retirement Board. Both the Fresno Employee and Fire Police Retirement Boards have urged me to speak with our City Council and city leaders regarding 2 important reasons. First, we ask you to reconsider our request and approve the fiscal year 2026 CFERS Retirement Administrator Salary Resolution as amended. It's both of our retirement boards' challenge and responsibility to retain and recruit when needed the highest performing pension executive talent we can, while simultaneously offering Central Valley salaries that are below market average compared with other California systems.
Mr. Lusk, I'm sorry, if I could pause you real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind keeping it down out of respect for the speaker, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
So again, as 2 separate boards both unanimously agree the salary range determined by our independent consultant firm used in our amendment request to be fair and reasonable, actually responsible. We need this amendment approved to continue our efforts in directing and overseeing one of the highest performing defined benefit plans in the entire pension system universe. Both retirement boards have done many months of proper due diligence. We've had many in-length discussions and deliberations, and we have goals and plans that we've not fully discussed with council to date. Again, both separate boards unanimously approved this amendment request before you, and we ask for your approval and continued support in fulfilling our fiduciary duties. And the second important reasons the board asked me to speak with the council is that we recognize some of our past interactions and missed opportunities may have unfortunately led to our fractured relationships, perhaps fueled by personality, miscommunication, misunderstandings, differences of opinions, and/or priorities. Both boards strongly believe these divides do not serve in anyone's best interest and desire for us to reconnect and mend relations with our city leaders. Your belief and trust in our board's abilities and decisions will go a long way in helping repair our working relationships, and we'll also strengthen our pension's long-term health, ensuring CFERS remains a pillar of stability for the employees of the City of Fresno and the citizens we serve. Employee System Chair Quinto and I will be coordinating and reaching out soon, hoping to schedule time with each of you to discuss this and any other questions and issues we may need to address. Respectful of your time and already busy agenda, I'll close my remarks by thanking each of you for your time and attention and look forward to partnering on a more collaborative path forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, folks. And we're going to break for lunch. We're back in 1 hour at 1:45. Thank you. Before we move on to our next item, after we broke for lunch, I did speak to a few folks who were here for the West Area Plan. That item was timed for 10 a.m. It is now almost 2 o'clock. And I know that some folks may have not been able to stay, and I do feel really bad about that. We did have a very robust policy debate on some very important policy today. Sometimes that takes longer. The way our rules are written is we can't hear the item before it's timed. So we couldn't hear it before 10 to make sure we're being transparent with the public. But we can hear it after if we're having debate and things are taking longer. Unfortunately, that's just part of the process. Like I said before, you want us debating. But for maybe folks that are listening that have left, we do value your opinion. We read your emails. I apologize we weren't able to get to you sooner. But we are going to discuss this issue today, and there is plenty of opportunity for those that have sent letters to be considered and that are here to be considered. So thank you all again for your continued patience with this public democratic process. We're going to have a proclamation for our afternoon proclamations, and the first proclamation is going to be for Keena McFadden, and that is from Councilmember Maxwell.
All righty, if I could get the woman of the hour to step on up. I'd like to invite up any family as well that would like to be up there, and just anybody who's got an embarrassing story about Keena to join us as well.
They're running out. They're short of time, so let's walk fast. Okay. Thank you. Family, pass.
Cô chị cho một hơi kì cho chị Ninh nói là
Oh, Miss Shelley. I see her up there. Miss Shelley. I know you got some embarrassing stories. You sure you don't want to come on up? Well, let's get some of you over here. A little heavy-handed on this side. Get some of you come on over here. How you doing? Thanks for coming out. Hey, nice to see you. How's it going? Nice to see you. Right up front. Man? Tyler right here behind you. Nice to see you again. Yes. And these to you here, Keena. Yeah. Nice to see you. All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. If you know me, it's pretty rare that I give proclamations out to individuals. You know, I really want to make sure that when I do give out a proclamation, it's to somebody who is very deserving, somebody who is, works behind the scenes to make our community a better place. And it's exceptionally rare that I give 2 proclamations to a person. I think Keena will actually be breaking that record here today by the first one to ever get 2 proclamations. Keena McFadden is somebody who is truly a servant to God and a servant to her community. She is a loyal daughter, a loving mother, and somebody I am proud to call my friend. Keena has devoted so much of herself and her life to giving back to the community, whether it's the organizations that she's founded directly, like I Connect Dots, the organizations that she's been part of, whether it's leading the Airport Rotary Club, being part of bringing broken neighborhoods back to life. The list goes on and on. We would be here for an hour if I were to list them all. But what Keena, I think, is most known for is uplifting those around her. She has worked so exceptionally hard to uplift Black business owners and women business owners, something that we need a lot more of here in the city of Fresno. And Keena's a hustler. She could be doing this work anywhere in the city of Fresno and be just fine, but when she decided to plant her roots, she decided to do it in central Fresno in the airport district. And I know the stigma's changing a little bit. When people think of economic development, a lot of times they think of downtown Fresno. They don't always think of the airport district. Well, this is one of the ladies right here who's changing that. She is working day in and day out to bring more businesses and more diverse businesses to the heart of our city to increase economic development and the quality of life for everybody living in it. Miss Shelley, your daughter's got so many awards and recognitions, I don't know where you're going to put them all, but I'm going to try to list off a couple of them. She was the 2023 District 4 Woman of the Year. She has been honored most recently yesterday as one of Marjorie Mason Center's top 10 women here in the city of Fresno. This woman has so many accolades, but I think that really is just a testament to the great work that she does here in the city of Fresno. I feel like if we had more Kina McFadden's here, the city would be a better place. And so I'm going to hand the mic over to you in a moment to, just learn a little bit about why do you do this, Kina? I mean, this is hard work. It's not easy what you do. But before I do that, I'm going to hand it over to our mayor to say a few words.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for recognizing somebody so deserving in our community. I've known Kina for a lot of years, and we work together in bringing broken neighborhoods back to life in Southwest Fresno, and there's a lot of accolades and a lot of accomplishments that we could point to, but the thing I want to point to the most is Kina has a beautiful spirit. She's a beautiful person. She has a beautiful smile, and everything she does is intended to glorify God. And she does that in a number of ways. She does it through her voice. For those of you who heard her sing, she'll just break out in a song. I don't care where you're at. She's a prayer warrior, and she is a advocate for people in our community, especially women. She's a mentor, especially for women minority business owners. And you have done so much in Fresno so quietly for so long. It is time that you get recognized publicly for all these accomplishments, like Marjorie Mason Center did yesterday, like Councilmember Maxwell is today. And we don't want to give you too many opportunities to get recognized because that hat won't fit. But I want you to know I love you from the depths of my heart. You're a tremendous person, and you have lifted me up many, many times in moments that I needed it, and sent me text messages in times when I was not feeling so good about things. But you're a godly person, a loving person. Thank you for your friendship.
All right, before we hand it over to Kina, would anybody like to say a few quick words?
I heard the word quick.
This might be the wrong candidate, but you're the mother of the honoree today, so we're going to make an exception for you.
All right.
Here you go.
Rather than do a microwave statement, I'll just be real quick, though. I first give honor to God, and all of God's children. I give the honor and glory that everything Kina is, will be, have been, and to be. I give God that glory. I thank the family, the support. As it said, it took a village to raise the family. I didn't do it all by myself. And I'm thankful that the results of what was put in Kina has now come out. So I salute Kina. She's my first oldest daughter, although I have some other daughters that are older than her. She's my youngest daughter and my oldest daughter, but I am very thankful that what Kina gives out is genuine, and what she received is well deserved. Right. So again, thank you, thank you, thank you. Was that quick? Okay.
Yeah, for City Hall, that's pretty quick. Anybody else wanted to say a couple words? Yeah, hand it over right here.
I'm like in church. If they don't say it, I'll do it again.
We got a volunteer.
Kina, I just want to thank you for being an amazing friend and helping me to establish my roots in the community when I came here to Fresno. You have been instrumental and so helpful for Fresno Discovery Center and for me personally. We love you. Thank you so much. And congratulations, you deserve it.
All right, let's hear from the woman herself, Kina McFadden, everybody.
If anybody asks you who I am, who I am, who I am, if anybody asks you who I am, just tell him I'm a child of God. I do this for the Lord, and he says to love yourself first, and then love others. And so we have to put the mask on ourselves first before we can help others, y'all. I connect dots for God. I connect people to people, businesses to business. I don't take a no. I'll take a maybe or see you later or not right now. But I love my yeses. A no is a yes to me. Wins are wins for my community, for my people. To God be the glory. I thank God for my family, for my friends, for my support. Most importantly, I thank God for people that have the root of his love in our office on this podium. I thank I thank you for this opportunity, for this acknowledgement, for this recognition, because I'm gonna keep on keeping on, because I love myself and I love y'all, and nothing you can do about it. It's got to be connected, so I'm challenging you with these awards and this accolades. As a 50-year-old young lady, I served for over 25 years, and the work is still needing to be done. And many hands make light work, and it takes all of our hands. And so for those of you that have a hand in anything, thank you for your hands. Thank you, Mayor Jerry Dyer. I want to call him Jerry, but thank you officially for being the mayor of this beautiful city, One Fresno. And thank you, Tyler, for just having that listening here heart and being my friend. And being 4 years strong in the community that you were born and raised in, and listening to those needs. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pastors, saints, and friends.
Well, God has truly blessed us with Kina's presence here in the city of Fresno. I know you've done a lot of great work, but there's more work ahead of all of us. So before I hand it over to the clerk, I'm going to read this last part here, all right? Now, therefore, it be resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council honor and celebrate Kina McFadden for her outstanding contributions, leadership, and betterment of our community, and do hereby proclaim Thursday, October 16th, 2025, as Kina McFadden Day in the city of Fresno.
Whereas Kina McFadden has devoted her life to advocacy, community empowerment, and breaking barriers as a trailblazer. She serves as a mentor and inspiration to her community and is a steadfast champion for women entrepreneurs. Through her love for Fresno, she has inspired countless individuals to reach their fullest potential. As a child of God and a devoted daughter, sister, cousin, mother, and niece, Kina has carried each of these roles with grace and dignity. Kina continues to serve the Central Valley with the same spirit of faith, purpose, and compassion that defines her life. And whereas Kina is the beloved mother of veteran Jermaine McFadden, Jada Sharp, and the proud grandmother of Jalen Sharp Jr., embodying the true spirit of family legacy. Deeply rooted in her faith as a granddaughter of Bishop Thomas Butler and Reverend Chester Riggins of St. Rest Baptist Church, and guided by community mentors, she has drawn upon these influences to shape her lifelong advocacy and dedication to uplifting others. And whereas, as a visionary and entrepreneur and owner of iConnect Dots, Daily Black Coffee, and Health Right Market, she has demonstrated innovation, integrity, and a passion for economic and community growth. Through her business and civic endeavors, she has strengthened Fresno and the Central Valley, contributing to initiatives such as Cool Breeze Solar Hat, 559 Graphics, and the City of Fresno's District 4, and other local initiatives, where she has served as a tireless advocate and bridge builder. And whereas, with humility and tireless passion, Kina uplifts organizations across Fresno and the Central Valley. She serves as the president of the Fresno Airport District Rotary and continues to vital community efforts such as bringing broken neighborhoods back to life, the Fresno Police Neighborhood Watch, the Take a Stand Committee, the Juneteenth Committee, Uncle Chucky's Kids, Visions View, KOII, Connected DMV Licensing Services, Kids Inc. Youth Entrepreneurs, Shelley's Helpers, the Trinity Development Center, Hand in Hand Enrichment Services, and Impact Nation. Kina's enduring partnerships with organizations such as BAPAC CERT, United Way, Reading and Vocation Plus, Tachi Palace Casino, and the Christian Music Awards exemplifies her deep commitment to empowering others, fostering collaboration, and strengthening the spirit of Fresno community. And whereas Kina has received distinguished recognition, including Fresno's 40 Under 40, the 2023 Honorary Woman of the Year for District 4, and the Marjorie Mason Center's Top 10 Professional Women's Award, reflecting her legacy of excellence and community impact. And whereas, through her faith-driven leadership, entrepreneurial spirit, and dedication to community progress, the City of Fresno is proud to honor and celebrate Kina McFadden, recognizing her as a mother, leader, and woman of proud faith and influence, and a shining example of strength, vision, and service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council honor and celebrate Keena McFadden for her outstanding contributions, leadership, and betterment of the community, and do hereby proclaim Thursday, October 16th, 2025 as Keena McFadden Day in the city of Fresno.
Well done, council member. That was fantastic. Before we get to our next item, our last ceremonial of the day, for those in the crowd that are here to talk about the West Area Plan, if you have not filled out a card, please do that right now. So if you're here to talk about the West Area Plan, it's really important we be able to include you. Please fill out a card. And the cards are in the back, and you put them in the basket up here. Next proclamation is sponsored by the Office of Mayor and City Manager, and it's for the Reverend Chester McGency, 30 years of ministry. And Mayor, you have the floor.
All right. I would like to have members of Pastor McGenzie's family come up, Janetta, his wife. You can, if you want the grandkids to come up, I'll leave it up to you. I also asked Nick Richardson, our council member, to be here. It's in his family church is in District 6. So I want to make sure he was here. But let me just take an opportunity. It's not often we get to recognize people that are part of our faith community, people that are generally serving quietly in our community, and they do not do what they do for the recognition of man. They do so for the glory of God. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't give honor where honor is due, because that's what the Bible tells us to do. And today we're honoring a great man of God, a great family man, and a great community member, and somebody that has poured his heart and soul in the ministry, but also a number of other areas as well. And I want to talk about those briefly. And what's unique about Pastor McGenzie is that he started out as an electrician. He was a journeyman electrician. He went on to do well there, and he ultimately ended up starting his own business, electrical business, where he was working on major infrastructure projects. But he always had a heart for those underserved in the community. And so that is where his focus has been. And he was a member of St. Rest Church, where he answered the call to be a preacher. And that is the greatest call of all, to be a preacher, to be a man of God, and to preach the gospel. And with that, he has taken that small church with two families over at the Family Community Church on Nees Avenue, and he has grown that church into a 20,000 square foot sanctuary, 12,000 square foot education wing. They have a Christian daycare center that they oversee, as well as a Christian school that they oversee as well. So they have gone beyond the doors of the community, not only here locally, but across the globe. In fact, their global reach is in missions is Africa, Asia, South America, Caribbean, Oceania, and with the goal of training leaders and feeding orphans and taking care of orphans. And that is the call that we answer as people of faith, and that is to take care of the least of these. And that's exactly what Family Community Church does. But it doesn't stop there. They have also birthed the Family Health Science Institute, which is really transformational. And the intent of that is to expand healthcare access, education, and workforce development. And we recently had a meeting in my office about how that work is being furthered at Family Community Church. And so it's an honor today to be able to recognize Pastor McGenzie. Again, he's not somebody that sought out recognition. It was members of his church that wanted him to be recognized. I know you're having a big service on Sunday, but I wanted to take the opportunity to be able to recognize you here today. And also I wanted to just, if I could, read the last part of this, just as we like to do as elected officials. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, October 16, 2025, to be Reverend Chester L. McGenzie Day in the city of Fresno. Can I say a few words?
As was mentioned before, as a person, it's very easy for us to look after our body, right? Before we go look after the safety of others. As a city, it's very easy to think about the bones that we see, the structure, the infrastructure. But just like a person, you got to look out for the soul. And for the city, you've got to invest in the soul of the city. So I thank you. I'm happy to be up here honoring you for looking out specifically for the soul of District 6. The bones and a lot of that, that's our job. We need people who are out there using their hands, their feet, their mouth, their mind, their heart to look out for the soul of this city. And it's clear from the recommendation that we honor you and acknowledge you today that has made such a huge impact on people. It's a very important thing. So thank you for helping us take care of Fresno's soul.
Thank you, Nick. And let me say, we're recognizing you, but we know behind every good, godly man, there's a godly wife, Janetta, and the family, got the grandchildren here. But when you're in a position of leadership, I don't care where it is, it's lonely at the top, isn't it? And there's no shortage of criticism, even for members of your congregation, Christian people, that sometimes when the words are spoken in a critical nature, those are the ones that hurt the most. And I understand that firsthand in what I do. But so I want to say thank you to your wife. You know, in law enforcement, I've always said that although it's a police officer that wears the badge, it's the family that carries the weight of that badge, of the burdens. And the same holds true in the ministry. So, Jenna, thank you for being there for your husband all these years and supporting him in this ministry. And thank you to the family as well. God bless you guys.
Have you speak?
Now, the man of the hour, I want you to, you give a pastor a microphone, you don't know what you're going to hear or for how long, but the floor is yours.
I never met a mic I didn't like. Thank you, Mayor, and to all your esteemed colleagues and councilmen. Thank you very much for having us here. I do accept this proclamation on behalf of the Family Community Church. All the leadership team that's there is what helped make this happen. 30 years is quite a time, so I'm just excited to be here today and to have my family and some church leadership here as well. So thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor. Clerk.
Whereas the Reverend Chester L. McGency has devoted his life to serving God, his community, and the global mission of faith, embodying the principles of leadership, compassion, and excellence. And whereas, beginning his journey in the skilled trades, Reverend McGency rose from a licensed journeyman electrician to a successful entrepreneur and founder of Delta Electric, contributing to major infrastructure projects while championing minority business enterprises. And whereas Reverend McGency answered the divine call to ministry, faithfully serving at St. Rest Baptist Church before founding Family Community Church, FCC, in 1994, where he continues to lead with vision and integrity. From humble beginnings, the congregation has grown from 2 families to a thriving spiritual community, more than 30 active ministries. And whereas, under his leadership, FCC has developed a 20,000 square foot sanctuary, a 12,000 square foot education wing, a Christian daycare center, and North Point Christian School, all of which provide spiritual, educational, and developmental resources to families across Fresno and beyond. Whereas, Reverend McGency's ministry now has a global reach with churches and missions in Africa, Asia, South America, the Caribbean, and Oceania, which together feed orphans, train leaders, and preach the gospel in accordance with Matthew 24:14. And whereas this visionary leadership has also birthed the Family Health Sciences Institute, a transformative initiative aimed at expanding healthcare access, education, and workforce development for underserved communities, reflecting the spirit of acts of mercy and the call of Matthew 25:36. And whereas, over the years, Reverend McGency has been recognized with numerous honors for his exceptional service, including the African American Historical Museum Trailblazer Award, the Dean Ford Award for Outstanding Christian Leadership, and commendations from the City of Fresno, the State of California, and the United States Congress. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, October 16th, 2025, to be Reverend Chester L. McGency Day in the City of Fresno.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so we have one quick item, and again, for the West Area Specific Plan, the 10 a.m. item, if you want to comment on the item, please be sure to fill out a card. We're almost there. So we will move on to the 9:20 a.m. number 1 hearing to consider annexation application number P23-02268, pre-zone application number P23-02269, vesting tentative tract map number 6432, plan development permit application number P23-03234, and related environmental assessment number T-643-P23-02268/P23-02269/P23-03234. I apologize for the mouthful, but Councilmember Esparza, this is in your district. Would you like a presentation on this?
Very brief.
Okay.
Will do. Good afternoon, Council President, members of the council. My name is Rob Holt, Supervising Planner, Planning and Development. Today's staff brings forth consideration of the annexation, pre-zone, tract map, and plan development. The subject property is on the west side of Peach Avenue between Tulare and Huntington. It is planned for medium-density residential, surrounded by a medium-density residential to the northwest and south, and medium-low residential to the east, with rural residential and single-family properties in all directions. The application includes an annexation, which includes the subject properties, as well as one property adjacent to the south. That boundary is discussed as an initial meeting between Fresno LAFCO, Fresno County, and City of Fresno, where we discuss a logical and orderly boundary in consistency with the City-County Tax Sharing Agreement, the MOU. And ultimately, that boundary was decided from that project. And it also includes a pre-zone to pre-zone the property consistent with medium-density residential, which would be the RS5 zone district. The property to the south will receive an ANX annexed overlay district to allow for county-permitted things, or a county-permitted right to continue their use after annexation. The subject project application is a tract map on 3.97 acres for 44 lots, which results in a density of 11.08 dwelling units per acre that is allowed between 5 and 12 of the medium density. There is a small pocket park on the northeast corner at the entrance of the subdivision, just north of it. And there is a planned development which allows for modified development standards of the RS5 district, including a reduction in minimum lot depth and size, minimum building setbacks, and a maximum lot coverage. Further details are provided in the staff report. This did go to the Planning Commission on September 3rd, where they recommended approval, 5 votes to 0, unanimous. With that, staff recommends adoption of the EA and approval of the annexation, pre-zone, tract map, and plan development. And that concludes staff's presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We're going to move to questions by council. Any council members have questions on this item? No one's punched up, so we're going to go to the public for public comment. Again, this is the 9:20 a.m. number 1 item on the agenda. Anyone from the public wishing to comment on this, now is your time. Okay, so no one's coming up for the 9:20 a.m. number 1 item.
Make a motion to approve, Council President.
Great. Second motion by Councilmember Esparza, second by Councilmember Vang. Any opposition? There being none, the item passes unanimously 7-0. Thank you very much, Council. Now we're moving on to the one that folks have been waiting for so long patiently, our 10 a.m. hearing to consider the adoption of the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan and final environmental impact report, state clearinghouse, and related actions. We're going to start with a staff presentation, and again, as a reminder, please make sure you're included. Give us your yellow cards if you're going to speak today. And they can be submitted in the basket up here.
Good. How's it going? Are you ready? Yeah? Okay. All right. Well, I was going to say good morning, but now good afternoon, council members and community members who are joining us today. My name is Casey Lauderdale. I am a planner for the Long Range Planning Team, and I am here before you today to ask for your consideration for adoption of the West Area Neighborhoods Specific Plan. I know you still have a full schedule ahead of you, so I will attempt to summarize the plan and the process behind it efficiently. So today we'll be touching upon the plan background and outreach process. Then we'll provide a short overview of the plan itself, share some of the findings from the environmental impact report, and we'll summarize the public comment that we've received from the Planning Commission hearing 2 today. We'll conclude with a report on the recommendations from Planning Commission, as well as staff's findings and recommendations for the council. So starting with the background, it's an important context for the background of the plan to know that it has a long history of settlement and ties to agriculture, but it is also growing with continuous residential development. However, this growth has not been followed by desired retail amenities, park space, and infrastructure connectivity. To address these concerns, residents came together back in 2017 and 2018 to ask for the specific plan process to be initiated. And they attended numerous meetings over the course of the planning process to weigh in on the needs and the vision for the plan. The community members and the steering committee made it known through those early years what they wanted to see for their neighborhoods. They envision a West area that has enhanced infrastructure, new development that respects existing ag and rural residential, a diversity of housing stock, more parks and recreational spaces, including a flagship regional park, more commercial centers, and a growing sense of community. We tried to reach community members through multiple methods, including email, direct mail, flyers, specific plans to go, tabling events, social media. We had a radio announcement, in addition to the webpage, legal notices, and many committee presentations. The steering committee and our community partners like Highway City CDC were also instrumental in getting the word out, and so thank you very much to our steering committee members and Highway City. Last month, we also sent a courtesy notice to property owners within the city limits whose land use designation will change as a result of this plan, inviting them to contact us with questions or attend this meeting. And we have received some feedback from that communication, and I'll discuss that later in the presentation. We had many opportunities to hear directly from community members through engagement events. In total, there were approximately 60 meetings or events held, plus 3 surveys conducted. And that's in addition to many direct phone calls and emails. The public feedback that we received heavily shaped the plan. The original draft plan received over 30 comment letters with more than 150 discrete comments, requests, and questions. And we also received many land use change requests. We've accommodated a majority of the comments and requests in the plan that is before you today. So shifting to the plan itself, the plan area is located west of 99, north of Clinton Avenue, and east of Garfield Avenue. 49% of the plan area is represented by Council District 1, 14% by Council District 2, and 4% by Council District 3, with the remainder located in the county, but within the city's sphere of influence. Here we have some significant milestones in the plan, starting with previous planning efforts such as the Highway City Neighborhood Specific Plan and the West Area Community Plan. The West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan process was officially kicked off in 2018 with the first meeting of the steering committee. The following year, the land use map was initiated by the City Council, and the plan and EIR were developed after that. In 2022, the plan and EIR were brought before the Planning Commission, but prior to going to City Council, we were asked to make some revisions to the land use map, which required an update to the EIR, and that process started thereafter in 2022. We were able to recirculate the EIR and plan earlier this year. In the earlier phases of the planning process, the steering committee developed 20 guiding principles for the plan that fit under the topics of transportation, parks and trails, agriculture, retail, housing, catalytic corridors, education, and public safety. And here on the screen, you can see the chapters that have the goals and policies that align to enact those guiding principles. The plan also includes an implementation chapter with its own policies and a multi-page table of all the goals and policies with suggested measurement criteria, and this is intended to be used as a tool for community members and decision makers to help check in on its implementation. One of the primary implementation tools is the land use map, because land use designations tie into what is allowed to be built where. Here on the screen is the original map that was voted on by the steering committee and initiated by the City Council in 2019. Later in 2022, the Council directed 2 changes, which were to 1, mitigate the loss of important farmland in the same manner that the general plan does, and 2, add housing capacity to the land use map such that it would not cause a net loss of capacity. Here is today's version of the land use map, which was updated to ensure no net loss of housing capacity, and how this was done was by keeping higher densities along Shaw Avenue and increasing some densities along the plan's catalytic corridors. This approach allows the map to retain the vision for a transect model of growth that transitions from a denser urban core to the natural and agricultural landscapes that surround the plan area. In this updated map, the location for the potential regional park was shifted to the east and aligned with the future Herndon Canal and power line trails. Next, we'll recap some information about the plan's Environmental Impact Report, or EIR. Due to the changes to the land use map, we recirculated the entire EIR last spring and received 8 new comment letters. The final EIR, which contains the responses to those letters, was posted to the plan's webpage on September 19th and is included as an exhibit to the staff report. The EIR analyzed 15 potential areas of impact and concluded significant and unavoidable impacts in 6 areas, which are highlighted on your screen in bold. And in each area where there is a potential impact, mitigation measures are used to help reduce the extent of those impacts. So now moving on to public comment. I do want to report that we received approximately 7 emails or letters in support of the plan that were delivered to Planning Commission. And then we also received about 18 of those support or emails prior to this hearing today. We also received 5 formal land use change requests and 1 informal request. All of those were also submitted to Planning Commission, and we'll talk a little bit more about those here today. So these are summarized in Exhibit X, while the original letters are found in Exhibit W. So for the different requests, we have evaluated them and have found that Request 1 can potentially be accommodated because it adds capacity, housing capacity. It does not have an impact on park space, and we do believe that we can accommodate it today in the EIR, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a moment. For request number 2, there is no impact to housing capacity. However, it could potentially have a negative effect on our park allocation. For request number 3, we found that we cannot accommodate this amount of housing capacity loss. It would be too great, and it would cause the plan to have a net loss of housing capacity. But I can provide some reassurance because the concern there was that personal storage would not be allowed in CMX. However, it is allowed in CMX. Request number 4, we also felt we could accommodate because it similarly adds housing capacity. However, it could potentially negatively impact our park allocation. Number 5, we felt that we could accommodate it at the petitioner's original request at RM1. And then number 6, we felt were inconsistent with the plan's policies. Because of that location, we do not feel that truck parking would be consistent with the surrounding uses, and it would also need further evaluation. So if council today were to approve requests 1, 4, and 5, it is contingent upon also approving the errata to the FEIR, which I handed out earlier, and it looks a little scary, but actually what it is showing is the recalibration of our housing capacity numbers in the FEIR, and that would be also paired with pulling out a request to remove the dual designation from the ponding basin that is located at the southwest corner of Dakota and Garland. So that request can be considered with these requests today. And what that allows us to have happen is that the net result of all the housing capacity would lead us to a net loss of 20 units of capacity, which we believe is in the scope of the EIR. So just let me know if I can return to that and try to explain more on that. But for now, I'll keep moving through the presentation. Okay, so the Planning Commission met on October 1st, 2025, and recommended approval of the items and recommended that the council consider all of the land use change requests. However, they did not make any specific recommendations to approve or deny any of the requests. So moving on to our last section, which is findings and staff recommendations, starting with findings. Findings are presented for the Fresno Municipal Code, the Housing Element, and SB 330. Staff finds that the plan is consistent with the Fresno Municipal Code as it will create a concurrent amendment to the general plan figures LU-1 and LU-2 to ensure land use consistency. We also find it will help implement objectives in many of the general plan's elements as detailed in Exhibit K, and furthermore, it does not conflict with the development code. While the plan overall creates a gain of housing capacity, we are finding a somewhat of a loss on the housing element sites within the plan area. However, the remaining sites identified in the housing element are adequate to accommodate the city's share of the regional housing needs allocation, and therefore we can find that the plan is consistent with the housing element. Lastly, because there is an overall gain of housing capacity in the plan area, we can find that the plan is consistent with the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. Finally, we're at the last segment of the presentation, staff's recommendations. And for time, I'm going to summarize each of the 5 recommendations, but please refer to your staff report for the full text. 1, recommend approval to the City Council, or recommend approval of the Environmental Impact Report, the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, and the findings of fact and overriding considerations with the incorporation of 2 technical corrections. The first technical correction responds to a request from Central Unified to recognize their property as public facility, so we have updated the plan to do that. And the second was to fix an existing incongruity between the general plan planned land use and the zoning for APN 442-06033. And we have updated the specific plan to match the zoning that is already existing to urban neighborhood. So these updates are further described in the staff report, and we have reflected them in the land use map, but want to bring them to your attention for incorporation. The second is to recommend approval to of the plan amendment to repeal the West Area Community Plan and the overlapping portion of the Highway City Neighborhood Specific Plan. And we have carried forward still relevant policies in both of those plans, and that's outlined in Exhibit O. 3, we recommend approval of the plan amendment to adopt the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan and Planned Land Use Map. 4, we recommend approval of the plan amendment to update the general plan, Planned Land Use Map, and dual designation diagram to be consistent with the specific plan, Planned Land Use Map. And 5, we recommend approval of the rezone application to rezone properties to be consistent with the specific plan, Planned Land Use Map. And before I hand the mic back to you, Council President, I just wanted to share a personal thanks to all of my coworkers in the city and to the community members who have contributed to this process. It has been an enduring team effort, and we would not be here without all of their support. So I just wanted to express my gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. On to the council. We have Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. Casey, I just want to start by saying thank you to you and the planning staff. Anytime I had a town hall west of the 99, you all made yourselves available to give a presentation on this specific plan. I know this has been an ongoing conversation since 2018. I was at the first workshop. I wasn't on the council. I was just a nerdy planner at the time that was really interested in this new shiny planning document that was going to be birthed for the West area. And so little did I know, full circle, now I get to be a part of the council that gets to push it across the finish line. And so this is a really special moment for me. You know, this plan, I firmly believe that the West area would look a lot different if this plan was in existence 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. And while, you know, there has been a lot of great investment west of the 99, I know that once we approve this plan, it's only going to get better from here. There is so much community pride west of the 99. They're, I would say, one of the more vocal parts of my district, for the better. And I want to highlight just a few of the guiding principles that really stood out to me that, Casey, you kind of highlighted, but I want to go into a little bit more detail. The first one is transportation. It reads, so as part of the purpose of this document, to accommodate and improve roadway access, connectivity, and mobility among all modes of transportation, and prioritize roadway widening where bottlenecking exists. And for those who live, work, and or play west of the 99, there's a lot of bottlenecks out there. And right now we are working to widen Polk Avenue. We're gonna do southbound Polk first from Shaw to Gettysburg, and then eventually we'll do northbound. We're in the design stages of widening Ashland Avenue to accommodate for the catalytic converter, did I say that word right? Catalytic?
Corridor.
Corridor. I have something else in my mind. Corridor that will bring a lot of these thoroughfares to life. And so while there is good investment happening right now west of the 99, there's still a lot of work we have to do to get it to where it needs to be. The second guiding principle is related to parks. It reads, create parks that are within existing and planned neighborhoods that are easily accessed by community members using pedestrian and bicycle pathways, transit services, or motor vehicles. Right now we are building Dolores Huerta Park located on Dakota and Milburn. That park is long overdue, and I think there's a trend of investments being long overdue west of the 99. And while that is an incredible asset that hopefully will be completed while I'm still in office, there are still a lot of green space deserts west of the 99. And so this plan is going to promote not just careful planning, but very intentional planning of complete neighborhoods. Complete neighborhoods are ones where you can walk out your front door and you have easy access to grocery stores or parks or trails or bicycle paths. And then lastly, the other guiding principle that really stood out to me was retail. And it reads in part, this plan is meant to attract desired and needed local retail establishments to serve the needs of the West area community. Such establishments include grocery stores, bakeries, restaurants, and boutiques. Again, anyone who lives, works, or plays out west of the 99 knows that we are in a food desert out there. There are not very many restaurants that we can go to. There are not many amenities west of the 99 where we can draw more families for entertainment purposes. And so this document is truly all-encompassing. It truly does carry the voice and the vision of the residents who have all participated over the last 7 or 8 years. And so I want to thank everyone who has been there since the very beginning or has joined the journey along the way. This document is truly representative of the residents and even beyond. A lot of the emails I got started with something like, I don't live there, but I'm advocating on behalf of the people on this side of the city. And so it's this collective effort that is creating a plan that is the definition of good planning. And so while this document is long overdue, it's, I believe, coming at the right time, because I firmly believe that west of the 99 is about to boom. And so while I would have preferred to see this plan 20, 30, 40 years ago, it is coming today. I feel confidently that this council will approve this plan today, and the West area will finally have the planning guiding principle document to help guide future growth. We made a lot of mistakes from a planning perspective west of the 99, and while it's always difficult to go back and rewrite the wrongs, I know moving forward, we're going to mitigate a lot of poor planning decisions moving forward because of this document. So I made a commitment to the community that I would not even consider any other growth areas until we had a chance to approve the West area neighborhood-specific plan. And I'm just happy to keep that commitment today. And so I hope, and what I'm going to ask from my colleagues is that we have a unanimous vote in support of today's plan. I may have other questions or comments later. I do want to hear from the public. So, Council President, I'm going to go ahead and give the floor back to you.
Thank you. I'm kind of on the same boat. I do have some questions, but I really want to hear from the public first. But I don't have any other council members punched up. We can always come back to the council. Are we okay to go to the public? They've been waiting so long. Okay. At this time, we're going to go to the public. And the first speaker is going to be Darren Rose. And Bernard, we've reached the threshold, so it'll be 2 minutes a speaker.
Hello again, Council. Darren Rose, President and CEO of the Building Industry Association of Fresno and Madera Counties. I'll keep my comments very brief. We wholeheartedly support the West Area Specific Neighborhoods Plan. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next is April Henry.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I really wish I had a half an hour so I could speak for all of the residents who had to leave, but I will do my best to stay within our 2. My name is April Henry. I'm the Executive Director and CEO for the longest standing nonprofit based in the West area, Highway City Community Development, and representing many residents and neighbors who live and work in our community. Every day, our nonprofit works with families, our school district, and local partners to help residents navigate life, from housing and healthcare to food access and transportation when few resources exist nearby. What we've learned again and again is that the lack of an adopted plan keeps our community stuck in reaction mode. We too plan to continue to develop as HCCD for the benefit of our neighbors and our community, bringing more resources, services, and amenities to what we've already brought, which is over 40 different services in our community. As part of the Sustainable Transportation Equity Grant, we've held over 15 community meetings for the past 8 months, engaging with parents, students, seniors. One of the most powerful moments came from the disabled students in Central's Adult Transition Program. Their goals are simple: learn life skills like riding the bus, ordering food, and finding jobs. Yet they described walking through fields with waist-high weeds in streets with no sidewalks. Seeing the community through their eyes was humbling and a reminder that we must do better for the residents in the West. The West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan changes that narrative and changes that story. It's not about lines on the map, it's about structure, balance, and a framework for coordinated growth so we're not forever patching problems after the fact. Without this plan, the West continues facing fragmented development, homes before roads, families before services, and traffic before safety. But with the plan, we can finally align our energy of nonprofits, schools, developers, and our city to build an equitable, prosperous, and connected community. Thank you.
Well done, April. Thank you so much. Next, we have Peter Giovanotto. And I hope I didn't pronounce your name incorrectly. I apologize, Peter.
My own mother used to pronounce our last name wrong, so I
What is the proper pronunciation?
Giovanotto.
Giovanotto. Okay, great.
All right, members of the council, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Peter Giovanotto, and I will be speaking on behalf of my family, who are the longtime owners of 3714 West Dakota Avenue, which is one of the properties under review for zoning change in the West Area Neighborhood-Specific Plan. What you may not know is that in addition to this site, our family actually also owns the site which nearly surrounds this one, which is a 132-unit residential apartment site made possible through the current zoning, which is residential medium-high density. It's a site we've also owned for about 20 years. Our particular site within this neighborhood plan is unique in that it has split zoning, even though it is one lot. To give you an idea of it, I actually brought a little picture of it, but about 75% of the lot is actually zoned as residential medium-high, and the bottom is zoned as residential medium. And its adjacent lot, which has the apartment community, is all residential medium-high. So one thing that we've been looking at is, over time, we've looked at potentially developing this over the last 20 years that we've owned it. But we were surprised to find out about this potential zoning change, which would then make the project entirely infeasible. For us, this has been something that we've looked at for a long time. So when we were surprised by this, we wanted to come forward and kind of talk through our thoughts on the site. Now, our lot being a little bit unique, it would be consistent with zoning if it remained as residential medium-high. And since so much of the property nearby and adjacent to it, and most of the lot itself, is also with that zoning, our ask is simply that we continue that zoning down throughout the rest of the lot, instead of down-zoning the entire lot based on what is a small portion of an overall 2 large sites. So that was it. Thank you so much.
Can we get the address again? The address?
Oh, sorry. We are 3714 West Dakota Avenue. I think we're number 4.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks so much.
Okay. Next, we have Nabil Kirfan. Trustee, sorry to keep you waiting. Welcome back.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor Dyer and the Fresno City Council. My name is Nabil Kirfan, longtime City Hall staffer, first-time public commenter. I serve as one of the trustees for Central Unified within the West Area Plan being proposed, and this plan will improve student safety. When I was a student at Rio Vista Middle School, and I lived in that neighborhood growing up, I was able to ride my bike safely to school. It took 15 minutes and provided me the freedom to explore my neighborhood after school, visiting convenience stores, or getting food with friends. But west of the 99 does not have safe routes to and from school and are hard to come by. Many schools lack access to bike lanes, so parents have to drive instead. And students walking to school dredge through a muddy ditch instead of a sidewalk, depending on which side of the street and which block they live on. And they look both ways twice before walking into a major street to make sure a car is not going 40 miles per hour because there is no crosswalk, even on mornings with thick tule fog like today. The West Area Specific Plan is a zoning upgrade that will bring more economic opportunity to our neighborhoods, but will also bring safe routes to school for our children. Thank you. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Next up is Mark. Mark, is there a Mark here?
Is it Chulpejan?
Yes.
Does it look like it?
It looks like it.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Sorry, according to Siri. There we go. Come on down, sir.
Also,
card was filled out for Rod DeLuca.
Okay.
I'm going to speak first and
Sure.
then I'll follow up. Thank you.
Good day, Council. We've been here since 9:15. You almost got us wore out. Keep it up and we'll just leave. Anyway, I'm not against the plan. I'm in favor of it. But the problem I have is that staff has decided to put a regional park on my property. Never asked me, never contacted me. I didn't know until 3 days before the Planning Commission I got a registered letter. I never was part of any negotiations, and now putting my property as a regional park takes away any possibilities of selling it. There's not a builder that would touch it. I know. I was in the building business for 50 years. I've done 18 subdivisions in Fresno County, so I know the development. And I'm 86 years old, and I couldn't go through 3 years to get a plan approved. So somebody else has to do it. And I'm wondering how they're going to, what are they going to do? Not just take my property? This is my partner, Mike Chopegian, and he'll address monetarily.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Chopegian. I'm an attorney in town, and I also am one of the owners of the property located at 6277 West Shaw Avenue, APN 512032-03. I want to emphasize, and I think Mr. DeLuca mentioned it, but I want to emphasize that we are not opposed in any way, shape, or form to the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan and its laudatory, legitimate goals of enhanced infrastructure, new development that respects historical uses, diverse housing stock, core commercial centers, parkland, and a sense of community. We're merely asking that the council consider not allowing our 20 acres to have this land use designation for park, open space, or parkland. We don't seek a substantive change to what is proposed. The 20 acres to the east, the parcel, 20-acre parcel to our east can remain. I don't think there's been any objection raised. That has a path or a trail that, to the extent the city wants to develop or turn the other 10-acre parcel on the north side of Shaw into parkland via pedestrian bridge, the expense and safety issues notwithstanding, it remains an option. We don't want to stand in the way of that. But if the designation is adopted, no prospective developers, as a developer told you, will spend the time or the money associated with looking into buying the property and developing the property. It effectively precludes the property's development into housing. It devalues the property, and worse yet, it renders it unmarketable. It amounts to a regulatory taking. We simply want the opportunity to contribute, to add.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your, thank you for your time. You got it, you're fine, thank you. Next we have Manuela Camarena. Manuela Camarena, are you here today? Okay. Alicia Yang, come on up. And after Alicia will be Erica Leonard.
Good afternoon, council members and everyone else. My name is Alicia Yang, and I want to begin by sincerely thanking you for the time and for listening to the voices of residents like myself. I'm a proud mother and resident of the West area of Fresno, and I'm here today to express my strong support for the West area plan. This plan means more than just words on paper. Your vote will impact many families. This also represents the future of our community, a future where our children can walk to school on safe sidewalks and crosswalks, where families can buy healthy foods close to home, where families can access nearby clinics, and where working families can live in the neighborhood that truly supports their needs. For far too long, the West area has lived with incomplete roads, limited access to fresh groceries, few health care options, and wore-down infrastructure. And yet, we are families who work very hard and who also care very deeply about our community and who contribute every single day to the city of Fresno. So when you vote yes on this plan, you are investing in real people, families, and children. And your vote also tells us that you are choosing safer streets and our children healthier families and more local businesses and stronger neighborhoods. And importantly, too, your yes will also tell us that families in the West area does matter just as much as the rest of Fresno. Our community is not less deserving, nor our children. Our families deserve to thrive. And this plan brings hope. It brings a promise of a safer, healthier, and more vibrant future. And it is a step towards equity, connection, and opportunity for everyone who calls that side of town home. And so today I ask that you vote yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well done. Next is Erica Leonard, if Erica is here. And forgive me, I might pronounce this wrong, Rhonda Dweck. After Rhonda will be, I think it's Kalwindu Singh. I hope I got that correct. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Dewick. I'm the Executive Director of the Jackson Community Development Corporation. We're just adjacent to downtown, and we're representing areas 5 and 7. So why am I here? I'm here because I believe in One Fresno. I'm here because I believe that our thriving is interconnected with each other, and I believe that no neighborhood should be left behind. So I encourage you to vote yes to support the West Area Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Is Kalwindu Singh here? Okay. Deep Singh? I don't know if Deep's still here. Oh. Mandeep Kaur? Mandeep Kaur? Okay. Maria Spera?
Hi, good afternoon, Council. My name is Maria Spera, and I'm a planner at Dirk Pushel Land Development Services. We are representing a client that is proposing a commercial project on the southeast corner of Blythe and Ashland Avenue, which is the catalytic corridor of the area. I'm also a very proud resident of the West area, and we're in full support of this project, specifically because we've been working with the city, and I've talked to Casey in regards to making this commercial project the basis of what I think we should show for the West area, and I'm just very proud of it. So we're in full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Myra Campa.
Hi, everyone. Council President, council members, thank you for listening to the public's input on the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan. My name is Myra Campa, and I'm speaking today as a resident of District 1, which much of the specific plan affects. This council has been supportive of many developments benefiting the public in the west of 99, including but not limited to Dolores Huerta, which is currently under construction, and Inspiration Park. These are recent parks that we've had, and in most of Fresno and the rest of our district, we've had to be a little bit more creative with finding these little random spots to invest in parks. So we have other areas, West 99, that we can play with. I want to urge council to continue supporting the West area by uplifting the specific plan before you today. This plan was curated with the voices of many of its residents, and credit is due to the steering committee for their work on this. Much of the need, West 99, is still basic infrastructure. So while you're considering, the zoning of all the rezoning of a lot of the areas, I want you guys to consider that some of the infrastructure necessities are very basic. Sidewalks for students who are currently walking on the street to get to the nearest school or to the nearest bus route. I want you to consider that there are still a need for traffic lights and expanded roads with multiple lanes. on high traveled streets to ensure that fire engines can move safely across this part of town. So your support today would protect thousands of families already residing in the area and ensure that Fresno is growing responsibly in a way that benefits everyone who calls this great city home. So thank you guys.
Thank you very much. Next is going to be Jeff Roberts, followed by, I believe it's Nandeep Kaur.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Jeff Roberts. I'm here to speak for two reasons today. One, I was on the committee for several years, or for its entirety, and I wholeheartedly support the adoption and support for the West Area Plan. We did spend a lot of hours talking with area residents. I think all the input is good. I think the staff's done a great job of outlining all that today as quickly as they can, considering the hour. I have a specific request, and we made that request in writing, made a presentation briefly at the Planning Commission. It's request number 1 in your packet. Staff outlined what they believe is the correct qualities of that request today, and we wholeheartedly agree. The request is to retain medium-high density on 19.65 acres on the east side of Cornelia, just south of Dakota. And I'd be happy to answer any questions and appreciate your consideration, council members. Thank you.
Just that one?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Council members, if you want to follow along, it's Exhibit X, has all of these requests in them.
So all these requests are in there, no additional ones that I'm going to list.
The ones that thus far I believe we've heard have all been in Exhibit X.
Great, thank you.
Are there any others that we haven't, Casey? No, they're all in Exhibit X thus far.
Thank you. All right, thank you for being patient.
Hi, my name is Navdeep Kaur, and I have been a resident of the Northwest Side for the past 15 years, and I don't plan moving anytime soon. So this conversation for I am in support of the West Area neighborhood plan, and this conversation started in 2002 and became active. The planning became active in 2022. So it's been a long time coming, and I think it's about time that we pass this plan. This plan is going to bring better and safer roads, better sidewalks for our children and elderly, better mental health and activities, and better air quality with the regional park that the Northwest Side deserves. And it's also going to bring thriving businesses, healthy grocery stores, and housing communities. So, I mean, this plan is an overall very, very good plan. So please support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Harman Singh.
Good afternoon, council members. First of all, I just want to say a huge thank you to Casey and the rest of the planning staff that worked on this plan. I had the chance to participate in some of these community meetings, and they were very comprehensive. Of course, I'm standing here in front of you in support of the plan, but I do want to address a couple of different things that are within the plan that I personally believe there's no plan that's ever going to be perfect, but having this plan will take us a step forward in the right direction. And I'm lifelong West Area resident, west of the 99. Couple of things. The regional park, the gentleman before me, or a couple of gentlemen before me addressed, it gets a dual designation, right? So just because it gets a park designation on top doesn't mean that they can't develop. They could still sell it to whoever. They could still develop whatever they want, whatever that original development land use was. Second, we're talking about poor development in the west side. There is a proposed truck yard development. Councilmember Kerbasi knows this. It's right next to residential homes. If we want to talk about poor development, we can start there as well. We don't need truck yards next to houses. Third, in the West Area specific plan, on Veterans in Barstow, I believe there was a pocket park that was purchased by the city to be developed. There's an additional piece of land right adjacent to it. I would also propose that the city adds that as a pocket park in the West Area specific plan. This isn't in any exhibit. This is just a suggestion of mine. So 2 suggestions really, or 3. So truck yard development, change that business park next to Island Water Park to something else. 2, Veterans Barstow Corner, add another park to the other corner. 3, the regional park, it could remain a dual designation. Developer could still build whatever that they want. That's all. Thank you.
That was Barstow and Veterans, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Okay, next we have Daniel Brannick.
Good afternoon, City Council. Daniel Brannick. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Highway City Community Development Corporation, and I went to John Steinbeck Elementary, and I went to Central High School. My family still lives west of 99. My friends still live west of 99 and care about the area quite deeply. And so I've been part of this process, if not since day 1, since about day 2. And I'm happy to be here anyway, but I'm being here as much as I can for everybody who couldn't stay here today. I want to start just tremendous thanks again, like at the PC level, the city staff for all the effort they put into creating this plan, their outreach process, hearing and understanding what people in the West area want and need, and then developing a plan with the policies and the overarching vision that meets those wants and needs. Also, thanks to the steering committee members for putting in the work. Some of them are here today and they've stuck with it. I really appreciate it. Thanks for so many people within and beyond the West area who've showed support. It's a plan that's asked to do a lot of things and deal with a lot, promote growth and new development, preserve rural and agricultural landscapes and cultural traditions, work for residents and work for developers, and reconcile very diverse interests that reflect the diversity of this community. It's a daunting challenge, but this plan does it. I'm going to speak to Councilmember Perea. Your words are powerful and appreciated and hit exactly the big topics that I personally am excited most about, bridging the gaps in transportation and infrastructure, that rectifying the historically piecemeal pattern of development in the West area, adding parks and recreational spaces, places like Dolores Huerta that are great to have now. I don't want other people growing up in the West area to have to live without the way I did. And complete communities. Yes, housing, but yes, all these missing incremental community amenities and assets that people have asked for. And the total population of the West area is north of 50,000 people, 55,000 people. We have people there. We're going to take on more. This plan really pushes us in the development to help bridge some of those funding gaps, policy-wise, to help us get there. I just would maybe close with, this has been a long time in the making.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Gurdeep Shergill.
All right, good afternoon, council members. It's a great pleasure to be here as an educator from San Unified School District, also with the Punjabi Radio FM 94.3, also a voice of the community. So this plan has so much community involvement. I mean, you talk about community involvement like you should have attended those meetings starting in 2017. Because it is very easier to say, hey, community is not involved. The community is very much involved, and you probably saw community involvement up from the past couple of days. So because Community 1, West of 99 area plan passed, because it is with the community feedback, community's involvement. For my students that I see, they are walking on dirt. No, they deserve better than that. We live in the United States of America. This is not a third world country. West of 99, we have very poor planning, redlining for the minority communities. It has to stop. It has to stop. Poor planning. You have a choice today to make either positive history or you'll be remembered either way. Your choice. West of 99 is a medical and business desert. Time is now to make a positive impact in the community. We want people to stay in west of 99, not to just move out. So plan equals success. I love the way our Representative Perea said. She said this plan should have been passed a long time ago. The area could have looked different, much differently. So thank you. We're very passionate, and I love my community right here. We love you guys. Thank you.
Okay, that was our last card, but we still do have the opportunity. Is anybody here today that wants to speak that didn't get a chance to speak today before we close this portion? Okay, there being none. Oh, yes, sir, come on up. Just state your name.
Hi, I'm Alex Giovanotto, also Peter's brother, but in the actual request, it binds together the park designation and the down zoning. We would like if you could consider those separately. Does that make sense?
Say it one more time, I'm sorry.
Right now, the
request has a
has two.
Yep.
It appears to be bound together.
I see. Okay.
We'd like you to consider the down zoning.
Mm-hmm.
As you recall, he had that there was 75% medium high,
Okay.
25%. And then the second is the park designation.
Got
If
it.
you could look at those as two separate things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers on this item? This is your last opportunity before we go back to the council. Okay, we're going to close that portion of the hearing, go back to the council. I have the council vice president punched up.
I'm going to try and convince my colleague Maxwell to vote yes here. Grant the council members to my right's wish of a unanimous vote. I do have a couple questions for staff. Remind me, the gentleman who's asking for the property not to be zoned as public park space, what are the rules around that zoning? Can they proceed with building, and what's the current zoning of that parcel?
Yes, so there's two requests that have park space on them. So I believe you're referring to request number 2, which is about 19 acres and is part of the potential regional park area. So currently the zoning is RM3, and we're proposing to retain that zoning, and they would be able to develop under that zoning.
Okay, so it's not being zoned as public park space?
No.
Can you talk about dual designation, please? I think this would be a good time.
Oh, is that a dual designation?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
that I'm familiar
Yeah.
with it. So they can do either or.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My other question, how much acreage of zoning for heavy industrial have you guys baked into this proposal? Heavy industrial, big distribution centers?
In this plan?
Correct.
There's no heavy industrial land use
Zero?
in this plan. There's some light industrial.
Zero heavy industrial?
0.
So where are the massive distribution centers that people want and ask us to approve in the south part of the city? Where would they put them if people want front door delivery of Amazon? So there's zero industrial in this section of town?
I don't think this
we
part
have
of
a whole
town has
freeway
ever been
system
zoned
built.
industrial, and I don't think it changed from the 2021.
But I mean, in these chambers, I hear developmentalists in the city that we have zero vacancy, and we have a huge need for heavy industrial and warehouse distribution centers. So are we basically providing immunity of any heavy industrial to this whole section of town?
So I will recall several years ago, we did move, it was not heavy industrial, but we moved industrial along the Golden State corridor from, you guys can refresh my memory, but I remember we specifically moved some of the lighter industrial. Heavy industrial zoning, zone designations go back decades because those are generally planned along the freeway corridors and the rail transit, the rail line. So
don't we have rail lines, Veterans Boulevard, the 99 freeway all along this planned area?
Yes, the eastern boundary is Highway 99. There is some light industrial designations that was carried over from the existing general plan.
Is there any additional industrial zoning being proposed?
No, there's no new industrial. We just copied what was already in the
Understood.
general plan. I will point out that there is industrial zoning on the other side of the plan boundary,
Okay.
just for some context.
I just want to point out to my colleagues and to administration that we have neighborhoods in South Fresno that are zoned residential, and people are proposing to make them industrial, heavy industrial, for the quote-unquote need of heavy industrial distribution centers in the city. And the arguments have not carried water for
Zoned
some
residential.
folks. When
Where,
people
where
push
is it zoned residential in the southern section?
It's not on the agenda, so we can't go deeper, but we'll walk
No,
you
we
through
have
it.
residential, which is within the heavy industrial zone. We do have non-conforming residential that is within heavy industrial, but I don't believe we have any
Have
residential.
several pending applications to turn residential to heavy industrial zoning in the south part of the city.
Okay, I
so-
need to look at that.
Yep.
I'm not familiar with that.
Anyway, I just want to point that out. My remaining question on this item is simply, Have you guys addressed every request that we received? I know sometimes there's a cleanup that happens in these massive plans. For this plan, if it was to be approved today, what would be the next scheduled cleanup if we were to get more requests? I know that's typically the routine. Is that the case here?
So we believe we can accommodate the requests that we've received today, with some exceptions, such as the one that reduces the housing capacity to
Correct.
below a threshold. If we received ones passed today, then I think we would defer to council on how to handle those.
But there isn't a natural next cleanup cycle for this plan, right? Director? No?
What
So
was
is-
that one more time, council member?
What I've seen in the past, when we approve these specific plans, there's always an opportunity, typically 2 or 3 months later, for cleanup that we might have missed on zoning change. Are we planning on that for this, or is this a final vote? You guys feel comfortable enough that you've captured all the requests today that we could make this a final vote?
This is the final planned vote. If the council identified additional corrections or changes or modifications they'd like to see in the next, say, 4 to 6 months, we would need to do an addendum to the EIR. That is not planned in our schedule of work at this time. But if there's a large outcry, we can certainly look at that.
And to confirm, the requests that have been submitted thus far wouldn't trigger an addendum, correct?
So Casey identified the ones that are within the scope of the EIR and the ones that are not. So the ones that are not within the scope would require an addendum and would require additional environmental review. And those are numbers 3 and 6.
Great. My last comment on this, I was around in 18, I believe it was one of the first early meetings of the plan. I do want to express my appreciation to all the committee members that worked really hard on this. This is probably one of the fewest amount of changes in a specific plan that I've seen. In my part of town, we had a failed specific plan. People could not agree to compromising what the region would look like. So that didn't go through. Now we're having to deal with project per project type of considerations. So I do want to thank the director, Casey, the staff. You guys have done an exceptional job of keeping this project moving along the ways and involving the public this whole time. I know it took several years, but I've never felt like the public was out of the loop and that their requests were not being heard. So I do appreciate it. I do apologize to the public that it took this long. But when you're making a decision on thousands of properties that individuals, families, and trusts own and have legal rights to, it does take time to get through the process of mitigating everyone's concerns. So I do appreciate staff's work on it. Good job, City Manager and Jennifer and Casey.
Any other council members wishing to ask questions or comment on this item? Okay, so I have some questions. I do remember back before I was a council member actually attending some of the meetings. I think it was at Herndon Barstow Elementary, a few of them I can recall. And I agree with Councilmember Perea. I'm just surprised that we didn't do this 20 years, a generation ago. Who knows what could have happened? But we're here now, and we have the opportunity to actually do something pretty considerable for a whole big chunk of our community that really historically hasn't had a lot of attention, but has been getting more and more in the last few years. With Veterans Boulevard opening, it opens up a lot of opportunities for that area as well. Now we just need a plan to really encourage more of the growth so we can have the services people want, like health clinics and grocery stores. I hear about that all the time. They're in the right to want that because it's a food desert. So we had a few speakers today, and I know we've had some folks reach out to us and suggest some requests for some small land designation changes. There was a very robust public process for years, but it's kind of been a bit quiet as far as the general public's concerned. I know we have community groups that are very active. When was the last public meeting the city held, or series of public meetings on the West Area Plan?
Give me just a moment, I can take a look.
Sure, thank you.
So Aside from Planning Commission and the Planning Commission workshop, we attended a number of District 1 town halls in 2024, and we had a meeting on the revised land use map in 2023.
When was that in 2023?
Yes.
No, when in 2023 was that meeting?
That was, it looks like we had 2 meetings on that in March of 23, and as well as there was another community conversation on April 12th of 23.
Where were those held?
The the meetings around the land use map were held at Steinbeck. And then the community conversation, I don't have that record with me.
Okay, well, I think the March one.
Tried to hold them.
Yeah,
in
the March one's
plan
pretty
area.
important.
Yeah.
How was that noticed, and how many people attended?
Right.
As best you can tell. I know it's going back a couple of years, so.
I believe we had more than 20 people attend about 20 at each of those meetings. And it was noticed to over 200 people because we wanted to let them know about the new changes to the land use map.
When you noticed it, like, who are the people? I mean, it's such a large area of our city.
Yeah.
Was it people that were already on a list, or was it people around Steinbeck, for example?
Yes, so for that particular mailer, it was anyone whose land use was proposed to change under the 2023 map. Previously, we have sent letters to everyone in the plan area, which is more than 14,000 addresses.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you know about the last time that happened? When
14,000?
all the folks, yep.
That would have been in 2022.
Okay. And there was no, I know that's expensive, but we didn't mail, now that this is coming forward, we have not mailed to all the property owners.
We did after planning, all of the property
Well, you
owners
mentioned
in the plan area?
in 2022, it was 14,000, how many?
Yes, that would have been everybody.
And those are 14,000, were they just letters in the mail?
So
Or cards?
that 2022 letter was actually split into different segments. So if the land use was related to one of the previous land use change requests, that had a segment. We also had a segment relating to just other changes related to the land use map, and then everybody else. So everybody got the letter, but if a land use was changing, then we specified that in the letter, and that was, the 2022.
The reason why I'm asking is, I talked about the importance of having the amenities folks want. Infrastructure, grocery stores. Again, I go back to that one because that one I hear the most. What I worry about, look, this has been going on for a long time, so I would think the landowners should all know about this. I think if you own property, you really should. We have several of them that are proactive in here, and that helps us a heck of a lot. So when we make this decision, we can make the best one possible. I don't want anyone coming to me and saying, you approved this land use plan, I can't build my shopping center because I didn't know this was going to happen. It wasn't fresh on my mind. That's what I worry about. I want to support this today and move forward. I just want to state on the record, I have a real concern. I wish we had perhaps taken one more stab at informing, especially those that own the larger parcels, because those are what really pay into our regional park fee and our impact fees so that we can build the amenities people want.
Yes,
But
and to
go ahead,
note,
please, yeah.
Just noting that we have sent a letter between Planning Commission and here too, so 2025 was also covered, just
Okay,
so you know.
that helps a lot,
Yeah.
Casey. How many letters were sent out for that?
So that was also about 280 letters, and we did do that one certified, and we've received a majority of the cards back from that
That's
posting.
what that, I think, goes to your point.
Land
If
use.
their zoning was changing, they got a letter in the fall.
Is this their zoning changing from the current general plan, or this is, yeah?
Yes.
That's very helpful.
Yes.
I like to hear that. Thank you
So-
for doing that.
On September 19th of this year, they were notified by certified mail that the hearings were coming up, what their zoning is today, and what it is being recommended to be changed to.
That's very helpful.
So-
Thank you, Director.
Yeah.
Okay. And that means it was certified, so they know they received it. Hopefully they read it, and it's on them. We've made our effort, so that's very helpful.
And I have gotten phone calls from folks who just wanted more information and were fine with
Sure.
the change. Mhm.
Okay. If this item passes theoretically, it would, I would assume, make it easier to develop in the area. I mean, that's the hope with the specific plan. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier today, we did talk about VMT. How will this item impact that item?
Here I might defer to Sophia.
Okay.
Hello, Council President Carbasi. To answer your question, the VMT analysis that was done for the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan EIR was done at the plan level, and so the findings that were made relate to the plan level. So still individual project level mitigation would be required. I don't know if that answers your question.
It answers the question. I felt like, without going into the other argument, I didn't have a lot of certainty. It was a very robust debate. I just want to know if this will help at all to, we're going to approve a plan, there's going to be housing, that's great, but does this help reduce anything, all the changes to help reduce VMT to where we would get, someone that wants to develop would be able to do it and the cost wouldn't be passed on to the consumer or the home buyer? I don't think we can answer the question. I think that's kind of what we're getting at.
It depends.
Right? The worst answer in government, it depends.
Our
I hear you.
favorite answer.
It's the truth.
It depends on, they have a parcel that may be, zone mixed use, and it depends how they submit their development. If they have office, living, then obviously that'll have reduced VMT. If they go the other direction and do the minimum, then they may have VMT. It all really comes down to how they design their project. It's really...
No, I hear you. I'm saying if they make the effort to design it. I just want to make... Yeah. If they don't make the effort, it's on them. That's different. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. There have been a lot of laws since 2022 or the last big meetings we've had. Have we examined how those laws can impact I want us, if we're supposed to support this plan, I don't want people thinking tomorrow there's going to be all these developments. I think this is going to help, but I don't want to sell them on a false promise. There's been a lot of housing law changes. Does this take those things into account at all?
We have been tracking those, and I'll turn it over to Casey if she wishes to add, but yes, we've been tracking those.
Okay.
Yes, I think the big one for this plan was SB 330.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the other state law changes that we're seeing are more so related to our development code as much as we've seen so far, and we are tracking those.
You mentioned SB 330, which is the perfect segue, because my next question was, how many housing units do we gain if we adopt this today?
Between this and the general plan, not accounting for the land use change requests, it's about 400 units.
Oh, this one alone about 400. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay. And then the last area I want to focus on are park spaces. We may need to pull up a map, or unless we have any supporting documents that had maps on there. About a year ago, I think we secured some money in the budget to purchase a triangle piece of property at Barstow Veterans from DeYoung, and they were willing to sell that property, so we purchased that property. I think there was a request, maybe, is that what you were talking about, Harmon, about another property adjacent to that? Okay. I will make the effort to see if the DeYoungs would do that. I don't mind asking them. I think their plan is to develop it into housing. If it's changed, I will.
It's a very small lot. I don't know.
Yeah. I'll talk to them. What I don't want to do is just make a change where we're going to. They've had no opportunity to comment on it. Where I put the dual designation or change it to where they're not here. They wouldn't know. But I would love that little park to be bigger. So I'll ask about that. The regional parks, this is going to, my memory banks, I mean, it's from years ago, but I remember the talk about parks, regional parks, which is a huge thing, was discussed at the steering committee meetings. So where is the current site? Can we show that on a map?
Yes, I think we could either pull up the actual plan.
That'd be great if we could do that. If you can just give Bernard an idea where to go, which attachment to look at, we can do that.
Yes.
Exhibit to look at.
So it will be exhibit.
You got it, Nick?
F.
Oh, V. Okay.
Which might take a minute to load. So this is the plan itself. It's Exhibit F, and it'll be page 82. It's part of the on the grant listing.
To our audience and staff, thank you for your patience.
Yes, it's a large file.
It's being tested
so
today.
It's loading.
Understood. Part of my questions are also going to ask about the alternative sites. Would that be in this?
Yeah, I think this will be the best way to
Great.
visualize the alternatives.
Okay. And while this is loading, so right now there's only one regional park with dual designation. Is that correct?
Technically, it's 2 sites with a community park designation.
Sorry. So the one we're talking about on Shaw is 2. Got it.
Yes, but proposed to become a regional park between the 2, and yes, they're all dual designated.
Okay. And the size requirement, number of acres to be considered a regional park, what's that number? Is it 40? I don't remember.
It's 40.
40? Okay. Okay. And this is the last area I'm going to ask questions on, so I'm almost done. Will this also have a map of, I don't know if we have any other park sites or park designated sites that aren't built out yet in the north of Shaw portion? I don't know if we have a lot more left.
I think that there are 2 designated sites that have not been developed north of Shaw outside of the proposed regional park area. And then there are some that are pocket parks in subdivisions that are built out.
Okay. Is there a way to visualize that?
It's also on this map.
Perfect.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
While this is waiting, do any other council members have questions so we can go to your questions while this loads? Okay. Yeah.
If we still had the projector, we could do that, but.
We're bringing that back. Old school. Might be easier just to. Oh boy.
No.
Gave me a half wave. I think you thought I was my brother or Casey Lauderdale. It is. I'm 4 inches shorter, bald with a beard, but I saw you and
Council President, in consideration of people's time, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the agenda.
I'll second that. We're waiting for this to load up. We're not done yet. We're going to get back to this. Well, in the meantime, while this document's loading up, we're going to take care of some housekeeping.
Hold on, Casey.
Yes.
Go ahead. So there's a motion second.
We're
Go ahead.
also going to try to screenshot it and email
Oh, that's
yeah.
great. That would help a lot. Thank you for doing that. Okay, thank you. Sorry, a little technical glitch. We're working on that. So there's a motion to reconsider the agenda. It's been seconded. Is there any opposition to reconsidering the agenda?
Okay.
There being none? Okay, now go ahead,
So
Council
like
Vice President.
to make a motion to return item 2O back to the consent item so that we don't hold up the individual today. And then also a motion to table item 2P as in Paul to the next meeting.
Okay. I'll second that. Any opposition to that? So 2O returned to the consent calendar, 2P postponed to the next table, to the next meeting.
Yes.
Council President, can we get some input from staff to find out what the ramifications of that are?
Okay. So any concerns? Okay, thank you. All right, any opposition to the motion? There being none, it passes 7-0. Oh, the map's up. Last motion, council member, to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay, second? Okay, second by council member Perea. Any opposition? There being none, passes unanimously. Now we're maps up. Now we can get back to this item and finish it up.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
So this is Casey, and thank you for doing this. This is the site we're talking about, correct?
Yes, so the area that has that blue outline with the purple fill is the proposed location for the regional park.
Okay. So one larger parcel, well, it looks larger, one larger parcel south of Shaw, and then one more rectangular parcel north of Shaw, correct?
Yes, the parcel south of Shaw, there's two there, and
Okay.
then the power line trail cuts through the
yeah.
back of some others.
Okay, I can see that. And then while we're looking at this, I see some purple north of Shaw up there in District 2. Is that the little triangle piece along the freeway, the 99? Is that one of the sites you're talking about that will be a park space out there that hasn't been developed yet?
Correct.
Okay, Bernard, can you zoom in on that? So it's a little triangle piece in the top corner. Oh, move the cursor to the left more. Well, that's good enough. Okay, so I see two pieces. So one fairly good sized triangle portion along the 99, and then another portion, what is that, on Grantland?
Correct.
Okay.
Grantland north of Bullard.
Okay. Not now, later. If staff can let me know how many acres those two are, that would be great. Okay, so going back to the main issue, can you show me where the alternative sites for regional parks are?
Yes, so what was proposed by the steering committee and studied, so there is a scoring sheet also included as an exhibit. I'm forgetting the letter for the exhibit off the top of my head. But you have A there at the top of the plan area. You have B, which is more in the southern part of the plan area, and then C, which was the original that we were going to suggest because it scored the highest, and that is along Shaw and Veterans, and it hugs the Herndon Canal in a dumbbell shape, and it includes the area south of the Island Water Park.
Okay, so that helps me a lot. So looking at that one, look the box that's magnified, that green area, that is C, that staff originally wanted?
It was it was what scored the highest when we looked at the A, B, and C.
Okay, it's a little bit hard to see because it looks like it's separate pieces, but can you kind of give me a better idea? So I see the Herndon Canal. Is all of it above Shaw?
Yes.
Okay. Is it all one continuous piece or is it two sections?
It's two sections, so it will comprise the parcels on the west side are kind of that almost triangular shape. And then it would hug the Herndon Canal where the trail is proposed, and then be located on the south side of the Island Water Park.
Okay. So, and this is just for my colleagues, especially Council Members Perea and Council Vice President. I do have concerns with D, only because I don't like the idea of having a major street, Shaw Avenue, go right in the middle of a park. And I say that because there's talk about a pedestrian bridge. Fryan Avenue is a very trafficked street in our city. And we would love to build a pedestrian bridge along Fryan. I don't know how much that would cost, but if we could do it, we would. We just can't afford it. We're never going to build a pedestrian bridge. It's not going to happen. So we're going to basically have a regional park that's actually two parks separated by a major thoroughfare.
Mm-hmm.
Why did C score higher? And did staff have a concern about Shaw? And then why was D chosen?
Yeah, I can speak to a few of those things. So C was originally chosen. It scored the highest. Part of the reason why it ended up at the top was because of its connectivity to the future Shaw transit corridor. So that gave it some extra points. And its more central location within the plan area. Unlike A and B, which are a little bit more on the outskirts, C is closer to existing development, a little bit more accessible, and for thinking of regional park, that's used by a whole city. So D was selected. We wanted to keep it in the same area for those reasons, to still benefit from the things that made C score high. It also is located along the intersection of the future Herndon Canal Trail and the future Power Line Trail. So trying to leverage some of those benefits
Right,
there.
because you can't build housing under those lines.
Correct.
So, but you can have green space.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and some of the Power Line Trail is being built out and exists in some of the newer communities south of this location. Okay. So some of the thoughts of why we felt comfortable doing the north and south, one, a potential bridge could be used as an artistic gateway to the neighborhood, and connect that trail safely. We also know that unlike Friant, which is built out extremely large, Shaw, and I know we believe we have public works staff here as well, it's not really envisioned to be a street like Friant. It's envisioned to be the main corridor of a future town center, so slower traffic, it will have a median. So just a bit of a different context in terms of the traffic flow there. And the last reason we thought that this would work is because we've heard numerous requests of what could potentially go in this park. And some of it varies from more, I would call it like maybe passive activities versus more active activities. But sports fields, so a lot of the residents have talked about not having enough sports fields with lighting. So that could be positioned on one side of the park where you have all the sports fields that can host tournaments, while the other side of the park might be home to a future food hall, visitor center, urban garden, U-Pick farm, and then the canal activities and some things that maybe are a little more passive.
You could still do that with C though, correct? Because it is kind of like, it's connected by the trail for the canal, but it is kind of have two different sections, correct?
Yes.
And it's all on one side of the street. I know what you're saying about Shaw not being as like around where Jennifer Avenue is in that area. It's not as crazy, but it's still a major thoroughfare and the gateway to Kerman, for example. Okay, who made the decision to choose? Is it B over C? Was that just the steering committee?
The decision to do C was based off of the scoring criteria that was created by the steering committee.
Exhibit P.
No, I'm saying, but right now the plan calls for B, is that correct?
No, D.
I'm sorry, plan calls for D.
Yes.
Because of the scoring, staff recommended C, but what we're looking at today is recommending D, correct?
Yes, we shifted it.
Okay, so can this council, if we chose to, choose one of the alternative sites, A, B, or C?
I believe so.
I mean, is there anything legally stopping us from doing that?
With the dual designation, I can
Bless
say that we base our environmental analysis on the zoning. So the residential, commercial, whatever the underlying zoning is, not the park space.
Okay.
So I would
Well,
maybe get backup from the city attorney if I may, but I don't think so. It doesn't affect the EIR.
Say that again?
It won't affect the environmental
That's-
impact
that's-
report
that's
to
a
move
relief.
the park space.
Okay. I want to hear from my colleagues. I really do think, based on what's available, I think having it on one side of the street, whether it's south or north, is better. It's safer. I love the idea of the pedestrian bridge being a draw. We're never going to build it. The money will not be there. I'm sorry. We have too many curbs and gutters and sidewalks that aren't built there yet to allocate $1 million or more for major pedestrian bridge. It's not realistic if they tell you that. It's just not. We can technically do it. We just can't afford it. The money's not going to be there, and there's more important needs in the area. I would really like to consider C. I wish we had a better graphic of it, but I mean it does help. Do my colleagues have any other thoughts on that?
Council President, don't we currently have a pending application on the site for C already in the works? I would just hate to interrupt something that's already in the pipeline.
So, council member, I can't speak to any specific applications in the queue. However, a dual designation has a process. So someone proposes something on a site that has a dual designation. We consult with the Parks Department. Is there a plan for this site? Is there funding available? Are you prepared to move forward at this time? If they say no, then the project moves forward as proposed without applying the park.
Okay, this is super significant. I do not want to punt this. I want to vote on this today. Is there a better map we can see? I don't know. Or can we print something out? I want to confer with my colleagues in the West area.
Council President, just for the public's benefit, the pedestrian bridge that we've been working on for 3 years now off over the 99 for Parkway, the latest estimate we got is $6 million. So a pedestrian bridge is not cheap by any means, and it's going to be a 10-year process, assuming we can finance the project.
Okay, and while we're looking at that, then can we look at, what do you guys think about, can you zoom out? Where's the other sites? I'm sorry. Where's A and B? So B is there. I mean, I'm selfish. I'd love A, but that's because it's close to the river too. But do you guys have any thoughts about that? Or should we take a little break and? Okay, we're going to take, go ahead.
Oh,
Do you have a
I
better
was
map?
going to say I know I believe we can zoom into the map. C is that green outline, and then D is the blue one. So yeah, I don't know if it's still a little difficult to see.
Okay. While we're doing this, we're going to take a break and come back at 3:57. Thank you. Paper copies, great. And looking at the map, there are 4 sites, A, B, C, and D. D is the one currently in the proposal. Staff originally, based on the scoring system, recommended C. My continued concern is having a park site that is basically cut in half by Shaw Avenue, which is a major corridor. I think that we can do that with the promise of building a pedestrian bridge, but the reality is we will never find the funding for that bridge. It's not going to happen, and it's just getting more expensive. So I think we need to make a decision right now on if we're going to have park space, where we want it to be safer. I want to see how this flows, but my inclination right now, there's a lot of acreage up in A, and then we keep part of D. So we'll have plenty of park space throughout the west area, rather than being separated by Shaw Avenue. That's the suggestion, so let's see how we move forward. Okay, thank you. That's all for me. Casey, great job. Thank you for answering my questions and being patient. Great job to clerk staff for getting everything done. Thank you, Bernard. So any other council members wishing to comment? Okay, so we're ready for any motions one way or another.
Council President, I would like to make a motion to approve the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan.
Second.
As is, with the technical corrections recommended by staff.
Okay.
And I would like to call for a vote to be put up on the screen
Right.
as well, please.
With that, would you accept an amendment to the motion that we made to designate the park space, the south portion of Shaw?
Yes.
In your district, and A?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember, can we just clarify? I want to make sure that in the record we get the request numbers that are being recommended by staff, which are recommend number 1, 2, 4, and 5. No? Okay, can somebody speak up and tell us what the numbers are? I just want to make sure we have it clear for the record.
Okay. So I'll run through them all just again so we have all the information, if that's okay. So
The request numbers.
the request numbers. So the ones that we mentioned that we could accommodate, that would not be inconsistent with plan policies or the EIR would be request number 1, request number 4, although part of that request is to remove the park designation. Part of the request is to designate the entire parcel as RM1. So we can accommodate that change to making the entire parcel RM1, and then request number 5.
Okay. Councilmember, can you confer with that?
Yes. Yeah, that is what my motion covers.
Okay. For clarification, which ones are we not approving on the list? Or how many are we not approving on the list?
So 2 is the request to remove the park designation.
That portion, yep.
From the,
Gotcha.
Yes. 3 was a request to keep RM1 due to concerns about personal storage. Personal storage is allowed in CMX, but we can't accommodate that housing capacity loss.
Okay.
And then 6 was informal requests about adding truck parking, which we would further need to evaluate, and we also believe would be inconsistent with plan policies.
And with 2, that was the request, I believe. They wanted us to, so we're meeting the land use designation change, preservation request they had, correct?
We're leaving the zoning as is.
Okay, great, okay. And again, dual use designation does not mean it becomes a park. If they can develop it, they can, but it gives us the option, if we want to make it a park, we can purchase the land.
Yes,
Great.
it gives us the option to have that conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay. Any other discussion from the council? Well, this is a very significant moment. So the motion has been made by Councilmember Perea. I've seconded it. The motion, is there any opposition to the motion? Yes, that's right. We haven't done this in a while. Thank you, Councilmember. The request was to do a old school vote. So ready to go, Todd?
Yep.
Okay. Council members, please cast your votes. And it'll be on the screen. There you go. Congratulations. You are the most patient bunch of folks ever. Thank you. Great
Well
job.
done, staff.
Yes, good job.
Long-range
Thank you.
planning, well done. Good job.
Thank you.
Wait, is that guy's house? Is that guy's house going to turn into a park now?
Hey, good luck.
Excuse me, sir. These are documents that for the city council member for our, I'm sorry? Okay, okay. So how would I get them? Okay, thank you.
I want to do another housekeeping item. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the agenda for the day.
Second that.
Thank you. I want to make a motion. I did pull item 2B, I believe, for contested consent. City Attorney, can we postpone that to the next meeting on the 30th? Is that okay?
I think you have to have a vote to reconsider and then.
Well, I'm sorry, we didn't take the vote yet. Any opposition to the motion to reconsider? There being none, it passes 5-0. City Attorney, if we postpone 2B to the 30th.
We'll be fine.
Okay, thank you. I want to make a motion to postpone 2B to the 30th as well. Thank you. As well as item 4A to the 30th as well. Second, thank you. Any opposition to that motion? There being none, it's 5-0. Motion to approve the agenda as amended. Okay. There a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any opposition? Passes 5-0. Todd, you're going to have a lot of work in the minutes. Okay. Thank you. And thank you all for being patient. We are now at 4:11. Believe it or not, we're really close to being on track. We were a few hours off earlier. We are going to move to our 4 p.m. hearing to consider development permit number P21-00989 for approximately 3.7 acres of property located on the northeast corner of West Herndon and North Prospect Avenues and related environmental assessment number P21-00989. We're going to start with a brief staff presentation. We've, of course, been here before, but yeah.
Brief presentation?
Sure.
Okay. Sure. So good afternoon, Council President, Council members. I'm Israel Trejo with the Planning and Development Department. If I can get my PowerPoint up, please. So I'll try to make this brief. I have about 9 slides, but I'll go through them quickly. So before you this afternoon is consideration of environmental assessment application number P21-00989, as well as the associated development permit and related conditions of approval. Subject property, as outlined in red on the screen above, is currently vacant, contains approximately 3.7 acres, and is located on the northeast corner of Herndon and Prospect Avenues. Subject site is surrounded by single-family residential to the south, to the east, a neighborhood park to the north, and vacant land to the west. I'd like to go over some of the components of the project. The development permit proposes 82 multifamily residential units. The site is, again, 3.7 acres. With 82 units, the density is approximately 22 units to the acre. The subject site is zoned RM2, which allows 16 to 30 units to the acre. So this is right kind of in the middle of what's allowed in that zone district. There are 4 residential buildings proposed on site. 2 residential buildings along Fir, 1 along Prospect, and 1 along Herndon. The 2 on Fir and the 1 building on Prospect are 3-story residential buildings at about 41 feet in height. The 1 building on Herndon is 4 stories and proposed about 49 feet 10 inches, which fall under the maximum height within the RM2 zone district of 50 feet. Next, we'd like to discuss open space. RM2 zone district requires 15% open space. At 3.7 acres, that's approximately 24,000 square feet of open space. However, since the site is located across the street from a neighborhood park, a 25% reduction is allowed. With the 25% reduction, that takes you down to about 18,000 square feet of open space. However, the applicant is proposing 21,000 square feet of open space. Kind of towards the middle, rightish of the screen is the open space. There's a swimming pool, a rec center for those that live on site, as well as a dog park. Again, the minimum requirement would be 18,000 square feet of open space, but the applicant's proposing 21,000. Parking, we'd like to discuss parking. 1.5 parking spaces is required per unit, 1 of which must be covered. So for 82 units, 82 covered parking spaces are required and 41 uncovered. That takes us to a total of 123 parking spaces. The applicant proposes 154 parking spaces, so they're 31 parking spaces over what the minimum requirement is for that zone district. Next, we'd like to discuss the history of denials and approvals of the subject application. So in 2024 March of 2024, the development director approved the subject application. That approval was subsequently appealed to the Planning Commission, and that was heard by the Planning Commission in May of 2024. The Planning Commission voted to uphold the appeal and deny the subject application. That denial was appealed by the council member of where the project is located, as well as the mayor. The appeal was then heard by the council in July of 2024, where the council voted 4-3 to uphold the denial as the decision made by the Planning Commission. So that denial was appealed by the applicant to the Superior Court of California on July 14th, 2025. The judge remanded this project back to the City Council and deemed the project, I'm going to just read so I don't misquote, but basically deemed the development consistent and compliant and in conformity with the applicable plan, program, policy, ordinance, standard, requirement, or other similar provision of the City of Fresno. There was also two other directives. One is within 60 days, the council decides what kind of environmental assessment applies to the project. It did not preclude the council from utilizing the recently adopted Assembly Bill 130, which was passed earlier this year to help spur residential development, among other things. Also, thirdly, within that 60 days, the council is to decide which conditions of approval apply to the project. The Assembly Bill 130 is what staff prepared. Assembly Bill 130 requires a 60-day consultation with the Native American tribes, and because of that, we could not come back within 60 days, and there was another 60-day, or there was one 60-day extension granted to November 12th in order for council to decide, again, the conditions of approval and the appropriate environmental assessment. So as I mentioned earlier, staff did prepare a statutory exemption, AB 130. It's attached as Exhibit B to your staff report. There's about 8 pages within that Exhibit B, and basically the project does comply with Assembly Bill 130. Some of the components of Assembly Bill 130 include less than 20 acres, not utilizing farmland, a minimum density of 15 units to the acre. Also, as part of AB 130, a Phase 1 environmental assessment is required. Related to the conditions of approval, staff has changed. So again, this project went to the council last year. The conditions of approval remain the same with 2 changes. We removed the requirement for a minor deviation relative to the setback along along Herndon. And also we added, pursuant to Assembly Bill 130, the requirement for a Phase 1 environmental analysis. In conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the statutory exemption pursuant to AB 130 and also approve the conditions of approval dated October 16th, 2025 with those 2 changes that I mentioned. That concludes my presentation. I can answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. You had some historical context here. So the parcel in question, the parcels in question we're talking about, when were they rezoned to their current land use designation?
That would have been 2025, 2026, late 2025. I'm sorry, 2015, 2016.
Okay, got it. If I was here, this wouldn't have happened. And I want the folks that are here, you've been here before. I don't want to reopen this. You've heard all the facts, but I just want to get a couple of points made. So this land use change happened in 2015, 2016.
14 was with the general plan. Yes.
With the general plan.
Yeah.
We just had a very robust conversation about the West Area Plan. Great job to staff. Years in the making, a lot of public engagement, a lot of debate on this council. Had this neighborhood had the ability to have that much debate, I can tell you, if they were asked, they would have told you the historic problems that we have here, and they never would have granted. They would have at least had a council member with the sense to say, this is a disaster waiting to happen, and we wouldn't be here today. Because it is a by right development, is that correct?
This development
at this point.
Correct, yes, the development permit, correct.
Okay. City Attorney, I want to ask you some legal questions. Last year, these folks, actually the room was packed. Folks came here. We listened to all their comments. They made a very good case. Everyone had a chance to speak. This council rightfully rejected this project. Why the heck are we back here today?
Council President, a Superior Court judge here in Fresno ruled essentially against the city and in favor of the developer. We are being ordered by a judge, a state court judge, to essentially approve this project.
Okay. Well, just to be clear though, I don't know what this council is going to do. We'll take a vote. We'll see how this goes. What happens if I don't care what a judge says. I'm going to do what's right. What happens if we do not approve this item? And if we don't approve it, or if we do approve it, do others have the ability? Does that mean it's going to get built, or do others have the ability to potentially sue?
Okay, so a multi-part question. I'm going to address what would theoretically happen if this council, this body, did not approve this project. It could open up the city to hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of sanctions by this court. It would potentially open up the city to federal lawsuits by the developer. And so it is my recommendation as city attorney that as fiduciaries that you approve this, this item. You've been directed by a court to do so. It may be very unwise to ignore a court order. And to the second part of your question, it wouldn't preclude third parties from, filing their own lawsuits. I'm not encouraging anybody to file a lawsuit against the city, but everyone has their own rights and abilities to file their own lawsuits.
What is the penalty if are there any financial penalties if we don't actually move forward?
There could be court sanctions, and I couldn't predict what this judge would do.
Okay.
But usually, if you violate a court order on purpose, the sanctions could be pretty hefty.
Okay. I don't have any other council members punched up at this time. I'm sure we'll have some thoughts. This has been a long process for me, but more importantly for the residents that live in the area. I know that our state is facing a housing crisis. Fresno is no exception to that. But this constant push to increase density in our city, in my opinion, in this case, it bypassed transparency and it bypassed community engagement. I'm telling you, if these folks had been considered, they would have told you why this is a terrible idea. I do believe if this project is built, whether the state gives now with housing laws, the state gives exemptions for parking and green space and lowers those standards, practically, it is going to wreak havoc on the area. And I find it very interesting that when this neighborhood was rezoned, only those 3 parcels were rezoned, not the parcels south of what was then Faulkner Elementary. Be that as it may, it's very, very odd that happened. I would love to know what the former mayor thinks about that and the former council member. I think that another thing that really hurt was a lack of engagement. And I get it. It's by right. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to give a damn about what happens in the neighborhood. But it's my responsibility, and it's the people that live there that have to deal with the impact of it. But I think that if the project proposers had just made a little bit of effort to meet with the residents, not just the one time the mayor finally got him to agree to a meeting where he listened and did absolutely nothing, if he could have just made some concessions, this chamber wouldn't have been filled. People would have been, some of them supportive. But there was zero effort, in my opinion, made to meet the needs of the neighborhood, not one. And there's a lot of developers out there, they don't have to meet with the neighbors, but they do that because that's just a good thing to do, and it actually, in the long run, saves them from potential lawsuits or what have you. I can't be compelled. I really want to hear what folks are going to say. I'm expecting it'll be a lot of similar points I've heard before, because a lot of your thoughts are based on common sense, and it's very difficult for anyone to refute that. I understand the judge's ruling. For me personally, pardon my language, damn the consequences. I'm going to represent my residents and do what's right, because I know that if this thing goes through, we are the ones that live in the area, live in the Northwest Fresno, and we're going to be stuck dealing with the long-term fallout of the actual impacts this project could have. We do need more housing in this city. but we need to build responsibly. We need to plan responsibly. I don't believe this is doing any of that. I don't think there was full transparency and a genuine respect for the voices of this community, the voices of the residents of Northwest Fresno who are here today and are going to speak very loudly on their thoughts on this matter, and I suspect they're going to be against the project. So with that, those are my comments. If any other council members have any questions, otherwise we'll move to public comment and then bring it back to the council. Okay. We're going to move to public comment. Again, please fill out a card if you want to speak. We have first David Immersion, and then followed by Debbie Nard.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is David Immersion. I'm the attorney on behalf of Park 7 LLC and Land Value Management LLC. On behalf of my clients, I would just like to say that we wholeheartedly support the staff recommendations, and we agree with the legal analysis and factual analysis that went into this project. So I'm not sure if the entire council is aware of the judicial history, but at the hearing that occurred during the summertime in July of 2025, the court made a specific ruling. And at that time, the court found that although a request was made for a finding of bad faith by the city council, the court denied that at that time. The court specifically said at that time there was no bad faith given the robust public comments and invitations that individuals had to speak, and believed the council was listening to its constituents. My concern is that if the court then, or excuse me, if the council then violates the court's order, the court may have a different opinion as to whether or not there's bad faith in the process. And if I could just read into the record the specific findings by the court, specifically the petitioner, who's my client, Housing Development, submitted on May 26, 2021, is deemed consistent, compliant, and in conformity with the applicable plan, program, policy, ordinance, standard, requirement, or other similar provisions of the City of Fresno, and no minor deviation from the Expressway Overlay District is required. Now, in reviewing the staff report, my understanding is that the only condition for approval at this point is a Phase 1. I can represent to the council that a Phase 1 has been engaged by Salem Engineering Group, and we're told that this will be concluded on October 22nd of 2025. So with that, I thank you for your time.
Immersion, a follow-up question. I actually do appreciate that you stated that with the court's ruling, it wasn't, we didn't act in bad faith, we had the process. But the reason why the court found he was compliant was because this property was rezoned many years ago to the use that he's proposing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to state, and this happened many years ago, so it's a by right use.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. That helps a lot. Thank you. Okay. Next is, I saw Dennis. Is Debbie? Dennis can go first. Okay.
My name is Dennis Nard, and I'm a resident in Northwest Fresno. I've been before this board several times now, unfortunately. I know, unfortunately, that your hands are probably tied in this matter, but I would like to point out the process is tilted so heavily against the public that it should be embarrassing to the public officials. I know not all of you are responsible for this. This goes up to Sacramento and even to Washington, D.C. But first, I want to point out that the document prepared by the city staff contained about a dozen subjective evaluations. Those were not only not run by the neighborhood, but the neighborhood is not allowed to question those. We cannot even talk to that representative as to how they came up with those determinations. Furthermore, our access is limited pretty much to the staff member, whereas we watched the developer wander right into the planning director's office to discuss this. We asked for various records. The city attorney's office advised us we weren't entitled to them, or most of them. The ones we were entitled to showed up on the day of the hearing, despite being requested months in advance. We were also advised that our council person couldn't talk to us because this is a quasi-judicial matter. I find it interesting that we're here today and one council member has an advertisement in front of her on a matter you just voted on. Doesn't seem like a double standard to me. I'm also appalled that the city attorney seems to be willing to accept the decision from a judge who may have a relationship with the plaintiff, and the plaintiff contributed to that person's election campaign. Certainly seems that that's a perception of possible bias. Last time I was here, I drove through Fresno back to my house in northwest Fresno. We wandered through several neighborhoods that we hadn't seen in the past. Every one of them had deteriorated from the last time that we had been there. I would ask that this council stop trying to make the city bigger. Start making it better. Bigger is not better. Ask Modesto, Stockton, Bakersfield, Inland Empire cities. None of them are celebrating the fact that they're bigger. They're celebrating, or they're not celebrating because they have more problems. I would ask that you join with some of the cities in the state of California to try and go against the state insanity that seems to be trickling down to this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Debbie?
Are we supposed to state our names? Or?
No, you're fine.
Okay, thank you. I guess you're getting to know us.
Yes, we do.
We are here to witness something that no one wants. The fix seems like it's been in for the last 4 years. At the Planning Commission meeting, we pointed out that the 700-foot notification used previously did not reach any of the homes in the original city neighborhood. The homes like mine that border Valentine and who used Valentine to ingress and egress the city, the neighborhood, were not notified. And we've got somebody that's going to be bringing up the map today, and it's going to show that your 1,000 square foot notification did not notify anybody except for 3 people in the original city neighborhood. So we have not been notified. Now, they did notify a lot of people south of Herndon, and many of them are object to this project, but they do not have to find another entrance and exit to access their neighborhood. And I guarantee you that roundabout has caused more people to drive out of their way than it ever saved gas. And we've been asking for something to be done about that for a very long time. The 2 gated communities east of the development have been notified, but they have direct access to Marks off of Fur. It was the construction of these 2 communities that prompted the frontage road that we use to enter and exit our subdivision to become the Prospect intersection. The roundabout and the intersection change were completely unnecessary. People had been accessing the park from Fur since it was built. We feel that we have been thwarted at every turn. We haven't been able to talk to our representative about this for years. It was very difficult and actually required a retired attorney to get public records from the city attorney's office. Our park is being allowed to be the green space for this. We very much appreciate the council members who have carefully listened to us and have visited the intersection, which you have to see to believe. The city needs to fix what they can to mitigate the effects that this high-density monstrosity will have on our neighborhood. We need the Prospect intersection fixed. The current proposal of running the frontage road up to the roundabout is not acceptable. We want to participate in what goes on in our neighborhood, just like other neighborhoods. The park needs more parking. This was caused, at least in part, by the city accommodating the developer. Mike has acknowledged this need for more parking. We can't afford another high-density project. The property south of the school has indicated that they will eventually want to change the zoning to the highest single-family density. This will probably eventually happen. We asked to have the vacant...
Debbie, you can finish your sentence.
We asked to have the vacant parcel at Brawley and Beach removed from the text amendment. This was not discussed or done we intend to contest it, but we would it would be much nicer if the city did the right thing and removed this. We already have more than we can handle in our neighborhood at this point with the infrastructure.
Thank you, Debbie.
Pardon?
Thank you. Yeah. Next is Susan Griffin, and that's the last card I have. But if anyone wants to comment, please do fill out a card, because this will be your last opportunity.
Hello, my name is Susan Griffin. I live at 3836 West Fur, which is in the neighborhood. I have maps, aerial maps here, which I would like to present to have the one for each of the council members. It shows the 1,000-foot radius that was notified of what was going on, and also aerial views of the area. One thing it does show, if I remember correctly, one of the pretents of this property being approved was that there was a bus stop in the area so that the people could accommodate the bus route. Nothing has been said about the bus stop at this intersection. The bus stop, there is a sign in the dirt, and if any of you who have been down Herndon and realize that there is a chain link fence that goes from Prospect down to Brawley, and it runs right along Herndon, and it's been run into numerous times and had to be replaced. The bus stop is on the outside of that chain link fence. If you're going to stop and be picked up by that bus, you're standing on a 2-foot section of curb and dirt, and you have the fence to your back. There's no ADA compliant for any type of wheelchair. If a mother was there with a stroller, there's nowhere to put the stroller on the curb. And if the bus did stop, it stops in the first lane of traffic of Herndon. There is no outlet for the bus to drive into. So if the bus stops, it stops traffic. Now, if that's at 5:30 in the evening, that's stopping traffic that's already backed up to Marks. And the people are going 50, 60 miles an hour down Herndon, and they have to stop for a bus. If the city goes in and makes a bus lane for that bus to go into, that cuts into the frontage road that goes into our neighborhood. We've already been told by the fire department and the paramedics that they're already having trouble accessing our neighborhood from that area because of the roundabout. The fire truck can't get around the roundabout because it has to keep backing up to get around it. And if the school is having a function, they can't get through the lane to get through the school to get to our neighborhood. If the city puts a bus lane in there and takes away our frontage road, then we only have Brawley as our main access to get into the neighborhood, or you have to go all the way around Marks and go through San Joaquin Country Club to get to our neighborhood, which puts our homes in jeopardy because of fire or ambulance. Now, all we have done every time we have been here is ask for you to come out, look at our intersection. A few of you have done that. But nothing's done. All we want is this to be done correctly, and to think of the safety and the neighborhood and what the people who live there have.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Bruce Kalatian. And while you're coming up, yeah, I hope no one's driving 60 on Herndon. The speed limit's 50. We're going to catch you. But yes, it does happen, but it's not good.
Hello. I have a couple of questions, and that is we keep going back to 2015 with the rezone. My question is, was it legally done in 2015, or was it just a hoodwink and nobody's really examined it to see if it was legally done? The next concern is that we have one judge who's going to overrule all of you and suggest what's best for Fresno. I think he was also a city councilman in Clovis at one time, if I'm not mistaken. Whether that plays into it or not, I really don't know. But we all hear one Fresno, from the mayor to the city council. They want community involvement. I think you've seen an enormous amount of community involvement. And if you're going to stifle us by one judge, I think that's just terrible. You'll probably never get community involvement again. And that's not good for Fresno or anybody. You all know what's right to do. You all know when you go down Herndon Avenue and you see that monstrosity sitting there, did you make the right decision? Your conscience is going to be your guide, because you know how we've all felt, and if it's one judge you're concerned about, handle him. That's what you're here for. Do the right thing. Don't just let a judge push you around, with all respect to a judge. But he's one person. If you had 10 judges, they may all say one thing or another. You just went to one. So do the right thing.
Anyone else wishing to speak today on this item? That was our last card. This is the last opportunity. Okay. We're going to bring this back to the council, or any other council members punched up have any questions or comments. Councilmember Maxwell, followed by Councilmember Richardson.
Thank you, Council President. Can I ask for a show of hands if you live in the Prospect neighborhood and you're here tonight? I think over the last year or so, I've gotten to know quite a bit of you and heard directly from you. I appreciate you all taking the time tonight to be here, as you have been over the past year, to voice your concerns and let this council know, who doesn't represent your district, what the issues and needs in that neighborhood are. Given the legal court proceeding and ruling, I don't want anyone to be shocked if this gets approved today. I don't know Mr. Huelskamp. I do know Lincoln Owensby, who I believe is in the audience today. I know him to be a very upstanding person, somebody that is a leader in our community and has helped me become the leader that I am today. And I know that would give me relief if he were developing something in my neighborhood, because I know he is a good man. And I know many of you don't know me, don't know Lincoln, so I don't know if that's much comfort to you, but those are my 2 cents on him and his character and the team that he leads. Now, that being said, before I knew the names attached to this project, I did have an opportunity to meet many of you and even sit in some of your living rooms and to see some of the issues that your neighborhood was facing. And I think those are very real issues that have not been addressed adequately by the city, and I think could be exacerbated by the project that's being proposed today. I made a commitment that if the neighborhood wasn't supportive of this project, I was not going to be supportive of it either. And I intend to keep that commitment today, as well as my commitment to continue to partner with your council member on the infrastructure and safety needs that you need in that neighborhood moving forward. I made that commitment to all of you, and I'm going to keep it tonight. I hope the developer can respect that decision, and I also hope that the audience and the neighbors can respect the decision that this body will ultimately make this evening as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Richardson, you have the floor.
I don't think there's any question with the folks here where I stand on this. There are 6 of us up here, and it would be nice to have punched up first and been able to say that I didn't support it, because I don't. But as we just saw a few weeks ago with the city, when you get your hands tied, yeah, maybe it's one judge or, one law or one silly little constitution that makes you do something. But oftentimes ramifications for the rest of the city hang in that balance. I don't like it. I've been out there. I've been to your corners, been to your homes. We met in a hangar out there, went to the park. There's no question about that. If I have to be a tough vote up here because numerically we're between putting the entire city in a lawsuit and not, that's unpopular and it sucks. And I took this job to do those things. So if I have to take that on the chin, I will. But I think everyone hears you, and the fact that you are as active as you are has got to be incredibly respected throughout the entire city. I mean, I know that I'd be surprised if we go 3 more years and don't, see this again. So anyway, that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilmember. Any other council members wishing to comment at this time? I'd like to address a couple of comments that were made. One was the challenge of being able to meet with your representative because of what's called quasi-judicial. That is extremely frustrating for you, and even more so for me. It's been something that's plagued us for a long time now. With the West Area Plan, the item we just heard, that was not quasi-judicial, correct?
That's correct, Council President.
Okay, just to clarify. This item was a quasi-judicial item, which kept me from speaking with you to the degree that I would have liked. I could listen to you, but I couldn't offer comment, and it's been excruciatingly difficult. But we have had a chance to talk about this issue. Now, I've heard nothing today that sways my opinion from how this council rightfully voted on a 4-3 vote to reject this project on merit. But I think Debbie made a comment the fix was in, and I feel that. You said the fix was in for the last 4 years, and that's why we talk about 2015 so much. My very first week on this job, not even a week into it, there was a neighborhood meeting at Faulkner Elementary at the time in the cafeteria about the parcel south of Faulkner that's zoned for office. So you bought your homes knowing that was zoned office. There is a reason why there are no apartment complexes, or monstrosities as it was called, that don't fit the neighborhood on that parcel. Because I made it very clear, I will never support the rezone of that parcel unless serious fixes can be made to the traffic, and no one's gonna do that. I wouldn't support the rezone. Because I had that legal authority, that parcel has not been developed. The fix was not in the last 4 years. I mentioned 2015 with a lot of anger because all of us inherited this problem. When the council member and the former administration allowed this parcel to be rezoned, that's when this happened. I would not even waste time blaming Mr. Owensby. It's not his fault. It's the people you elect. It's their responsibility. And they failed you. And I'm pretty pissed because I'm stuck with this now. I have a feeling how this is going to go tonight. It's very unpleasant, and we're going to spend years trying to remedy this. And I'm going to tell you right now how sorry I am that we have to face this moment. Maybe the vote goes the way we want it to go. I don't know. But when something is by right, it means they are legally protected. So when we deal with a judge and we have separation of powers, we are legislators. I cannot tell a judge what to do. We can follow the law, and when their attorney, Mr. Immersion, said we followed the process here at the council, and that's why we were found in good faith, I asked him to mention that because we did follow the process once we had the opportunity. I don't think that process was followed years ago. When you got under your noses, you didn't even know about it. And like I said, I've not heard anything different. I feel pretty comfortable with how I'm going to vote tonight, despite the challenges and consequences that we could face legally, because whatever legal costs we're going to face, the infrastructure challenges, and then we're basically going to have to bail this project out and its impacts. That's going to be more, in my opinion. But again, this is a by right development, and that's what happens, unfortunately. We got a ruling that wasn't in our favor. I know I'm talking on deaf ears. You're not going to like this, but it really tied our hands before we even started. So those are my comments. If any council members have any other thoughts? I'm not making a motion to approve, so someone else can.
I'll be the bad guy. Council President, motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded. Any more discussion from the council? There being none, is there any opposition to the measure? Does this count? Okay. Okay, the item passes 4-2. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry for Northwest Fresno, but I'll do everything I can to remedy the problems we're going to face because of this, with the remaining time I have in office. We'll be right back, folks, but we're still in session.
We do have a quorum up here, so I'm going to call us back to attention. We're going to move to public comment for all consent, contested consent, and closed session items. Anybody wishing to speak, if you could please come on up to the podium. You'll be given 30 minutes. I don't know which, unscheduled. Are we doing unscheduled now too? I don't think I have. Oh, here we go. Sorry, my apologies.
I think.
First up, we have Jasmine Buenrostro.
Unscheduled.
Jasmine
Unscheduled
Buenrostro. Jasmine in the audience.
You can move. No, they're stopped.
Seeing no Jasmine, we're going to move on to Angelica Ortega. Angelica.
By the way, I found the map. This was
Okay, not seeing Angelica. We're going to move on to Julia Pacheco. Julia Pacheco. Seeing nobody in the chambers, we're going to move on to Genevieva Islas, who I do see in the audience. Good afternoon, Veva. Thank you for waiting. When you get up here, you will have 30 minutes to address the council.
Well, thank you to the council members that have remained at the dais and are interested in hearing.
Bernard, can we help her lower the podium, please? Thank you.
From the public. Thank you. I am here today to talk specifically about the amended ordinance that is being introduced. And I want to begin by saying that I find the language framing the need for this ordinance to be extremely horrendous. The blame that is being placed on street food vendors, from everything to gang activity to increased violence, is shameful and really is Trump-esque in the way that they're just being so negatively painted. I think a lot of the items that are listed are very nonsensical, right? Like, you know clearly that there are increased calls during the summer hours. I think your data will support it. That has nothing to do with street food vendors. These are not calls that you can clearly point to somebody calling to complain about a street food vendor. They're calling because of the root cause issues that you do have listed in this ordinance. The drunkenness, right, the violence and crime that could be happening in the area. But to completely attribute that to a small segment of small businesses is just ludicrous. And I think what is particularly objectionable is that you've painted such a broad umbrella around who is at fault for this, that it includes really hardworking, honest people that are just trying to survive. And essentially, you're eliminating their ability to put food on the table, to pay their bills, right? And I think we all know what happens when someone isn't able to provide for their family, they become desperate, then things will just climax into other unfortunate issues that we don't want to see happen to our neighbors and people in our community. So the bottom line is that nothing that you've written here is going to affect the root issues that you want to address. And I would further just in closing say that it is actually in very direct violation to the law as written in SB 948, which clearly says that you cannot limit these vendors if you are not limiting and restraining every other business that's operating in that area. So I think you're leaving the city open to a potential lawsuit because it's violating state law that actually is meant to protect street food vendors and recognize them as legal businesses. So I hope that in the future you guys would take more care with supporting small business. If you are truly a business-friendly Fresno, you need to be business-friendly to everybody and not just the people that write out checks to keep you in office. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Next up, we have Gerardo Avalos, or Gerardo. Good afternoon. Are we going to have interpreting services? Yes. Okay, we're going to put 6 minutes on the clock for Mr. Avalos. Good afternoon.
Está bien, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Gerardo Ábalos. Estoy aquí porque estoy siendo potencialmente afectado económicamente por todos los vendedores ambulantes.
I am here this afternoon because I am being affected by this whole situation regarding street vendors.
Están en todos los distritos de Fresno. Hicimos reportes con Connie Sportsman para que nos apoyaran y no han hecho nada al respecto. No nomás es el Tower District, es todo Fresno, están por todos lados y nosotros estamos pagando permisos, estamos pagando Health Department, estamos pagando el State Board of Equalization, estamos pagando taxis a la ciudad y estas personas nos están afectando. Nosotros también tenemos familias, también tenemos trabajadores y también tenemos que sustentar y ahorita ya muchos padecemos de estrés postraumático, padecemos de ansiedad porque no ajustamos a pagar las cuentas de carne o algo que tenemos que pagar al siguiente día de $2,000 o $3,000 o pagarle a un trabajador, entonces estamos descansando gente o nos estamos yendo a la quiebra.
Sí, puede pausar.
Y los restaurantes, aquí tenemos una persona de un restaurante que también está siendo afectada, entonces sí estamos siendo afectados por los street vendors y no estamos hablando de una persona que vende elotes o churreros, estamos hablando de todos los taqueros que están alrededor de Fresno vendiendo comida caliente con un carrito.
I am being greatly affected by these street vendors because my business, I'm actually paying permits, I'm paying taxes to the city of Fresno, I'm paying the health department and all other entities that is required from my business. And this problem is not only in the Tower District, it's all over Fresno, throughout all districts. Street vendors seem to be everywhere. And it's affecting my income and also just the income of all the employees. And it's also a problem because it's affecting us in the sense that we're not able to sometimes make ends meet. And so, for example, either our food goes bad because it's not being used, and this is all money up to $3,000 that sometimes we have to pay up front. Sometimes, like for example, when it comes to meat, and we have to pay that up front to get the product, but unfortunately we don't use it, and it's due to just this high amount of street vendors.
Eso es en la parte económica. También pues ya no podemos transitar por las banquetas de Fresno apropiadamente porque los vendedores están prácticamente en la banqueta y están obstruyendo el paso peatonal. No podemos, yo para ir al gimnasio que está en la Fowler y la Quisqueña tengo que pasar por la banqueta, está un taquero con su sombra, su carrito y tengo que bajar de la banqueta, estoy expuesto a un accidente, no tienen el equipo inspeccionado adecuadamente, está todo inseguro. Pues se puede arrimar un niño a un carrito del pastor, arrimar la mano y quemarse, entonces no tienen medidas de seguridad.
Interpreter will ask clarifying question just to make sure. ¿Usted me dijo que vende elotes?
No, nosotros vendemos tacos, tengo 2 loncheras.
Pero usted...
No estamos siendo afectados por alguien que vende elotes o que vende churros, estamos siendo afectados por las personas que venden comida en las noches. Y tienen sus puestos con carritos, sombras y tienen equipo de más de $10,000 en equipo.
Okay. So we're also en la calle Cruce de Cornelio.
Se ponen prácticamente en la banqueta. Tenemos uno que está en la 5 y la Quisqueña, en la Prueba del Valero.
So specifically, this is an example. For example, there's in a corner of Kings Canyon, and there's a Valero, and so we need to be able to transport all of our things there. But there is a taco establishment there, and they have all of their things, and so we're not able to get by, and so it causes a lot of safety hazards for anyone who's trying to walk by, because then no one's able to even use the sidewalks. And so that's a problem, because the sidewalks, you're supposed to be able to walk on them, but then if they're being used by these street vendors, then we're having to either go out into the street, or if there's a child, then that creates another hazard for us as well.
La única propuesta que tengo es nosotros nomás estamos pidiendo que se haga core enforcement y empiece a hacer multas, y ya hicieron multas, no las pagan. estamos pidiendo que les confisquen el equipo o que multen a los dueños de la propiedad, por ejemplo, al dueño del valero, al dueño de la licor, porque ellos están permitiendo que estas personas se pongan con tal de agarrar una renta y nos están afectando a nosotros.
Okay. So I am proposing these 4 different things that can happen, and that's just one, to either ticket the street vendors or ticket the establishment that's already there. For example, what I just said, the Valero, because they get a portion of the rent from the street vendors, or either confiscate their equipment or somehow give them some sort of notice in order for us to be able to continue our business.
Y pues nada más estamos pidiendo apoyo de ellos o una ayuda que salga con informes, ya sea en la mañana, mandamos las fotos, las direcciones a los abogados de la ciudad, mandamos el problema, pero aún no han salido a inspeccionar y siguen las mismas personas en los mismos lugares. Pero estamos pidiendo apoyo para que nuestras ventas suban un poco también y poder, nosotros, como dijo la otra señora, tienen familia, nosotros también tenemos familias y son muchos los gastos que se requieren para mantener estos negocios a flote.
So what we're asking for really is just a follow-up to all the information that we are already providing to code enforcement. We provide addresses, we provide pictures, and we provide details of what we see. So all we're asking is for you just to follow up on all the information that we already provide and then just enforce the codes.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, señores. Thank you, interpreter. Last card that I have is Ariana Martinez-Lott. Oh, okay, come on up. Sure, you'll have 3 minutes. If you could state your name again for the record, please.
So good afternoon, council members. My name is Julia, and I am a community member who supports street food vendors in Fresno through the extensive process of licensing and permitting. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to the amendment to the ordinance that would increase fines for street food vendors and restrict their hours during peak weekend times. Street food vendors are a vital part of our local culture, economy, and community identity. These small business owners work incredibly hard to provide affordable and diverse food options that bring people together. Many of them are immigrant entrepreneurs supporting their families and contributing to our local economy. For many, this is not just a job, but a dream of being an entrepreneur for a better life for them and for their families. Increasing fines will not only address the root issues, but will instead punish people who are trying to make an honest living. Limiting their hours during peak times will directly harm their income, reducing their ability to sustain their businesses. It will also limit the vibrant street life that makes our city welcoming and unique. We have already spoken with a few regular vendors from the Tower District who, like many other vendors, have been trying to meet the proper requirements ever since this ordinance went into effect. For those who are already licensed and permitted, enforcing this amendment to this ordinance would completely be pulling the rug out from under them. Rather than imposing stricter penalties, I urge the council to reconsider fair and inclusive solutions, such as expanding permitting opportunities, providing clear guidelines, or offering support programs that help vendors operate safely and successfully. I ask you to reconsider the revisions on this amendment and to stand with the small businesses that make our streets lively and accessible to everyone. Let's lift up our street food vendors and not push them out in the Tower District. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, next up, Ariana. Hey, good afternoon.
Buenas tardes all. Ariana Martinez-Lott, a long-term resident of District 7. I'm here in opposition of the changes to the street vending ordinance that will continue to isolate our Fresno street vending community. This is the same policy that originally intended to ban eloteros from neighborhoods and prohibit vendors from having shade coverings during scorching Fresno heat. The targeting of street vendors continues with these punitive changes. I understand a handful of vendors have not been compliant, and those few are adding to the growing challenges in the Tower District. I will be requesting documentation showing that code enforcement is being provided adequate staffing during these peak late night hours, demonstrating that the city is enforcing the existing policy over the last 6 years. That policy already grants the code the ability to cite for noncompliance and allows for the highest fines permitted under state law for these repeated offenders. It's worth noting that some of these repeated offenders are actually food trucks. This ordinance does not apply to them, proving again that the city's pattern of targeting street vendors. Banning all vendors from the Tower District is scapegoating them from the systemic issues the city has failed to address for years. High calls for service have historically been linked to a bar that has long been problematic for police, other small businesses, and public safety. And we would expect the city to deal with that business individually, not shut down all of businesses along Tower. Vendors are responding to a supply and demand gap. Some bars serve alcohol with limited or no food options. This policy unfairly links all crime in Tower solely to vendors in an attempt to justify these bans during brick and mortar operating hours, violating SB 96. Instead, the city should designate vending zones to manage the amount of street vendors and provide adequate code enforcement staffing, and partner with trusted organizations that can provide education and outreach to our vendors to create a balanced, vibrant entertainment district where vendors and brick and mortar businesses can thrive together, not just in the Tower District, but across our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, do we have another Spanish speaker in the back? No? Okay. Anybody else from the audience? Buenas tardes. 10 minutos.
Sí, buenas tardes. Primeramente les agradezco por la oportunidad. Sé que es tarde y están cansados todos, pero voy a ser bien breve.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak. I know it is late and we've been here all day, but thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Lo que quiero decirles tocante a los vendedores ambulantes, no estamos a contra de que no vendan. Lo que estamos tratando nosotros, la Asociación de Taqueros, es que vendan, pero con los permisos que se requiere para poder trabajar en la ciudad de Fresno.
So, the Association of Taqueros, we are not against street vendors. We're only asking that the vendors that are out there do have all the permits, just as we have gone through the motions of getting all the permits in order to be able to sell.
Porque en la manera que estamos siendo nosotros afectados, que tenemos trailers de comida, es que la mayoría ahorita están poniendo en la calle lo que nombran tacos al pastor, y cuando va manejando la gente, si mira una trailer de comida, no le llama tanto la atención como mirar la carne ahí en el trompo.
So the issue that we're having is that we are required to take a trailer, what's an actual food truck, and sell tacos from there. But many people their eyes go towards the meat that is on, it's like a pineapple shaped, stacked. So they tend to go towards them, and sometimes most of them don't have these kinds of permits because the permits that we have were supposed to be in establishments how we're set up.
Y anteriormente nosotros, la ciudad de Fresno, nos obligó a que compráramos la trailer para poder trabajar, una inversión que se hizo como de $50,000, y lo hicimos nosotros para poder trabajar como nos estaba pidiendo la ciudad de Fresno.
The city of Fresno had previously required us to purchase these food trucks in order to be able to sell our food. And so that was an investment that we made, a hefty investment. And so we did it because we wanted to sell.
Y ahora lo que estamos mirando que no tenemos ese apoyo que nos respalden como anteriormente y que reforzaban las calles por la noche. Y si nosotros no recibimos ese apoyo, ahora la misma ciudad de Fresno nos va a obligar a ponernos a trabajar, a competir contra ellos, bajando haciendo lo mismo que están haciendo ellos, porque verdaderamente sí estamos siendo tremendamente afectados por esas personas.
So before we would have the support of the city of Fresno, and enforcement would be out there making sure only those with permits were selling. But now we don't have that kind of support, and so it's driving us to now maybe lower our standards as we see that it's being accepted by the city of Fresno, because these other vendors don't have the permits and are not following the codes as we are.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Anybody else from the public wishing to speak, please come forward.
Buenas tardes tengan todos ustedes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yo también estoy en el mismo problema. Yo no tengo lonchera, pero tengo un pequeño restaurante. Y también me he visto afectado porque ya en cada esquina hay hasta 2, 3 taqueros que no cumplen con las normas que exige la ciudad.
I personally don't have a food truck. I have an actual restaurant, but I am also being affected by these street vendors, because now if you look in every corner, there's about 2 or 3 street vendors who are not following codes, and so that creates a problem for me as well.
Pero yo pienso, y casi estoy seguro porque lo he visto, pero pruebas no las tengo ahorita, pero es más fácil para las personas que venden, que no tienen los permisos adecuados para no pagar impuestos. Y uno que tiene todo en regla, uno tiene que pagar impuestos y todo lo que requiere la ciudad. Y es más fácil para ellos trabajar así y todo el dinero que entre metérselo a su bolsa.
And I don't have the actual proof, but it just seems to be, with many who have spoken, that those who are not following the law and do not have the permits, it seems easier for them to have this business, and they're not paying taxes, they're not paying the permits, and they're just pocketing all that money. And those of us who have gone through the motions of getting all the permits and have worked hard for our businesses, it seems to be very difficult for us to continue.
Y es todo de mi parte. Yo nada más les pido que por favor, pues no estoy en contra de ellos porque todos comenzamos parecido, ¿verdad? Pero pienso yo que si todos tenemos la misma oportunidad, que se nos dé la misma oportunidad y que todos nos traten igual a todos. Si yo pago, que pague el otro. Que estemos igual para que la ciudad de Fresno también tenga más empleos y pagar nuestros impuestos, que de eso se trata, y no meternos todo el dinero a la bolsa.
And I'm not against street vendors. I think that that's something that many of us began as street vendors, and we may now have our establishments. I'm not against them. I just believe that everyone needs to have the permits that are necessary, just like those of us, like myself, who have paid and do pay the taxes to the city of Fresno, and this is how we will all support the city, and we can create more jobs and just make Fresno better.
Es todo. Muchísimas gracias.
That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Muchas gracias a todos. Uno más.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Buenas tardes.
Mi nombre es Marta Alvarado.
My name is Marta Alvarado.
Soy la culpable de que hoy...
Señora, the microphone. Gracias.
Soy la responsable de que hoy los vendedores ambulantes de Fresno tengamos un soldador confiable, y gracias a una estrategia que yo organicé con otras compañeras, ya varios compañeros podemos tener nuestro carrito ambulante ya con los permisos.
I am the person that is responsible for many street vendors to have a way of getting together, and through a strategy that I did come up with and many of my partners, we now have a way to be able to get permits for all of those that have food carts.
El motivo por el cual les explico esto es porque no fue fácil armar esta estrategia y estar reuniendo una tanda cada 8 días y llevarle el dinero al soldador para que nosotros podamos ir adquiriendo nuestro carro.
The reason I say this is because it was not easy to gather a lot of people and be able to get the money that is necessary to take to the welder and make our carts.
Hoy, como muchos de ustedes ya conocen a Pablito Flores, el soldador de los carritos ambulantes de Fresno, esa persona pues ya está hoy, gracias a Dios, directamente con el condado y ya sabe más o menos cómo elaborar los carritos para cada vendedor.
Now we are at a stage where many of you might know who Pablo Flores is. He is now directly with the county of Fresno, and he now has learned how to make each cart for each type of vendor.
El motivo por el cual yo les estoy dando esta explicación es porque es muy triste para un vendedor ambulante salir a batallar con las ventas que están bajas y con lo que está de migración. Es muy duro para cada uno de nosotros.
And the reason why I tell you all of this is because just to shed light on how difficult it is for street vendors to go out there, and it is difficult to sell. And then you have on top of that all the other issues going on, like for example the immigration environment and that climate. It's not easy to be out there and sell with your food cart.
Desde la mañana que entré aquí aquí con ustedes, me he estado observando que pues como que están atacándonos mucho a los vendedores ambulantes.
Since I came into the chambers this morning, I feel like there are many people who are attacking street vendors.
Los vendedores ambulantes de Fresno somos unos pequeños empresarios que estamos aportando aquí a la ciudad, que estamos tratando de tener todo legalmente. Sé que no todos están trabajando como nosotros lo estamos haciendo.
The city of Fresno is the street vendors in the city of Fresno. We are small businesses, and we are doing our best to work legally and have everything in order. I know there are those who do not have all their permits, but the majority of us are working hard to gather everything that we need.
Nosotros los vendedores no somos los que andamos vendiendo alcohol allá afuera, no somos los que estamos ocasionando problemas en los parques. Somos personas que salimos a ganarnos nuestro pan de cada día decentemente y con respeto a ustedes.
Us as street vendors, we are not the ones that are selling alcohol out in the streets. And we're just out here selling food to be able to put food on our table. And that is what we go out there to do, to work hard and sell our food.
Como lo dijeron los compañeros que tienen ya sus loncheras que acaban de pasar, un día su amiga y servidora Marta Alvarado también anduvo vendiendo sin permisos. Y no por eso voy a venir a atacar a mis compañeros. Yo lo que les pido es a ustedes como representantes de la ley es que traten de anunciar más talleres, porque muchas personas, muchos vendedores no están todavía informados. Se los digo porque yo he hablado con varios de ellos.
Myself, as other people have mentioned, I did start, there's people who have food trucks, but they have mentioned, as they have mentioned before, many people don't start out without permits. I myself started without permits. But those people that I do speak with, they don't have the information. So what I ask from you is maybe do some workshops, as I think that many people don't have the permits because they don't have the information.
Yo les pido de la manera más atenta que consideren cada ordenanza que van a ampliar. ¿Por qué? Porque siempre piensen en la situación de cada negocio que están ustedes afectando. A nosotros en lo personal, las ventas ahorita están muy bajas, están por el suelo, y pues el que nos suban o nos implementen más los tickets, obvio, siempre va a ser algo muy estresante para nosotros, pero siempre les pido que consideren el pequeño comercio porque también estamos aportando.
I ask of you, the city of Fresno, to really look into any ordinance that you are going to approve or expand, as it does affect each small business. And yes, obviously, if there are rates that are going to be imposed on us, it's going to affect us. But please just think about all these small businesses.
Muchas gracias a todos ustedes. Lo único que les quiero reiterar es que le recuerden a mis compañeros vendedores ambulantes de Fresno que ya tenemos un soldador confiable que está trabajando directamente con el condado.
Gracias.
I also just want to say thank you, and also just remind those other small businesses that come to you that we do have a welder that is approved by the county and services Fresno.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers wishing to give comment on the agenda?
Good afternoon.
Yo creo que para ustedes oír 8,000 o 10,000 dólares no es mucho dinero para ustedes.
I think that if you hear the sum of $8,000 or $10,000, maybe that's not a lot of money for you.
Para nosotros sí, a veces son meses o años para poderlos juntar.
For us, it is a lot of money. Sometimes it takes a lot of months or sometimes even years to be able to save that money.
Yo tengo un permiso desde hace más de 20 años para poder vender en las calles.
I have a permit to be able to sell in the street more than 20 years now.
Pero ahora no me sirve. Ahora necesito ya tuve que pagar un carrito de ese precio para poder ahora sacar los permisos que requiere el condado.
Now that permit is no longer as valid. I have to now go through and get more other permits and also buy a new cart.
Ahorita nos están poniendo más trabas. Tengo meses tratando de agarrar una cita para que me aprueben mi carrito.
Now I have even more obstacles. I've been waiting for months to be able to get an appointment to have my cart approved.
Entonces nos exigen que sigamos las reglas, que tratemos de agarrar nuestro carrito, pero a la vez nos ponen trabas para poder seguir.
So we are asked to follow the rules. We have a list of requirements, but we have all these obstacles that are also set by the city, and it doesn't allow us to get our carts approved.
Yo quisiera que nos dieran más facilidades. No pedimos que nos regalen, que nos den, pero nos pongan un poquito menos trabas para poder sacar nuestros permisos, porque a veces eso es lo que no podemos seguir para nuestro negocio.
I'm not asking for things to be handed out to us. I'm just asking for a simpler process so we can get the permits that are needed.
Yo, como les comento, yo he vendido por muchos años en la calle. Una vez alguien estaba vendiendo micheladas en la calle y yo le hablé a la policía.
There are a lot of rules and to selling in the street. One time there was someone that was selling micheladas in the street, and I did call the police.
El policía me dijo que ese no era problema de ellos, que era problema de la ciudad, que ellos no podían hacer nada.
The police responded, that is not our problem, that is the city's problem, and they couldn't do anything.
Ustedes quieren que sigamos las reglas, pero cuando nosotros reportamos como esto, que era venta de vino, de cerveza, no nos ayuda, no hace nada.
You want us to get the permits and you want us to follow the rules, when we cooperate with you and we report things like this, nothing is being done.
Yo pienso que si ustedes nos exigen que tengamos permisos, que sigamos las reglas, paguemos impuestos, yo pienso que también ustedes deben de responder cuando nosotros los necesitamos. Necesitamos su ayuda.
I think that if we have things we need to, if there are requirements that we need to fulfill, if there are rules we need to follow, and there are permits that we need to have, then I think that you should also attend the calls that we make.
Entonces yo les pido que por favor, yo comprendo a los compañeros taqueros lo que están pidiendo y exigiendo. Nosotros no nos comparamos con ellos porque no tenemos un negocio como ellos.
I understand the problems that are being faced by the Taqueros Association, and we do not compare ourselves to them because we are not sellers like they are.
Lo único que les pido es que no nos metan en una póliza a todos juntos porque todos tenemos necesidades diferentes. Ya habían pasado una póliza antes y habíamos quedado de acuerdo y ahorita resulta con que van a cambiar las reglas. Entonces, explíquenos o pónganos en situaciones diferentes como a taqueros, como nosotros que nos dedicamos a vender raspados, dulces.
So you're now going to pass this ordinance that is a big umbrella, and I believe that there needs to be an ordinance for each kind of vendor, because there are people who sell food, but there's other people who sell things like candy or ice cream.
Y eso es lo que les pido, que por favor dividan la póliza de acuerdo a los vendedores, que los dividan, que dividan la póliza a ciertos vendedores nada más.
I think that the ordinance needs to be specified to a certain kind of vendors.
Creo que es todo lo que tengo que decirles y ojalá nos puedan ayudar cada que tengamos que venir con ustedes a hablar con ustedes, porque el apoyo yo no lo veo. Yo tengo meses sin trabajar porque no puedo agarrar una cita con el condado.
I believe that's all I have, and I just hope that we can have your support from now on, because there has been times where I make a call or I try to find a date for an appointment to talk to one of you, and I just don't have that opportunity.
Muchas gracias por oírme.
Thank you for listening.
Muchas gracias, señora. Anybody else in the chambers wishing to speak on? Did he already speak? Lo siento, no tienes más tiempo. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Alrighty, everybody, before I call...
President, I
Yes.
just had a question for the city attorney. A common theme that I'm hearing from some of the folks out there is that they feel like certain ordinances are not being evenly enforced, or that when they do report something, it's going on, it's not being properly addressed. And so if they do have code enforcement issues, what is the proper way after hours to notify someone and to seek help?
Are we sending them to Fresno? Okay, we have an after-hours email address that we can provide. Yeah, just the nature of it is that these are mobile vendors, right? And so if we get a complaint, we show up, they might not be there. There's other issues. Staffing obviously is an issue in terms of overtime. We've had those discussions. I know the night team's only out until about midnight, so that's been an issue. So doing our best.
Can you just note that email address for folks, please? Thank you.
After hours code enforcement at fresno.gov.
Translator, get that okay?
It's after hours code enforcement at fresno.gov.
Okay.
The Fresno app is also very useful.
Councilmember Perea, any other comments? Okay, before I ask for a motion on consent, I'm going to ask if anybody would like to register a no vote.
And Council President, just for information for the council, the ordinance being discussed here by the public is on only for introduction today, and will be coming back on the 30th.
Duly noted. Thank you, City Attorney. I'm going to go down the row. Start with District 5. 6. Would you like to register no vote on any? On which item? Okay.
Register a no vote on 2KK.
Okay. And I will also be registering a no vote on 2KK. And that's going to bring us to the consent agenda itself. Do I have a motion to pass consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Councilmember Perea. Do I have a second by Councilmember Esparza? Any discussion? Any objection? Seeing none, the item passes 5-0. All right, I don't believe we have any contested consent. My question for administration is, do we want to proceed with the workshop given that the council member that requested it is not present, or would it better serve us to do it at another time?
Totally up you guys. We're prepared and ready
I'd like to hear
go.
from my colleagues if they would like to have a workshop. Okay, I have a motion to continue indefinitely. I have a second from Councilmember Vang. This is for the workshop revolving loan fund that was requested by Councilmember Arias at the last council meeting. Okay, have a motion by Esparza, second by Vang. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion to continue the workshop passes 5-0. Apologies to all those that prepared, but we'll hear it out next time. Okay, I think that is the end of our open session meeting. We are going to adjourn to closed session at this time. City Attorney, if you could please read out the agenda. And we are going to adjourn today's meeting in honor of Chuck Seeley, a veteran and a public servant. Okay, thank you very much for your time, everybody.
Today in closed session, we have item 5A, conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Item 5B, conference with legal counsel, deciding whether to initiate litigation, one potential case. Item 5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Fresno versus Tahal Singh Thin. Item 5D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Luis Rodriguez versus City of Fresno. Item 5E, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Chi Tang Ngo versus City of Fresno. Item 5F, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Daniel Guzman Vela versus City of Fresno. We are likely to have reportable items after closed session.
Yeah. All right, C-Mac, whenever you're ready. We're live, you guys can go.
Thank you. We do have a few items to report out, so we're resuming this portion of the meeting at 6:36 p.m. City Attorney.
Okay, thanks, Council President. We have 3 items to report out today. The first item, by a vote of 6-0, with Council members Perea, Carbasi, Maxwell, Vang, Richardson, and Esparza voting in an affirmative, with Councilmember Arias absent, Council voted to approve the filing of a lawsuit against defendants whose names will be later disclosed once the lawsuit is formally filed upon inquiry of any person.
City Attorney, who made the motions for these items, or for the next item?
Maxwell's.
On that first item that I just mentioned, the motion was made by Councilmember Maxwell and seconded by Councilmember Esparza. Or is it the other way around?
Close enough.
Okay. Okay, as to the next item, in closed session, the council, by a vote of 6-0, with council members Perea, Carbasi, Maxwell, Vang, Richardson, and Esparza voting in the affirmative, with Councilmember Arias absent, motion being made by Councilmember Esparza, second by Councilmember Maxwell.
That is not correct.
Which item are you on? Item C.
It's been a long day. It was close, halfway there. It was close.
The last one. That's what
I.
It was his district, so he motioned. Yes. Come on.
Carry on. I thought we did 2 things. Okay, yeah.
We have 3 things to report out.
My apologies.
Okay.
The next, yeah.
So,
Sorry, guys.
With that motion and with that vote, the City Council approved a proposed stipulated judgment and settlement in the eminent domain case entitled City of Fresno versus Tahal Thind and Daljit Kaur and others, Fresno Superior Court Case 25 CEC G00424. The stipulation provides for the resolution of the eminent domain action consistent with the city's project objectives under the terms of the settlement. If the court so orders and approves, title to the subject property will vest in the city upon payment of $1,007,500 as the agreed upon compensation and shall be paid from Measure C in California Local Partnership Program grant funds. And as to the last item in closed session that we will be reporting out, the City Council voted to direct the City Attorney by a vote of 6-0 with Council members Perea, Carbasi, Maxwell, Vang, Richardson, and Esparza voting in the affirmative, with Council member Arias absent. Motion being made by Council member Carbasi, second by Council member Esparza. City Attorney was directed to withdraw the unfair practice charge filed against the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 1027, also known as ATU, entitled City of Fresno versus ATU Local 1027. And the unfair practice charge number is SA-CO-182-M before the California Public Employment Relations Board, also known as PERB.
City Attorney, before we adjourn, I thank you for the report. I just wanted to state, I was very happy to make this motion, joined by Councilmember Esparza. It was not easy before to have to take the action we took, but fortunately, through a lot of good faith, we've been able to come to a point where we're now moving forward. This council has been, and we have the record to prove, we are the most labor-supportive council we've ever had. Our employees matter, our transit workers do matter, and I really do, and I need to commend, as part of the leadership team, who actually was part of the bargaining team, Alfredo Molina, Financial Secretary and Treasurer, for helping get us back on track. This is the way things should be, and now we can move forward. Thank you. Meeting adjourned at 6:40 p.m.